Let's read.
Oh, hooray! Buzzy? I don't know. Busy, sang a loud, tinkling voice. The inane song reached like a long-handled hook into Delilah's enjoyable dream and yanked her from the blessed retreat of sleep. What the? Delilah muttered as she sat up in the middle of her rumpled flannel sheets, blinking at the sun, punching through the gaps of her lovered blinds. You make me feel so perky, the singer continued. Delilah threw a pillow in an inadequate wall that separated her apartment from one in the next door. The pillow made a satisfying thump. Then it hit a framed door, depicting a serene of beachy scene. Delilah looked at a poster with longing. It represented a few that she wished she had. But Delilah didn't have an ocean view. She had a view of dumpsters and the filthy backside of a 24-hour diner where she worked. She didn't have serenity either. She had her annoying neighbor, Mary, who continued to sing the top of her lungs. Thank you for starting my day. Who sings that about alarm clocks? Delilah snapped, groaning and rubbing her eyes. It was bad enough having a singing neighbor. It was 1,000 times worse than the singing neighbor made up their own songs and always started their day with one about an alarm clock. Weren't alarm clocks bad enough on their own? Speaking of which, Delilah looked at her clock. What? She calculated from her bed. Grabbing the little battery-powered digital clock, Delilah glared at his face. It read 6:25 a.m. What good are you? Delilah demanded, tossing the clock into a bright blue comforter. Delilah had a pathological hatred of alarm clocks. It was vestige of the 10 months she spent in her last foster home nearly 5 years before. But life in the real world required the use of them. Something Delilah was still learning to deal with, though. Now she discovered something she hated worse than alarm clocks that didn't work. Delilah's phone rang, and she picked it up, and she didn't wait for the caller to speak. Talking over the sound of clattering plates and hum of voices, she said, I know, Nate, I overslept. I can be there in 30 minutes. I already called in Ray and to cover. You can take her 2 o'clock shift. Delilah sighed. She hated that shift. It was a really busy one. Actually, she hated all the shifts. She hated shifts, period. As a shift manager at the diner, she was expected to work whenever shift best fit the overall schedule, so her days varied from 6 to 2, 2 to 10, and 10 to 6. Her body clock was so messed up that she was practically sleeping while she was awake and awake while she was sleeping. She lived in a state of perpetual exhaustion. Her mind was always murky, like fog that rolled through her ears. Not only did fog dampen her ability to think clearly, it also made it difficult for her brain to interface with her senses. It seemed as soon as her vision, hearing, and taste buds were always a little off. Delilah, can I count on you to be here at 2? Nate barked on Delilah's ear. Yes, I'll be there. Nate had made a growling sound and then hung up. I love you too, Delilah said on the phone before she set it down. Delilah looked at her queen-size bed. The thick mattress and her special memory foam pillow beckoned like the languid lover, inviting her back to bed. Delilah so wanted to give in. She loved sleep. She loved just being in her bed. It was like a cocoon, an adult version of the blanket fort she would build when she was little. She would spend all day in her bed as if she could. She wished she could find one of those stay-at-home jobs and let her work in bed in her pajamas. It wouldn't be ideal for her employer because she'd rather just lounge about and sleep, but it would be better for her health. Well, doesn't Delilah like the coronavirus? She could set her own shifts if she worked for herself. But all her searching for such a job had found nothing but work-at-home scams. The only place that would hire her after she and Richard split up was the diner. All because she had a juvie record and had dropped out of high school for reasons she barely remembered anymore. Life sucked. Delilah looked at her useless alarm clock. No, she couldn't risk it. She had to stay awake. But how? Next door, Mary was on at least a third repeat of her stupid wake-up song. Delilah knew it would do no good to bang on the wall or go next door to ask Mary to keep it quiet. Mary wasn't cooking with all her burners. Delilah wasn't sure what was wrong with the woman. She just knew that her previous complaints of disappearing into the void that seemed to make up the mind hidden under Mary's thick gray hair. Delilah didn't want to stay in her apartment and listen to Mary. She might as well do something useful. Shuffling into her tiny pink tilted bathroom, Delilah brushed her teeth and dressed in gray sweats and a red t-shirt. She figured she might as well go for a jog. It had been the last 3 days since she had gotten exercise. Maybe that had something to do with the fog in her head. Nah, she knew that wasn't true. She tried to exercise the solution to constant exhaustion. It didn't seem to matter how much she worked out. Her body just didn't like bouncing from one schedule to another like a human hummingbird flitting about. It's just because it's winter, Delilah's best friend Harper said. When spring comes, you'll wake up just like the flowers. Delilah had doubted that, and rightfully so. Spring was here, everything was blooming except Delilah's energy levels. But whether it would help her head or not, Delilah put on her running shoes and tucked her keys, phone, some money, driver's license, and a credit card into her running pouch, which she then hung around her neck. Leaving her little noisy apartment, Mary was still singing. Delilah stepped out of the carpeted hallway that smelled like bacon, coffee, and glue. That was what was with the glue. Delilah snorted and she trotted down the 3 flights of narrow, uneven steps. The super was probably fixing the wall or something. She wasn't exactly living in an upscale place. 2 sullen slouchy teens ambled through the building's lobby as Delilah reached it. They eyed her. She ignored them, stepping through the scratched gray metal door just in time to watch the sun duck behind the fluffy white clouds. It was one of those bright, breezy spring days that Harper loved and Delilah hated. If she lived in the coast or in the forest, she could appreciate the happy sun and the springy air currents, surrounded by nature and maybe some blossoming flowers. Such a day would feel right. But here in the urban conglomeration of strip malls, machine shops, car dealerships, vacant lots, and low-income housing, bright and breezy wasn't pleasant. It was jarring. A tiara would look more than suitable on a pig. Trying to ignore smells of rotting lettuce, exhaust, and rancid frying oil, Delilah propped her foot on the side of the empty flower planter in front of her gray-walled, boxy building. Maybe it would feel more like spring if the planters were growing flowers instead of rocks. Delilah stretched, then shook her head in negativity. You know better, she scolded herself, setting off in the medium-paced jog. You know better, she scolded herself, setting off in the medium-paced jog. Delilah pointed herself north, which would take her through the nearest housing area, where she could run past houses and trees instead of struggling business and cars. She needed to get out of this dark spiral she was in. She had enough therapy when she was in her teens to know that she had an obsessive personality. Once she latched onto a perceptive, there was no unlatching her. Right now she was stuck on the idea that her life sucked. It was going to continue to suck if she didn't pick up a new idea. As her feet met the uneven sidewalk, Delilah tried to clear the fog in her brain by thinking happy thoughts. Every day I'm getting better and better, she chanted. After 10 rounds or so of this affirmation, she was starting to feel snarly. So she traded affirmation for an image of the life she wanted to be living. That made her think of the life she had been living with Richard, which just dropped her further into the negativity pit. When Richard decided she wanted to replace his dark-haired, dark-eyed missus with a blonde, blue-eyed wife, Delilah didn't have many options. She signed a nuptial agreement before marrying Richard. She had nothing going into the marriage. She had nothing in the divorce. Not nothing. She received enough to settle to get her an apartment, some second-hand furniture, and her 15-year-old tan compact sedan. She got these after she found the one place that was willing to hire her and train her. Given her stunning resume of completed half of the 12th grade, babysat, and worked in the fast food restaurant, she was lucky to get what she got. And awful hours aside, the job had been good to her. Nate sent her to management training, and she had climbed the ladder from server to shift manager in just a few months. At 23, she was the youngest shift manager in the restaurant. See, Delilah panted, things are looking up. She clung to the tenaciously positive thought as she jogged through the ratty old neighborhood that backed into the industrial park. The neighborhood was too run down to call pretty, but it was too filled with beautiful old maple trees and two tall, swiny poplars that swayed in the gentle wind coming up the street. All the trees were filled with a light green new growth. The tender leaves encouraged more hopeful thoughts, if only for a minute or two. She wondered if the people who lived in the area ever let the trees inspire them. Looking around, she doubted it. A few listless kids were waiting for the yellow school buses that belched diesel fumes that came chugging behind. Delilah, an old guy with a shiny bald head, mowed the yard, full of weeds, with a woman whose attitude appeared to be worse than Delilah stood in front of her porch glaring at a coffee mug. Delilah decided she had enough for the neighborhood and enough for a run. For that matter, she looped around the defunct car parts store and aimed for home. Home? If only it was home. But her apartment wasn't home. She had two homes in her life. The one she shared with her parents until they died when she was 11. Damn. The foster homes she lived in after that were nothing more than places to bide her time. Her other home was with Richard. Now she just had a place where she slept. She never got to sleep enough. Lately, it felt like life had just been one annoying sleep interpretation after another. Like the world was an alarm that kept going off and waking her from her dreams. The only place she could find a truly happy thought. Back in her apartment, Delilah did her best to ignore her mostly empty pale green walls, and she had gotten up to the oomph to repaint since she moved in. She took her shoes and put them neatly in front of the door. She crossed to her well-worn beige leather glove seat and straightened the green and yellow Afghan draped over its back. Delilah didn't like the Afghan, but Harper had crocheted it for her. One day Harper had dropped by and was crushed when she didn't see the Afghan. After that, Delilah had left it out. You just have to be careful to tug the wonky bits, Harper told Delilah when she presented the gift. Given that there were many such bits, proper tucking was a challenge. Mary continued warbling next door as Delilah peeled off her sweaty t-shirt and opened the cabinet where she kept her stash of cookies. The cabinet was empty, of course. Sighing, Delilah opened her refrigerator. She knew there was a futile action because she didn't cook and therefore kept nothing in the fridge but bottled water, apple juice, and half-eaten carry-out food from the diner. One of the perks of working at the diner, she got 2 free meals every shift. That kept her pretty well fed, so all she really needed was her cookies, milk, some protein bars, and frozen dinners for the night she didn't work. The refrigerator revealed that she needed not just cookies, but milk too. Mary's voice wafted through the walls. Spring was sprung and worms have come. Yes, that's what I'm afraid of, Mary, Delilah said. She couldn't stay here. Striding into her small bathroom, Delilah took a lukewarm shower, then dressed in brown leggings and a gold and black plaid jacket. She avoided looking in the mirror as she dried her wavy shoulder-length hair. Delilah didn't wear makeup anymore. Rather than spend money on cosmetics that got her unwanted male attention, she left her face bare and put extra dollars in her savings account. Even without makeup, Delilah was pretty enough to turn heads. A modeling agency she applied to once told her she was just the large chin shy of having a classically beautiful features. 2 agencies had given her the names of plastic surgeons that told her to come back after she had a low chin and jaw work done. Delilah figured if she wasn't going to put on a makeup, why would she look in the mirror? She knew that she looked like, and lately she hasn't been keen on meeting her own gaze. She saw something there that scared her, something that made her wonder what the future held. Next door, Mary was singing at the top of her lungs about visiting Mars. You go, Mary, Delilah said, wishing Mary would go to Mars and not come back. Grabbing her purse, Delilah headed for her car. She figured that she could get to the store, get some cookies and milk, and still come back to time to take a little nap before work. After a visit to the grocery store, replenished her oatmeal cookie stash and her milk supply, Delilah left the store from the rear of the parking lot. She liked to weaving her way back to the apartment on the quiet neighborhood roads, instead of the congested 4 lanes that ran through the heart of the industrial and retail splat she lived in. The neighborhood was a little nicer than the one she ran through. It had bigger houses, greener lawns, and newer cars. The trade-offs of the older neighborhood had those maple and poplar trees, and this new neighborhood had runty cherry trees. She had to admit that the pink blossoms were pretty, though. Turning the corner next to the particularly flowery tree, Delilah spotted a garage sale sign. Its arrows pointed straight ahead, so on a whim, she went that way. 2 more signs directed her straight right turns, and eventually she found herself in front of 2-story Spanish-style home, looming over several card tables piled high with household merchandise. Delilah couldn't help herself. She had to stop. Just as Delilah had, uh, just as Delilah had a thing about getting stuck in the pattern, she had a thing about garage sales. She had been hooked on them since she was a teen. One of her therapists, Allie, had a theory about it. Allie thought Delilah loved garage sales because they gave her glimpses into family life that reminded her of what normal looked like. Delilah was an obsessive garbage sale shopper. Yes, she did occasionally buy. She'd gotten all her current furniture from garage sales. Mostly, though, Delilah was a garage sale watcher, an archaeologist of household items and stuff, private eye. She wanted to know that people used and what they collected, what they loved, and what they didn't want to keep around anymore. It entertained her. Figuring her milk could sit in the car for 15 minutes or so, Delilah pulled her car behind the dirty red pickup. The pickup of the powder blue Cadillac were the only cars parked in the front of the house. Just two people wandering among the tables. One person was a heavy-set woman who seemed to intend on kitchenware, and the other was a slight young man who was browsing piles of books and records. Delilah nodded at both, and also the middle-aged woman who sat to the picnic table, who held a metal cash box, a pad of paper, and a calculator. "Welcome," the woman called out. She had short, spiky brown hair, and her eyes were encircled in heavy black liner. She wore a yellow running suit, and she carried a butterscotch-colored chihuahua that was so quiet and docile Delilah began to wonder whether it was real, and stepped up to pet it. The dog wagged its tail. "This is Mumford," the woman said. "Hello, Mumford." Delilah scratched Mumford behind the ears, becoming Mumford's new best friend. Strolling away from Mumford and his human, Delilah explored the intriguing piles on each table. She poked through small appliances, tools, games, puzzles, electronics, and clothes, finding a black leather jacket that intrigued her until she sniffed it and got a nose full of stale mothballs. Wondering what the next table, she found herself in the toy section. A glance at a pile of fashion dolls darkened her already precarious mood because the dolls reminded her of how impossible it was to prevent other foster kids from playing with her stuff when she was growing up. Blocks made her think of the little foster brother she'd gotten so close to in foster home number 3. She only to lose him in adoption a week before she was moved in a different home. She was getting ready to walk away from the table in search of a home decor items when her gaze landed on a different doll. With brown curly hair, big dark eyes, and a plump pink cheeks, the doll looked at almost exactly like the baby Delilah envisioned having someday with Richard. At the start of their marriage, her baby was as real to her as anything in the physical world, but she'd been sure she was going to be a mother. So sure that she named the baby before the baby was even conceived. Her name would be Emma. Intrigued, Delilah circled the table and got closer to the doll, tucked in the large wooden box full of plush toys and electronic gadgets and pretty baby face that particularly shadowed all the doll's blue hat. The hat's wide brim fringed in pink truffles looked incongruous, wedged between a game console that looked like a remote control airplane. Delilah had shifted both items to free the doll, which was about 2 feet tall. Wearing a puffy sleeve 1980s era bright blue full skirted dress with a pink ruffled trim with a big bow around its waist, the doll was much heavier than Delilah expected her to be. When she examined the doll, Delilah realized it because the doll was electronic. Delilah had reached for the right pink tag on the instructional booklet that hung around the doll's wrist. "My name is Ella," read the big tag. "Ella is so close to Emma." Delilah felt an odd tingle slither through her body. How weird was that? The doll that looked like her long-desired baby and the name that was far too close to be a coincidence. Although it had to be a coincidence, didn't it? Delilah opened the little booklet, her eyes widened. Wow, this is a high-tech doll. According to the booklet, Ella was a helper doll, manufactured by Fazbear Entertainment. Fazbear Entertainment, Delilah whispered as she never heard of it. The booklet was a list of what Ella was designed for and listed impressive. Ella could do all sorts of things. She could keep the time and serve as an alarm clock, manage appointments, keep track of the list, take photos, read stories, sing songs, and even serve drinks. Serve drinks, Delilah shook her head. Looking around, Delilah was relieved to see that no one was paying attention to the interest in the doll. Mumford's mom was helping the young man look through at records. The heavy-set woman was busy piling china plates next to the metal cash box. No one else had shown up. Delilah kept reading. Ella, the booklet said, could test the pH levels in water, and she could also do personal assignments if you answered a program list of 200 questions. How is it possible for an old toy to be that sophisticated? Both Ella's design and her booklet suggested that her clothing matched her year of manufacture. She was not new, not even close. Did she really do all these things? Delilah turned Ella over, and she found a note pinned to Ella's dress. The note explained that the only one of Ella's functions that worked was the alarm clock. Delilah flipped Ella again, saw that Ella had a small digital clock embedded in her chest. Concentrating on following the instructions, Delilah attempted to activate the alarm clock feature by pressing the sequence of little buttons found on Ella's round belly. Delilah nearly dropped poor Ella, and the last button she pushed made Ella's eyes bolt open. She sucked in her breath and snapping sound, and her heartbeat quadrupled in a nanosecond when Ella went for a sleep to awake in an instant. Delilah held Ella out in front of her. Well, she did need an alarm clock. She checked the little white price tag stuck to the back of Ella's neck. Not so bad. Delilah could handle that. And maybe she can get the price down. Her hundreds of garage sale visits had turned her into a pretty good haggler. Delilah picked up Ella and headed toward Munford and his mom, who were both back behind the cash box. The young man was loading a box of records into the pickup. Will you have $15? You shave $15 off the price? Delilah asked, since she was only one function. Woman held out a hand of bright red fingernails, turned Ella over, looked at the price, and then up at Delilah, who tried to look eager and poor at the same time. Okay, sure, I can do that. Delilah grinned. Great. As she paid, she instructed herself to notice that her day did indeed get better as she went along. It didn't suck to have a nice run, to buy more cookies, and find a very cool high-tech doll at a good price at the garage sale. Ella could make a cool conversation piece out of perch on Delilah's old oak coffee table. Harper was going to love Ella, and now Delilah was working an alarm clock. She could go home, take a nap, and still have a way to make sure she's up on time for work. Yep, things are looking up. Maybe she can get off the life sucks track after all. Back in her apartment, Delilah set Ella on their nightstand under a white ginger jar lamp. Ella in her loofy dress all fluffed up and spread out around her. Looking good there, content even, actually. She looked a little pleased with herself, which was, of course, the projection because Ella didn't even aware of herself. It was Delilah who was pleased with herself. She was proud for finding a way to turn the day around. She'd gotten past her funk. That was pretty impressive. Delilah checked her watch and set Ella's clock to match the time. It was barely 11:30 a.m., so Delilah was going to be able to grab a couple hours of sleep. Setting Ella's alarm for 1:35 p.m. Delilah smoothed her sheets and blankets to lay down on top of them, pulling up the comforter to her chin, not just because it was cold in her apartment, but because it made her secure. Thankful that Mary was either asleep herself, was running out errands, or had ruined her Vulcan cards too much singing, Delilah lay back and let herself ride the currents of drowsiness into blissful unconsciousness. The fountain blasted through the loudest piece of a rocket, shattering non-starry walls. It shot upright and grabbed to her phone chest, raising herself for shutting it off so her nap wouldn't be interrupted. What? She snarled. Where the hell are you, Knight? Snarled right back. Huh? It's Delilah looked at 2:25 p.m. Oh crap, you better be here in 15 minutes or don't ever be here again. Delilah pulled the phone to her ear just in time to avoid the clap she knew was coming. Nate used an old-fashioned corded phone with a kind of metal hook for the receiver. She expressed himself via the force with to replace the phone on his hook after the call. He was pissed. Delilah ran into the bathroom, tearing off her clothes, and she went. The splashed car water on her face, running a brush through her hair. She trotted back into the bedroom, yanked on her dark blue uniform dress, and grabbed the work shoes, ugly black no-slips Nate made for employees to wear. As he laced them up, her gaze eyed on Ella. Well, you're a disappointment, she told the doll. Ella looked back at her with thick lashes. One of her curls had fallen over an eye. She almost looked mischievous. No wonder the doll was so cheap. The only thing it worked for was a clock in the middle of Ella's chest, but without the alarm function, it was good as a clock. Ella was a pretty doll, and she looked like Delilah's long-desired baby, but now she was more a reminder of Delilah's frustration than anything else. Finishing with her shoes, Delilah snatched Ella from the nightstand for a second. She marveled at the realism of Ella's baby soft skin. When she strode into the living room, her grabbed her purse and headed out the door, jogging down the hall and the stairs. Delilah shook her head as I heard Mary belt out. I love the big bright world. Outside the sun, she'd see to the sky of the ceiling, low-hanging clouds, spitting fat raindrops. Lana paused to hold the door open for two elderly ladies who took an excruciatingly long time to go inside. Then she tore around the side of the building, heading for the dumpsters. Green's hulking dumpsters sat like trio of trolls at the edge of the apartment's building lot. Two were open. One was closed. Delilah aimed toward the second open dumpster, and she swung Ella in an arc. Releasing Ella's hand in an apex of the curve, Ella flew through the interminate precipitation and landed in the reverberating metallic thud in one of the open dumpsters. Delilah winced at the little sound, feeling guilty for tossing out the doll that looked just like her baby, a doll with surprisingly real feeling hands. Delilah didn't see which dumpster Ella landed in because Nate appeared in the diner's back doorway. Delilah waved at him. "You late because you were playing with your dolly?" he called out. "Very funny." Delilah ran toward the diner and reached the door, and the raindrops turned into rain sheets. Nate stepped back to let her by, then closed the door on what was now a downpour. Delilah got a whiff of Nate's aftershave, a subtle scent of whiskey, which he was incorrectly proud of. "Manly, don't you think?" he asked when the first time he tried the new product. Delilah had to admit it was. Defying the stereotype of the typical diner owner, Nate was tall, fit, good-looking, and well-groomed. About 50, he was short, graying black hair and tidy, and a tidy, close-trimmed beard. He also had pewter gray eyes and could impale you with displeasure. He was aiming those eyes at Delilah now. "You're lucky you're one of the good. You're good, and the customers love you," he said. "But you need to get a handle on your tardiness. I can't let you slide forever." I know, I'm trying. That you are." Delilah's shift went quickly. It was upside the working the 2 to 10. The rush would kick your butt, but at least time flew by. Delilah got back to her apartment around 10:30 p.m. Thankfully, missing one of Mary's goodnight songs, the building was pretty quiet. All Delilah could hear was rap music coming from one of the apartments at the end of the hall, and a sound of laughter coming from a TV on the floor above. Closing her door on what smelled like burned Brussels sprouts, Delilah hopped in an anxious order. Wouldn't follow her, and it didn't. Her apartment smelled like pine cleaner and oranges. It smelled better than Delilah, who smelled like grease, and as always did at the end of the shift. Peeling off her clothes, she deposited them inside the setter chest that sat by her door. The chest, combined with the charcoal air purifying bag tucked inside of it, solved the grease smell problem she had for weeks when she first got the diner job. In the shower, Delilah washed off the rest of the grease smell and then pulled on a red long-sleeved nightshirt and settled in bed for a half container of beef stroganoff and green beans. The cook who worked the 2 to 10 shift was the best one Nate had. The stroganoff was great, and while she ate, Delilah watched a rerun of a comedy show on the old TV sitting on top of her antique maple dresser. The show didn't make her laugh, it didn't even make her smile, it just helped her feel less lonely while she ate. Aww. Around 11:30 p.m., Delilah set her empty styrofoam container atop a pile of home decor magazines on her nightstand. She turned off her ginger lamp and curled up on her side. The street lights that hovered her parking lot outside cast sinister, distorted shadows throughout her room. They looked like giant bony fingers reaching toward the bed. Delilah closed her eyes and willed sleep to come quickly, which it did. It ended just as quickly. Delilah's eyes shot open. Her non-alarm clock lit face told her it was 1:35 a.m. She sat up and looked around. What had awakened her? Looking toward her window, she rubbed her eyes. It had been a sound, some kind of intrusive sound coming from outside her window. Had it been a ringing sound? A buzzing sound? Delilah tilted her head, listening. She could hear nothing but the whoosh of cars on the road. She looked back at the clock. It was now 1:36 a.m. Wait, she had awoken at 1:35 a.m. She set the doll's alarm for 1:35. What if she missed the AM/PM settings? Oops, she whispered. Sorry, Ella. Delilah thought about going outside to retrieve the possibly still working doll, so she... Delilah thought about going outside to retrieve the possibly still working doll, but she was too tired. She looked in the morning. Delilah smuggled under her covers and went back to sleep. You threw it away? Harper drew her chin, raised an eyebrow, and quirked her mouth in her "What were you thinking?" expression. "I thought it was broken." "Yeah, but could it be a collectible?" "But it could be worth something. Harper's huge blue eyes lit up with the idea of dollar signs. Delilah's could almost see a calculator totaling imaginary amounts in Harper's mind. Delilah and Harper sat at an elevated round table in Harper's favorite espresso place. Delilah sipped cinnamon tea. Harper was drinking some type of fancy quadruple espresso. Harper was addicted to coffee. The espresso place was a brick-walled, narrow space with lots of stainless steel and chrome and a little wood. Just before 11 a.m., it wasn't very crowded. A dark-skinned woman with pigtails sat at one table, concentrating on whatever was on her laptop, and an elderly man munched on a muffin while reading the paper. Behind the counter, machines fizzed and spit. Haven't I taught you anything? Harper asked. Always try to sell it before you toss it, remember? I was late for work and I was a little stressed. You need to learn to meditate. Then I'd miss work because I got lost in meditation. Harper laughed, and everyone in the place turned to look at her. Harper's laugh was like a resounding sea lion bark. You could tell how funny she thought something was by the number of barks. Delilah's comment warranted just one. How do you like the new play? Delilah asked. It's yippee fun. My lines are all crap, but I love my character. Delilah smiled. Harper had been Delilah's best friend for about 6 years, ever since the two girls landed in foster care together. Determined that the foster home would be their last, they teamed up to help each other survive the regimented structure imposed by Gerald, the ex-military husband of the couple who'd taken them in. Whenever Gerald admonished them on hearing the schedule, reminding them that it had to happen at 0500 and that had to happen at 0610, Harper would mumble something like, "You can jump off a cliff at screw you 100." She made Delilah laugh, which helped her survive. Complete opposites in both looks, personality, Harper and Delilah probably would have never been friends if they hadn't been thrown into scheduling hell together. However, they made their friendship work when Harper announced their mischievous plan for getting a famous playwright to class in their place. Delilah just said, "Be safe," when Delilah said she was going to marry her knight in shining armor and have babies. Harper just said, "Don't sign a prenup," but Harper followed Delilah's advice and got Grace not to say, "I told you so," when Delilah failed to follow hers. "I think you should look for her," Harper said. "What?" "Ella, I think you should look for her." Harper toyed with one of a dozen or so blonde braids that she had coiled around her head. Wearing a heavy, colorful makeup and a skin-tight green dress, she had an exotic Medusa look going on. Because she might have been worth something, Delilah nodded. "It's not just that. You said that she looked like the baby you thought you were going to have. It's a pretty bizarre thing, don't you think? You should find a doll that looks like your imaginary baby. What if she comes kind of a sign? What if she's some kind of a sign? You know, I don't believe in signs. Maybe you should." Delilah shrugged. They spent the rest of their visit talking about Harper's play and Harper's latest boyfriend when they reminded each other, as they always did, of the hell they escaped. "No, you cannot use the bathroom, not until 0945, when your scheduled time to urinate," Harper intoned. She did great impressions. She had Gerald nailed. She could also merely mimic the alarm Gerald had used to signal every scheduled event in the household. The alarm was a sort of cross between a ring, a buzz, and a siren. Delilah always covered her ears when Harper felt compelled to impersonate it. Richard once asked Delilah why she and Harper needed to relieve their past regularly. She said, "It reminds us of how good things are now, and even when they seem not good, anything is better than living with Gerald." As it always did when Delilah and Harper were together, time disappeared when Delilah went out to her car. She realized she barely had the time to get home and get changed before her shift. "Why are you being so nice to me?" Delilah asked Nate when she arrived at her 2 to 10. She stood in front of the schedule posted in a bulletin board in the employee break room. Nate had scheduled Delilah for 2 to 10 shift for the full week in a row. "You gotta remember last time she worked the same shift for a week, and this shift was especially good right now because of the long as she went to bed within a couple hours of her ending the shift. She'd wake up completely in time for work. She wouldn't even need an alarm clock. She could put up with the evening rush in exchange for decent sleep." Nate looked up and doing his daily paperwork at the round table of the bulletin board. "It's my best entrance. I like it when you show up in time for work." "Well, it's easier to show up on time to work when my body can figure out what time it is," Delilah said. "Wuss, slave driver, whiner, meanie." Delilah started her shift and closed to a happy as she had been in some time. Work was going well when Nate was happy. When Nate was happy, things ran smoothly. Delilah had such a good time at work that she came back to the apartment in a good mood. She ate meatloaf and broccoli in a good mood, and she went to sleep in a good mood. The good mood disappeared, though, when she sat up in bed, muscles rigid, listening. Who was whispering? Someone was whispering. Delilah could hear indecipherable sibling words coming from where? Wide awake, she looked at her clock. It was 1:35 a.m. Again? Delilah strained for understanding the whispers, but they stopped. Now all she could hear were cars on the road. Where did some whispering come from? Ella. It had to be. Harper was right. Delilah should have looked for Ella. She should have checked, not because Ella might have been valuable or because she was a sign, but because apparently her alarm was still going off at 1:35 a.m. But Delilah didn't have time before she went to work. She checked today for sure, but couldn't believe Ella's alarm was so powerful she could hear it from here. Then again, wasn't Mary singing enough painful proof of the apartment's thin walls? Delilah lay back down in a closed eye. Ella's face filled her inner vision. Delilah opened her eyes. She sat up again. I'm not going to go to sleep until I find her, she thought. Delilah got up and pulled on sweats, stuffing her feet in a pair of slip-on clogs. She reached into her nightstand drawer and for a flashlight. The dumpsters were well lit, but if Ella was particularly buried, Delilah might have been trouble spotting her. Throwing on an ugly multicolored cardigan Harper had crocheted for her, Delilah left her apartment, went down to the silent hallway and stairs, and exited the building. Outside the air was chilly, but the sky was clear. A few stars even managed to shine through the frothy glow of the urban night. Delilah paused outside in the building and looked around to be sure she was alone. She was. Pattering around the building, she headed for the dumpsters. The yawning green trash bins sat ugly and under the spotlights of the street lamps and the diner's floodlights. One of the two had been opened before she was closed. And when they had been closed was open, they all looked a little askew, like they had been moved around. Great, if they'd been moved, finding Ella would be like playing a game of hat trick. This might take longer than Delilah had envisioned. Glancing around again, Delilah shrugged. She might as well get it over with. The roach in the middle dumpster was the one she thought she had thrown Ella into. Delilah lifted the lid, stood on her tippy toes, shone a light downside. The light landed in a mound of plastic garbage bags, a ratty old blanket, and a smattered of takeout containers. A sprinkling of empty cans. Her light didn't reveal the obnoxious smell of dirty diapers that Delilah discovered as soon as she opened the lid. Delilah gently closed the lid, careful not to let it clang shut, and if Ella was in this dumpster, she was buried. Delilah decided she'd rather check the other two dumpsters first before diving into any of them. So she did her tiptoe light aiming routine first at the open one that she thought was also been open. She chucked Ella into the dumpster. The only thing that was set in the dumpster apart was the first one. Delilah looked at a couple dozen old paperbacks cascading over piles of stuffed garbage bags. Delilah was tempted to take one of them, a murder mystery, but it had a suspicious red stain on it. It didn't want to know what the stain was. The last dumpster Delilah checked was the one she was pretty sure she'd been closed when she talked away Ella, so she was surprised to find more of the same trash and no sign of Ella. Timid, Delilah turned off her flashlight and thought for a moment. Did she really have to get in these dumpsters to dig for Ella? She didn't know for sure if it was Ella waking her up, but all she knew was Mary singing some dumb middle-of-the-night song or a cat in heat. Yeah, why did she get awakened precisely at 1:38 a.m. both last night and tonight? Confidence? Coincidence? It was possible, wasn't it? Harper's once went through this period where she kept waking up at 3:33 a.m. And then she saw 333 everywhere for a couple months. Harper researched the number and found out it was some kind of spiritual sign. What if 135 is a spiritual sign just for Delilah? She snorted and turned her back on the dumpsters. Now that was just being silly. She headed back in front of the building. She's sick of the coincidence theory for now. It was easier and less smelly than assuming Ella was in the problem. The coincidence explanation got strained when Delilah woke up at 1:35 a.m. for the third night in a row. This time she was sure it had been the sound against her window. It had been scratching sound, a tapping. Whatever it was ominous enough that Delilah immediately grabbed her flashlight and aimed it at her blinds. Then after staring at her unmoving blinds for a minute, she got up with the courage to tiptoe across the room and look behind them. Nothing was at the window and down below in the parking lot. The dumpsters had moved in their positions and they'd been the night before. Delilah blew out air. She was going to have to search every one of those dumpsters. Should she wait for daylight? That would make it easier, wouldn't it? What if someone asked what she was doing? She'd answer truthfully if she threw out something she couldn't have thrown out. Delilah left the window and took a step toward her bed. She stopped. What day was it? Looking at all the weird shifts, Delilah rarely knew what day of the week it was. She thought for a second. Wednesday. Well, crap, she grumbled. The dumpsters were emptied on Thursday mornings. Early, if she waited, Ella would be gone. But wait, that was a good thing, right? If Ella was gone, her alarm clock wouldn't go off and wake up Delilah. Delilah didn't think Ella was worth anything, and she For sure, Ella's resemblance of Emma was a fluke. There was no reason why Delilah would have climbed through stinky trash. She could just let the garbage truck take her problem away. Delilah smiled and got back in bed. Thursday night, or rather Friday early morning, Delilah was open and to see 1:35 a.m. Again. She was immediately fully alert. Her heart beat loudly, fast, and steady like a drumming beat on a timpani. This maniac pace was caused by only the time, and also reaction to Delilah's disturbingly strong feeling something was under her bed. Something was moving under her bed. But that couldn't be, could it? Delilah listened but didn't hear anything at first, but when she wondered what she was hearing, a scuttling sound on the carpet under her bed. She sat up and started to swing her left leg over to the side of the bed. She stopped. What if something was under there? It could grab her foot. She quickly pulling her foot back under the covers. Delilah reached out and turned the night stand lamp. As soon as her room was lit, she leaned over and checked the floor all around her bed. She saw nothing but a tan, cream-colored carpet she'd gotten at a yard sale. She just imagined the sound, or something was still under her bed. Delilah reached the nightstand drawer. She grabbed her flashlight, turned it on, took a deep breath, and hung her head over the bed, shining the light beneath it. Nothing was there. Okay, this was getting crazy. It was 4 nights in a row. It had to be Ella. But the dumpsters had been emptied. Delilah crossed her legs and rubbed her arms. They were covered in goosebumps. What if the trash collectors couldn't completely empty the dumpsters? Or what if Ella fell out of the bin as it was being emptied? Delilah had to check. And she had to check now. She needed to know. So repeating their steps the 2 nights before, Delilah went out of the dumpsters with her flashlight tonight, and they're all closed. They usually were after a trash pickup on Thursdays. Delilah approached the dumpsters in order, from right to left. She lifted the 3 lids and shined her light into 3 nearly empty bins. All she found were 2 bags of household trash, a bag of dirty diapers, and its corresponding nasty odor, a broken lamp, and a sad pile of old men's clothing. The only thing that could have been in Ella was a pile of clothing. So Delilah, holding her breath, hung over the edge of the dumpster clothing and used her flashlight to poke in the pile. Only thing under the clothes were more clothes. Delilah picked her way between the dumpsters and around the area surrounding them. She shined her flashlight in every dark nook and cranny, and she responded. No Ella. The doll was gone, for sure. She wasn't here. She couldn't be what was waking Delilah up at 1:35 a.m. So what was? Delilah woke up at 10:10 the next morning, and the first thing she did when she got up, besides covering her ears so she wouldn't hear Mary singing about dusting books, was call Harper and ask her to come back. She woke Harper up, but Harper never let the stuff that bother her. Sure, I'll be there in a bit, she chirped. When Harper arrived, she dropped the voluminous sack-style leather purse on the floor, flopped onto the love seat, and said, "What's the problem?" How do you know there is a problem?" Delilah sat down. "You don't normally ask me to come over." Oh yeah, Delilah was basically summoned her friend. That showed how rattled she was. "I have a question," Delilah said. "Must be a good one. Did you rescue Ella from the dumpster yesterday?" "What?" Mary sang out. "Because I feel fizzy, yay." Harper grinned. She liked Mary's songs. "The doll, Ella, did you get her out of the dumpster?" Harper ruffled her eyebrows. "Why would I do that?" You said that she'd be worth something." "Well, she could, but she's your doll, not mine. If I was going to look for her, I'd tell you." Delilah rubbed her face with her hands. "Yeah, she would have known that." "Why are you asking? Did you look and not find her?" "Yeah, I looked, sort of. I didn't dig through the trash, but when the dumpsters were emptied." "Okay, so Ella is gone. What's the big?" Delilah couldn't tell her she was being waked at 1:35 a.m. every morning. She just told her about finding the doll and throwing it out, and it didn't work. She could think of the way to tell Harper about waking up at the same time for the nights in a row, without sounding like she was overreacting. Besides, Harper would just talk about signs again if Delilah told her. "Since I'm here, you want to go get some lunch?" Harper asked. Well, Delilah waved goodbye for Harper with relief. She was glad lunch was over because in the middle of it she'd come up with an idea. Now she could find that guy. Pulling her car in the direction of her neighborhood, she run to cherry trees. She went to the search of the house where she found the garage sale. And Ella. She planned to get some answers on the doll from the doll's previous owners. Without signs to direct her, Delilah missed a turn and had to backtrack. Eventually, though, she pulled up in front of a Spanish-style house where she met Mumford and a furry chihuahua. But Mumford wasn't home. Nobody was. Even though Delilah could see from the street that their bare windows revealed vacant rooms in the house, she pulled an empty driveway and got out of her car. And inhaling the still, humid air, that wrinkled her nose at the smell that reminded her of rotting leaves. The neighborhood was unusually silent, but the only thing that she heard was a lone dog barking in the distance. This was the house, wasn't it? She studied it when turned and looked at the surrounding houses. Yes, this is it. Weird, she said out loud. But what was it? After all, the woman who had lived here had been having a garage sale. People did that before they moved, right? Delilah could read anything into the fact that there was no trace of anyone or anything in this place where she had found Ella. But why did it feel so portentous? Hoping that she might stumble over some clue to where Mumford and the woman with spiky hair might have gone, Delilah circled the house and peeked in the windows. She found nothing. The house was completely empty, but for a single wadded paper towel on the counter in the kitchen. All Delilah got was an exploration was a creepy coil of unease and wrapped herself around her chest and didn't leave, even after she particularly ran for her car and drove away as fast as she could. Back in her apartment, Delilah ate enough cookies and milk to dissipate the disquiet she'd taken away from the empty house. Okay, she said, plan B. Setting up her laptop in her bed, Delilah got comfy as she checked her watch. She had about 45 minutes before she had to go to work. Plenty of time, she hoped. The next door, Mary was singing about mushrooms, but Delilah didn't care. She was on a mission. She figured that she could find information about Ella on the internet. She rushed her head with Ella doll. She was afraid to be too general. One of millions of results gave her information. Production of the Ella doll, Delilah discovered, was discontinued for disclosed reasons. Jumping off from the fact that she tried to find out more about the doll, she kept bumping into the same useless information or text instruction booklet she had already read. Running out of time, she began crying crazy searches. Haunted Ella doll, broken Ella doll, unique Ella doll, defective Ella doll, special Ella doll. These searches took her into a lot of pointless blogs that had been nothing to do with the Ella dog, but one of the searches for special Ella doll led her to an online ad posted by a user named Phineas who was trying to find one of the dolls. His ad referenced the special Ella doll and said he was willing to pay premium for the doll's energy, whatever that meant. Delilah checked her watch. She had to get to work. So much for her clever ideas. All they'd done was put her more edge than she knew already was. 3 more nights. 3 more 1:35 a.m. awakings. One night, Delilah had wakened certain that she was being watched. Every hair in her body was bristled like an antenna and telling her she was under scrutiny. In her mind, she saw Ella's huge dark eyes boring into her soul. She lunged in her light. She thought something touched her arm, but the light revealed that she was alone. The next night, Delilah heard the rustling sound so faint that she was noticeable, but it still jolted Delilah from sleep. When she opened her eyes, the sound got louder. It was coming from her closet. As if something was rifling through her clothes, fumbling for her light, Delilah got up, strode to her closet door, and flung it open. The closet contained nothing but her clothes and shoes. The next night, a rapping sound woke up Delilah in a dream. The rapping came from the woodpecker. When she was awake, though, she realized the rapping was coming from the floor. Something was under the floorboards, tapping at the wood, as if trying to find a way out. Fighting hysteria, Delilah managed to get her light on. As soon as the room was lit up, the tapping stopped. Delilah was starting to get a little freaked out. She was so freaked out that she was having trouble sleeping. After a shift, Delilah was so exhausted she'd fall into bed, so go right to sleep, but then something would wake her at 1:35 a.m., some sound or sensation, something was beyond the periphery of Delilah's consciousness, would intrude into her sleep and drag her into wakefulness. Tonight, it was the sound of something on the wall of her apartment and Mary's. It was a scratching sound, wasn't it? Or was it droning? Could it have been an alarm? No, Delilah didn't think so. She was pretty sure something was moving around the wall. Delilah turned the light on and looked at her empty bedroom, pulled her knees under her chest, and tried to rein in a galloping heart. There was a problem with all these nocturnal intrusions. All they sounded was something trying to get her, something sneaking up behind her, beckoning her in some way. Delilah was sure it was Ella. The doll was still nearby, as she had to be. It was functional. She just didn't know how functional in a helpful way. Delilah had given this a lot of thought. A ton of thought. It was basically all she thought about for days. She decided that Ella was not at all pleased about being tossed out. Maybe being discarded activated some subterranean that turned on new functions in Ella. Hidden functions. Maybe the person who made Ella had a sick sense of humor and thought it would be fun trick to play on someone who had audacity to throw his creation away. Or maybe Ella malfunctioned. Whatever, the bottom line is that Ella was out to get Delilah. Delilah could think of no other explanation for what was happening. But what could she do about it? She stared at the thin barrier between her domain and Mary's. Mary. What if Mary had the doll? Mary's apartment looked out over the dumpsters and she was home all day. What if she saw Delilah throw the doll away and she went out and got it? Delilah had to find out. Starting to get out of bed and knock on Mary's door, Delilah stopped, and it was the middle of the night. Pounding on someone's door in the middle of the night was a good way to start a confrontation. She didn't want to get a confrontation. She didn't want Mary to get defensive and hide Ella. No, she'd have to wait until morning to try to get Mary to give up Ella by playing nice. Mary was singing about penguins when Delilah got out of the shower at 7:30 a.m. Dressing in her exercise clothes because she figured she'd need a run after speaking to Mary, Delilah went into the kitchen and warmed up a slice of peach pie she brought back from the diner the night before. She didn't know much about Mary, but she knew Mary liked pie, especially peach pie. Delilah left her apartment when Mary shifted into a verse about polar bears. When she knocked on Mary's flimsy front door, Mary belted out of line in an iceberg and went in silent. A second later, the door opened. "Miss Delilah! What a surprise!" Mary grinned and reached out to grab Delilah. Delilah barely had time to move the pie to the side before Mary's big arm pulled her to a tight hug. Delilah's nose got buried in Mary's substantial shoulder. Mary smelled like sausages, sweat, and lavender. "Hi, Mary," Delilah said when Mary released her. She followed Mary into a peaceful Japan-inspired oasis at Mary's apartment. First time Delilah had knocked on Mary's door to talk to her about singing. Delilah had been expecting to find a cluttered apartment filled with knickknacks and books. Mary just looked like the kind of woman. About 5'8", well-padded, well-middle-aged front, Mary had parmed gray door and lined fence, and a round tortoiseshell glasses perched in a slightly upturned nose. She wore clothes in layers, vests over shirts, over skirts, over dresses, usually in an unmismatched color hodgepodge. But Mary's apartment looked nothing like Mary. "Please take off your shoes," Mary sang, and Delilah forgot. "Oh, right, sorry." Delilah held the pie in one hand while she balanced one foot when she other to pull off her running shoes. She placed the shoes on the middle rack on the side of the door. When she bowed to Mary when Mary bowed to her. "I bought you peach pie," Delilah held out a warm pie container. "Oh, that's just the thing." Mary grabbed the container, bowed to Delilah again, and glided into her pristine kitchen and chopsticks. Delilah didn't know if Mary's decor and lifestyle came from the history with Japanese culture or whether Mary just fancied herself Japanese. She never asked because it felt rude to say, "What's with the Japanese stuff?" But Delilah had read enough to know that she was standing on tatami mat, and a bamboo screen hid the bedroom door that she had been ushered to blue and gray zabuton set up around the chabudai in the far side of the living room. A gnarled bonsai with a blue container sat on the chabudais. Other than the mat, the table, and the Japanese pillows, the living room was bare. As Delilah sat on one of the gray cushions, he began questioning her idea that Mary had taken the doll. What would a strange woman want with a doll? It definitely didn't seem to suit her interior decor. But then, Delilah had never seen Mary's bedroom. What if the door had a collection of dolls in frilly dresses? Mary placed a tea set in the chabudai, along with a plate of almond cookies, the pie container, and chopsticks. Having gone through the ritual before, Delilah let Mary pour the tea and offer her a cookie before she said anything. As Mary deftly scooped up a peach slice with her chopsticks, Delilah said, "I went to a cool garage sale the other day." Mary placed the peach slice in her mouth, closed her eyes, and chewed what looked like sheer joy. When she finished chewing, she leaned forward toward Delilah and waved a chopstick in front of Delilah's face. "Second-hand stuff brings second-hand energy. Old hands, bad hands, tainted with story," Mary sang. She waved her chopstick back and forth like a metronome, keeping time in her song's beat. "You don't like second-hand things?" Mary set down chopsticks, grabbed the collar of her yellow blouse with both hands, pulled the collar from her skin to shake it several times. She sang, "Penguins, penguins, pull in the cold. Polar bears scare away the old." Delilah frowned. She thought she'd figured out the second-hand song, but this new verse baffled her. Mary let go of her collar and picked up a chopstick again. Hot flashes. She broke off a piece of crust and tweezed it between her chopsticks. Delilah sipped tea and asked herself what she was doing here. How was she going to get an answer out of Mary? She better get off knocking out the woman and searching her apartment. Delilah watched Mary eat. Even with the capable of knocking someone out, which he wasn't, Delilah didn't think it would be a good idea to take on Mary. Mary is not only taller and bigger, she's probably some kind of martial arts or something. The past leaves with stains, Mary said. What? No garage sales, no antique shops, no thrift stores. I don't want to open old doors, Mary intoned. Delilah nodded. She was pretty sure she got that. If Mary didn't like old stuff because she thought old stuff had stains of the past, she wasn't likely to have pulled an old doll from the dumpster. Not unless she had done it and now she was messing with Delilah. Delilah stared into Mary's eyes. Mary stopped eating pie and stared right back. The eyes were pale green, streaked with swirls of yellow, kind of freaky. Delilah blinked and looked away. She stood. I need to go for a run, Delilah said. Yeah, I need to finish my pie, Mary said. Okay, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Sorry, just be, Mary sang. Okay, bye, Mary. Of course, Farewell was more singing. Bye-bye, so long, ta-ta, toodaloo, until later, alligator. Delilah waved at Mary and fled in a woman's apartment. On the 10th night of the chilling 1:35 a.m. awakenings, Delilah knocked her lamp onto the floor with pure panic to turn it on. Instead, she broke in it, and she, whimpering in fear at the time, got her flashlight from the nightstand drawer and flipped its switch. She was sure the flashlight was going to reveal Ella on the side of her bed that she screamed in the light bright into the room. But nothing was there. Delilah, icy tendrils scattering all over their body, shot the flashlight beam all over the room. The light quivered as it scanned the darkness because Delilah's hand was shaking. With every new shift of the flashlight's direction, she absolutely expected the light to reveal Ella's face emerging out of the dim. Where'd the doll gone? Ella had been here. Delilah was sure of it. What else could have made those soft little footsteps that snatched Delilah from her sleep? Delilah had been dreaming she was lying in a hammock alone. Then she heard footsteps, small and light, pattering closer and closer. She awakened when she reached her. Delilah kept shifting her flashlight's beam, and she was listened. There, the soft steps. She aimed her flashlight at her bedroom door. It was open. Had she left it open? She couldn't remember. She thought she closed it, but she couldn't be sure. She leaned forward to the door and cocked her head, willing her ears to tell her what she was hearing. Were those footsteps in the living room? She heard a click. What was in her front door? Wanting to go look, she also not wanting to go look. Delilah chose to give in to interior. She stayed right there where she was, clutching her flashlight and with one hand and grasping her sheets close to her body with the other. Still listening with every ounce of her being, she thought she heard the sound of the hallway. Was that Mary's door opening and closing? Delilah hesitated another few seconds when she jumped out of the bed, ran to the wall, and turned on the light. She looked around the room. Everything was normal. She turned, opened the bedroom door, the rest of the way, and ran into the living room to turn on that light. Again, everything looked as it would have. Her apartment door was closed and locked and bolted. She was alone. That was the problem, wasn't it? Delilah crossed to her love seat and pulled Harper's afghan around her shoulders. She sat sideways and her legs tucked under her. By the time Delilah had met Harper, she resigned herself to being alone. Sure, she wasn't surrounded by foster kids, but they weren't family. They weren't friends either. To Harper, none of them had loved her, and she didn't love them. None of their foster parents would love her either. No one loved Delilah until Harper came along, and even then, Harper couldn't love her enough. After her parents died, Delilah didn't think she'd ever again be loved the way her parents had loved her, until she met Richard at a Halloween party. She was a senior in high school, and he was a sophomore in college. The gazes locked over an eyeball and blood punch, and they spent the rest of the night dancing. When Richard decided to take a sabbatical from college, she begged Delilah, the love of his life, to come along. She was just 2 weeks away from turning 18, so they waited. And on her birthday, they said goodbye to Harper and the structure-happy Gerald. She headed out to Europe with Richard. It was January, and he took her to the Alps and taught her to ski. For a year and a half, they played all over Europe. Finally, Richard's dad demanded that Richard come home and start working in the family business if he wasn't going to finish college. Richard proposed to Delilah. His parents and sister, with obvious reluctance, welcomed Delilah into the family. They had a fairy tale wedding. Delilah had felt like a princess. When they moved into his parents' great guest house from that point, they had to do was stick to their plan. Richard would move up in the company. They would have babies. They'd eventually get their own place. They were going to live happily ever after. Instead, Delilah was here alone. Or not alone. She wasn't sure which was worse. Every day at 4:30 p.m., Mary left her apartment to go for her daily constitutional. Even if Mary hadn't explained this to Delilah, she would have known this because Mary sang about it. Delilah had to get through 2 more work days and 2 more terrifying 1:35 a.m. wake-ups before she got a day off and a home at 1:43 p.m. Though both of those nights, Delilah had listened in pit-pat and rat-a-tat sounds that convinced her Ella was retreating into Mary's apartment. After she tormented Delilah, Delilah was convinced that Mary and Ella were no matter what Mary had said about the old saint. So she decided that she was going to break into Mary's apartment and look for the doll. This plan was only possible because working in a diner had some perks. You get to meet a large variety of people with a large variety of skills. One of Delilah's regulars was a private detective, Hank. The night before, Delilah had asked him how hard it was to pick a lock. Depends on the lock, Hank had said, adjusting to vest to one of the 3-piece suits he always wore. Simple apartment door lock, he said. Deadbolt? Delilah had shaken her head. Mary didn't use a deadbolt. She sang aloud about trust and faith. Delilah had thought the detective could have asked her why she wanted to know, but instead he just asked if any of the women in the place had a hairpin, and she had taken one from Mr. Jeffrey, an elderly woman who came in daily for rice pudding. He led Delilah to the door of the restaurant storage room, and in 5 minutes he taught her how to pick a lock. Good thing Nate wasn't around. He wouldn't have had like knowing how easy it was to get into the supplies. So thanks to Hank, that it took Delilah only a minute to break into Mary's apartment. Once inside, she had to take another minute to get her breathing under control. Her heart felt like it was hopping around spastically like a hot oil on a flat cooktop. Her legs felt weird, as if they were trying to run away while standing still. Adrenaline, she thought. Clearly, she wasn't cut out to be a spy. She was a mess. All she had done is go inside the door. Well, why don't you get on with it if you can be done, she asked herself. But she didn't think it was going to take long. Ella wasn't in the living room unless she was invisible. That left the kitchen cabinets, the bedroom, and the bathroom. Delilah forced herself to move. She was suspected Mary's kitchen cabinets were partly filled with neatly organized. Ella was not hiding among the stoneware or inside Mary's wok, nor was she in the refrigerator and the freezer. The bathroom was similarly near empty. Just to be sure, Delilah checked the toilet tank. Not only was it empty of hidden items, it was unusually clean. Delilah moved to the bathroom. Here that she met her first challenge. Mary's bathroom was filled with storage bins, stacks and stacks of black plastic storage bins. They lined every wall in pairing of 2 each made up Mary's nightstands. Other than the storage bins, all that Mary's bedroom held was a futon and a pillow, both lying on the floor. Delilah checked her watch. She was about 40 minutes before Mary would be back. She wanted to be gone in 30 or less. To be safe, she started opening bins. Delilah discovered a lot about Mary in the next 35 minutes. She learned that Mary was at some point a teacher, and that she was a widow, and that she was made or had once had beaded jewelry, and she loved musicals, and that she come from a family with 3 kids, and that she once had a true-lit of her own who had died in a fire. Oh, a child of her own. I don't know what I thought a true-lit is. Delilah figured that gave Mary the right to be a little weird. Mary had a laptop which she apparently used to watch her movies, and she had an old manual typewriter. Mary typed up her songs. They filled 7 of the 53 bins in the room. Delilah was moving too fast as she was dripping with sweat in the first clean bins, 11 bins. Looked in every bin. L was not in any of them. Giving up and thought ahead the door, Delilah backtracked and nearly poked in the futon and the pillow. They were only places left that Ella would be hiding. No Ella. Delilah looked around to be sure to recycle the bins neatly. She hoped that she put them in the right order. Even if she hadn't, she had to leave. Now she'd gotten well past the margin for safety. She barely made it back to her apartment in time. Right after she closed the roll door, she heard Mary's singing voice calling, blood flowing, heart pumping, healthy, happy, sing. Delilah leaned against the door and then slid to the floor. She was depleted and baffled. If Mary didn't have Ella, who did? And why wouldn't Ella leave her alone? On the 13th night of Delilah's sleep invasion hell, Delilah heard an actual alarm at 1:35 a.m. It was so loud that she dreamed she was being attacked by a huge bee. She was running from the bee when she opened her eyes and reached the lamps she thought at the storage rail. This lamp was metal with LED bulbs, which wouldn't break. Delilah might, though. The night before, Delilah had wondered, without much expectation at all, if she'd been able to live through the 12 nights of Ella. Maybe it wouldn't just stop, because Delilah couldn't know sure why it had started. It could just stop, right? Wrong. It wasn't stopping. In fact, now Delilah could still hear a buzzing in her ears, like a high-pitched whirring sound. She was actually hearing that, or was that something wrong with her ears? What did that tinnitus sound like? She heard about tinnitus and run on old men who congregated in the diner daily, who grasped about the state of their bodies and the state of the world in general. He had his ears ring all the time. Delilah wasn't hearing a ringing. It was a nothing. It had stopped. Delilah turned over and put her face in her pillow. Why wouldn't Ella leave her alone? And where was she? If Delilah could destroy Ella, it would stop. But she couldn't destroy what she couldn't find. The day after she searched Mary's place, Delilah had started wondering whether if one of her other neighbors had gotten to the doll in the dumpster. She spent 3 hours knocking on every door in the building, asking if anyone found Ella. Amazingly, only 8 doors had gone unanswered. Everyone she spoke to had learned genuinely clueless about finding a doll. The next day and the next, she'd gotten to the rest of the building's inhabitants and learned the 8th unanswered door belonging to an empty unit. At 1:45 a.m. the next morning, she picked up her lock of the empty apartment and checked for Ella there. No doll. Delilah was beginning to have a problem with that meant beyond being awakened at 1:35 a.m. every night. The thing was that she wasn't about to wake up every night at 1:35 a.m. was being terrorized every night at 1:35 a.m. Every single night, some sound or smell or sensation stole into sleep and wrestled her back into wakefulness. And now, for the first time in her life, she was having trouble sleeping at all. This problem had 2 prongs. First, she was having trouble getting to sleep at the start of her night. Instead of feeling the stress ooze out of her body when she hit the bed, it always had in the past. Now she always lays down. Her stress multiplied exponentially. As soon as she had touched the pillow, she had a sense of impending doom. It felt like her heart was pounding around her chest. She began sweating and trembling. Her throat got tight. She alternately felt rigid when screaming hot. In spite of how fast her heart was beating, she couldn't catch her breath. On the second night of this, she was the 15th night of an entire ordeal. Delilah called Harper. I think I'm going to die, she told her friend. Talk to me, Harper said. You have 2 minutes. I'm about to go on. Oh, sorry. 1 minute, 55 seconds. Talk. Delilah described what she was experiencing. You're having a panic attack. What's been going on lately? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me, but do it in a minute. I'll give Harper an abbreviated version of 1:35 a.m. Sure. Why are you making such a big deal of it? So you're waking up at the same time every night? Just go back to sleep. You don't understand. Apparently not. Try again tomorrow. Harper hung up and the stage called. That was that. Left on her own, Delilah looked up the panic attacks on the computer. She discovered a variety of suggestions for dealing with them. Deep breathing, muscle relaxation, debilitated focus, visualization of a happy place. Delilah focused on the first 2, and she managed to fall asleep with only awakened at 1:35 a.m. by the sound of her deadbolt being thrown back. Launching herself from her bed, she bounded through her apartment and stopped her intruder, but no one was intruding. Her deadbolt was secure, and her panic returned. This brought her a second prong of her sleep problem. Ella's nightly intrusions into Delilah's sleep left Delilah feeling violated and petrified. She was literally quivering by the time whether it was the woke her faded into silence. She had to use the same deep breathing and muscle relaxation to go back to sleep, and they seemed to be losing effectiveness. But still Delilah tried. Lying on her her breath in and out. She was up to 254 before she and feeling a little drowsy. Somewhere around 273, she finally went back to sleep. So you think this doll is, what, haunting you? Harper asked. She sipped on her espresso and flipped around her long, high ponytail, which went well with the fitness-style, full-skirted floral dress that she had on today. No, not haunted, Delilah said. She's not a ghost, and she's not possessed or whatever. She's technology. I think she's got defective programming. And she's what? Invisible? Got the keys to your deadbolt? Able to walk through the walls? Harper threw her hands in a multitude of bracelets around her thin wrists jangled. I mean, there's technology and then there's magic. What are you talking about goes a little beyond technology, don't you think? Especially for an old doll. Delilah frowned and shook her head and infuriated her that Harper was bringing up the very points that Delilah was hung up on herself. Her theory didn't make sense, but what other theory was out there? Have you looked into the meaning of number itself? Harper asked. She looked over the counter and winked at a cute guy ordering a latte. Returning her attention to Delilah, she said, maybe your subconsciousness is trying to tell you something. You mean like the 333 thing? Harper shrugged. Maybe every number was a meaning, a resonance. Uh-huh. For as long as Delilah had known Harper, she'd been a little out there. But I'm a rigid-brained free spirit, Harper said, and the first time Delilah had laughed at one of Harper's spiritual flights of fancy. Deal with it. I'm not kidding. Let's see. Harper pulled on her phone in her pocket and tapped it a few times. Okay, here it is. Oh, hey, this is interesting. She looked up. I don't care, Delilah said. I don't want to know. I don't believe in that stuff anyway. Harper shrugged. Whatever, it's your funeral. That night, deep breathing didn't help. Delilah got sleep after an hour of lying in her bed. Exhausted but still too panicked to sleep, she sat up, grabbed her pillow and her comforter, and went out to her living room. There she was curled up on a sofa, tucked in the comforter around her, and asleep in a few more deep breaths. She was asleep and something hot started crawling at the ceiling above her. Delilah's eyes sprung open and she clawed for her flashlight, pushed a button, and aimed for the ceiling. Out of full expectancy, Ella clinging on the ceiling overhead. She even see her fingernails rasping against the drywall. But nothing was there, nothing at all. Delilah shined the flashlight all around her in the ceiling, and she was listened. Stiffening and pointing her flashlight in the corner of the ceiling, where it sounded like something was scrabbling toward the wall. Delilah sprinted, as if doing it would help her see through the pocket structures of her apartment. Of course, squinting didn't help, and neither did sleeping on the sofa. The sofa didn't keep Ella from tugging Delilah from sleep at 1:35 a.m. the next night either. But it did seem to help Delilah get back to sleep. It was only after the strange snicking sound retreated into the kitchen that Delilah was able to slow her breathing enough to find sleep again. The next night, though, the sofa had nothing to offer her. First, it took her just as long to get to sleep on the sofa as it did on the bed. Second, the sofa couldn't soothe her after she felt a light touch on her shoulder at 1:35 a.m. This time, Delilah was awake and she didn't have to turn on the light. When she woke up, she just never turned on the lights out. The fact that Delilah didn't see Ella was as soon as Delilah opened her eyes gave Delilah a clue about just how advanced her nemesis was. Ella could disappear in the blink or in the opening of an eye. Delilah knew Ella had disappeared that fast because the doll had been there. She had to be there. Something touched Delilah, a touch that only baby soft. Ella soft, little fingers with a hint of brushings against Delilah's nightskirt covered shoulder. No more than a hit of contact, but it had been enough to turn Delilah's intestines into a tangled mass of fear and transform her blood into liquid nitrogen. She felt like she was being frozen and broken apart from within. Delilah stood, clenching her comforter and her pillow. She couldn't stay out here in the living room. She looked around in the gazelle, searching for a place the lion couldn't search. Her gaze landed on the bathroom door, and she ran to the little room and dove, with her comforter and pillow, into the bathtub, curling into the tightest ball she could manage. She pulled the comforter over her bed. The next night, Delilah stared in the bathroom, and still Ella found her. At 1:35 a.m., Delilah heard something creeping through the pipes under the tub. sure Ella's hand was going to burst through the porcelain and grab her. Delilah had scrambled out of the tub and to the corner of the bathroom against the door, where she spent the next 4 hours trying to breathe. She didn't even attempt to sleep. At 5:35 a.m., Delilah got dressed and went to the diner. Nate, as she knew he would be, was baking biscuits and cinnamon rolls. "What are you doing here?" he asked when she stepped into the kitchen. "I thought putting you to the same shift all the time had eliminated your time confusion. Now you're showing up your shift that you're not interested in being late for ones you are on." Nate chopped biscuit dough as the neat squares began throwing them into perfectly straight lines into a massive bacon sheet. The diner smelled gloriously ordinary. Coffee aromingly from the scents of buttermilk and cinnamon. The sounds are uncontrollably normal, too. A couple of their early regulars and they're discussing the weather and the countries at the counter. One of the servers was whistling. The walk and the refrigerator hummed. "I need you to put me on nights," Delilah said to Nate. Nate stopped in mid-throw. He turned and raised both eyebrows. "You messing with me?" Delilah shook her head. "I'm having trouble sleeping at night. It's a thing. I figure if I work nights, I can keep sleeping during the day. I know Grace hates managing the night shift. She'd be happy to trade with me, I'm sure. You're a better manager. I like having you here when it's busy." That wasn't a compliment. It was a statement of fact and a complaint. "You're just a teddy bear under all that bluster," Delilah said. That was true. Nate complained about every employee and every customer in the diner in general, and he loved them all. "You tell anyone, I'll have to kill you." Delilah zipped her mouth shut. Nate sighed. "Okay, switch. But do what you can do to work out the thing. Thanks. Be here at 10, and do not be late. I'm going to buy 2 alarm clocks right now. Good girl." Delilah didn't know why she didn't think of it before. How could Ella plague Delilah at 1:35 a.m. if Delilah was already awake at the time? There was no way Ella could sneak up on Delilah at the restaurant, so all Delilah had to do was work nights until Ella ran out of juice or whatever. Problem solved. Even though Delilah had never liked the night shift when she'd worked it before, she was so buoyed by her plan to be free of Ella when she went to work in the best mood she'd been in a long time. She was so upbeat when she clocked in at 9:55 p.m. that Glenn, the night shift cook, asked her if she was all right. "Freedom, Glenn," she said. "This is what freedom feels like. Weird is what you look like." But he grinned to let her know he didn't hold it against her. Glenn was a huge guy with a gut that sometimes caught fire when he hung it over a grill. In spite of his size, he was energetic. She thought he was pretty young, maybe in his late 20s. He had a baby face, chin-length sideburns, and kind brown eyes. She liked working with him. For 3 hours and 39 minutes, Delilah felt great. She chatted with all the late-night regulars, letting a couple of old guys flirt with her. She didn't even mind the couples, the ones who came in late and after late shows, the ones who used to make her feel desperately alone. At 1:34 a.m., Delilah stepped into the walk-in refrigerator and grabbed some cheese and some lettuce. For some reason, salads were popular tonight. Right as she was bending to reach for the cheddar when she heard an alarm going off in the kitchen. Rising up, she whacked her head on the shelf above her, but she ignored the pain and looked at her watch. It was 1:35 a.m. Turning out in the walk-in, Delilah spun in a circle in the kitchen. "Where's that coming from?" she shouted. Delilah looked up from the grill. Jackie, the night server, dropped the plate and stared at Delilah with wide blue eyes. "Where's what coming from?" Glenn asked. "That." The alarm was similar to the torture device that Gerald had used. It had the same ringing, buzzing, shrieking undulation. Delilah ran into the deep fryer and looked at its controls. No, it wasn't going off. She checked the ovens. They weren't even being used. She tore into the employee break room. No, the sound wasn't coming from in there. It was out in the kitchen. Delilah returned to the middle of the stainless steel maze and began searching through pots, pans, and utensils. She didn't do it neatly or methodically, and when she tossed her third pan, Glenn grabbed her arm. "Hey, Lady Delilah, you tripping?" "What?" Delilah rested her on Glenn's grass. "No, don't you hear the sound?" "Stop." Delilah tilted her head and listened, but all she could hear was now normal diner noises. She looked at Glenn and at Jackie, who was staring like Delilah had turned into an elephant. "You two didn't hear that?" she asked. "You heard you shouting and throwing pans around," Gladys said. Delilah looked at Jackie, a year or two younger than Delilah, and still unsure of herself. Jackie wore bright blue glasses, lenses that made her eyes look huge in shock. Jackie shook her head. I didn't hear anything. I mean, other than, you and the usual, stuff. This couldn't be happening. How could Ella have followed Delilah over here? Well, why couldn't she follow Delilah over here? Hadn't Ella already demonstrated that pretty much whatever she wanted? Which is crazy. Which is technology gone airy, right? You gonna be okay? Glenn asked. Delilah shook her head. Yeah. And she figured that she would be. At least she didn't have to try to go to sleep with her heart pounding so loudly she was sure Glenn and Jackie could hear it and were being too polite to say so. So her plan hadn't worked, and the upside was either adrenaline-driven energy surge for work instead of trying to fight it when she would go to sleep. Maybe tomorrow night because she was prepared for the alarm sound now, she could ignore it and got on with her shift. Maybe her new plan would work after all. On the second night shift, Delilah made sure she wasn't alone at 1:35 a.m. She stuck close to Glenn when she didn't seem to mind, but in spite of being with him, she still lost it. He couldn't help it. Tonight, for the first time, she hadn't heard or sensed anything. She'd seen something. She'd seen a flash of bright blue in the walk-in when Jackie opened the door. When she saw what she was sure was Ella coming out of the walk-in, Delilah screamed and pressed against Glenn. He didn't seem to mind that either, but when he did ask why she was screaming, she had no answer for him. At 1:30 a.m., the third night of Delilah's switch to night shift, Delilah was behind the counter. She decided the way to make sure nothing spooked her tonight was to stay out here in the open, well away from the walk-in. When Mrs. Jeffrey, the rice pudding regular, came into the diner, Delilah was thrilled. She would serve Miss Jeffrey, and 1:35 a.m. would just go on by. Hi, Delilah. Miss Jeffrey took a seat on one of the swiveling paddled counter stools. Her eyes were puffy. Delilah leaned in the counter. Hi, Miss Jeffrey. Having trouble sleeping? Miss Jeffrey patted her tousled hair. I suppose it's obvious. I do hope you still have some rice pudding left. Absolutely. I'll just stop. She looked over her shoulder when glanced at the clock. It was 1:33 a.m. Where was Jackie? No way did Delilah want to go back to the walk-in. She was sure Ella would be in there waiting for her. Jackie? She called. No answer. Jackie came out with a bellow. Glenn stuck it out of the kitchen. Is there a problem? Delilah tried to calm her breathing. She was building up a full-blown anxiety attack, and she didn't want to have one of those in front of her customer and co-workers. Delilah looked at Mrs. Jeffrey. An elderly woman's brown eyes were wide. Sorry, Delilah said. It's just... Stopping the counter stool next to Mrs. Jeffrey, he started spinning back and forth. She blinked and then realized Ella was on the stool. Ella was playing on the stool. Stop it, Delilah clambered over the counter and grabbed the stool. That's when Jackie entered the dining room. Delilah glanced at Jackie and she realized she was sprawled over the counter, her butt up in the air. No wonder Jackie was gawking at her up and mouth. Are you alright, dear? Mrs. Jeffrey asked. Delilah slid off the counter. Didn't you see the doll on the stool? Doll? That's my purse, dear. Miss Jeffrey patted a bright blue purse that sat on the stool next to her. Delilah back there on the counter. She checked the clock, and of course it was 1:35 a.m. The next night, something similar happened. Delilah stayed in the dining room. She was still traumatized at 1:35 a.m. when she saw something moving around in the trash bin under the counter. Wanting to believe it was a mouse, even though that would have been horrible for the diner, she used the fork to search the rubbish, and she didn't find a mouse. But she spotted a pink ruffle that made her drop the fork and jump back. She resisted the urge to scream but she hadn't been able to resist the urge to hurl the trash bin out of the back door of the diner, scattering trash, but no Ella, who, as usual, was instantly moved on all over the pavement. Delilah couldn't contain her reactions. She knew Glenn and Jackie were watching her, but that wasn't enough to keep her calm. It was the fifth night of the night shift that Delilah in. Even though it hadn't worked so well yet, Delilah still thought it was the safest place for her in the diner. It was the main dining room. She did her best to avoid closing spaces like the walk-in, the supply room, and Nate's office. At 1:30 a.m. on the fifth night, the diner was empty of customers. Delilah and Jackie were filling a small glass salt and pepper containers. Delilah had salt, Jackie had pepper. They had the tray of containers set up at the table by the diner's front window, and they had sat on the opposite sides of the table. While they worked, Jackie chattered about college classes. Delilah tried to pay attention, and she was mentally counting down the minutes and seconds to 1:35 a.m. Was it going to be tonight? Every Muslim joined Delilah's body was stiff with dread. But when Delilah spotted something bright blue flutter through the parking lot in the front diner, Russell's joints released and went into action. She jumped up, knocking a tray of salt and paper shakers onto the floor. A loud crash, she spinning out of the diner front door. Rushing through the nearly empty parking lot, she scanned for Ella's dress. She showed that's what she'd seen. She'd seen the trailing edge of Ella's fluffy dress. The doll was out here. She'd been watching Delilah. That's when she didn't see Ella. Delilah started looking under the two parked cars at the end of the lot. She was bending to check under the first one when someone grabbed her shoulder. She screamed, "Okay, you're okay." It was Glenn. His face looked pale in mottled light. "Did you see her?" Delilah asked. "See who?" She looked in Glenn's eyes were so sympathetic and concerned. Delilah crumpled in Glenn's arms and started to cry. Delilah thought it was pretty amazing that she'd gotten through 23 nights of 1:35 a.m. horror without crying. In fact, she even noticed that she didn't cry. But once she started crying, she couldn't stop. She cried so much after Glenn got her inside, she called Nate and asked him to come in. Nate arrived as Jackie was sweeping up broken glass from the diner floor while Delilah sat in the back room trying to get her body up and stop twitching. Nate talked to Glenn and Jackie. She couldn't hear what they said, but figured they would say something on her own behalf. She stood. "Come with me," Nate said. Good. She was taking her to his office and she could claim things there. Or not. As soon as they entered his office, Nate closed the door behind him. "I'm sorry, Delilah, I have to let you go." Delilah looked at Nate with wide eyes and felt bruised and lacerated. "Don't look at me like that." Nate went around the office and dropped into the leather chair. Delilah twisted her mouth and tried not to whisper. "I've cut you all kinds of slack for being late. I've worked around your thing and it's too much. Jackie says you've been acting super weird." She gave the words air quotes. "The last 4 nights and now this. I can't keep an employee who freaks out customers be trays full of salt and pepper shakers. Nate, I don't even try to give me a sob story. I'm not your father. Whatever you're going on that made you do what you did tonight is something we need to work on your own, outside this diner. You're a good worker and you're here in focus, and I can't afford the liability risk of you acting like this." He rubbed his beard. I'll have someone bring you your last check tomorrow." Delilah stood in front of Nate's scared old desk and looked at his neat little paws. She turned. She wasn't good to beg for the job. As she left for the diner, she wasn't even thinking about the job. She was thinking about Ella. Every night was getting worse. How was she going to get through another 1:35 a.m.? When Richard had asked Delilah to move out of his parents' great house, she had no place to go. She'd gone to Harper. Harper welcomed her with open arms, but unfortunately Harper lived in a house with 10 other struggling actors. All Harper had to offer was half of a double-sized bed mattress and a floor that was once a massive walk-in closet. Massive for a closet, but not a great place to sleep. Harper loved her retreat. She got the bed, and she got to organize all her clothes on the racks and shelves in the closet. Delilah hated the tiny space. It gave her claustrophobia. Plus, Harper snored and talked in her sleep. Delilah had not only stayed with Harper 3 days before getting her apartment with the money Richard had given her, so it said a lot with her state of mind that she called Harper when she got home from work and asked if she could stay with Harper for a few nights. "Sure thing," Harper said. "We'll have a slumber party. You don't even know 1:35 has come and gone." Delilah wanted to believe that was true. She tried to believe it. Harper was performing that evening. She did 6 evenings a week, so she still left Delilah in the care of one of her housemates, a funky guy named Rudolph, who spent the afternoon and evening teaching Delilah a card game he created. She never did fully understand it, but he had to admit it was entertaining. Rudolph was funny and nice too. By the time Harper got home about 12:30 a.m., Delilah was surprisingly relaxed. "Okay," Harper said, dragging Delilah away from the disappointed Rudolph. "You don't get to keep her as a pet, Rudy," she chastised. He stuck out his lower lip and then grinned at Delilah as Delilah followed Harper on the second floor of the house. "I have munchies," Harper said. "The salty kind, guaranteed to keep away snarky high-tech dolls." Delilah's stomach did somersault at the word doll. Harper led Delilah into her bedroom, threw several bags and boxes of chips and crackers in the mattress, and then said, "I need to go wash off the face paint. Be right back." Delilah sat on the mattress, opened a box of cheese crackers and nibbled on one. Her stomach continued to do gymnastics. When Harper returned, she entered Delilah with towards the evening's performance. "So first Manny forgot his line, and then he said, 'my line,'" Harper said as he ordered a bag of barbecue potato chips. "Imbecile. I had to think fast, so I kissed him." "What was that in character?" "My character's a bit of a doodle bug, so pretty much anything is in character." Delilah looked at her watch. It was 12:55 a.m. "Hey, did you just look at your watch?" Harper grabbed Delilah's arm. "Give me that." Delilah didn't resist when Harper took out Delilah's watch and stuffed it under her pillow. She didn't need anyway. She knew when 1:35 came. "No watch, no 1:35 a.m. Harper wiped her hands in that gesture. Delilah wanted it to be that easy, but it wasn't. She knew exactly when 1:35 a.m. rolled around. She knew because suddenly a voice said, "It's time." Delilah jumped up and hit her head on the rack above her head. "What are you doing?" Harper asked her at the same time. Delilah ducked her head under the rack and said, "Did you do that?" And they both spoke at the same time again. "What do you mean?" Delilah said. "Do what?" Harper said. They both stopped. Delilah could still hear Gerald's voice in the ear repeating, "It's time," in a receding echo. Delilah looked down at Harper. "Did you hear that?" Harper frowned up at Delilah. "I didn't hear anything except Raw's oldies music and the movie Kay and Julia are watching downstairs." "You didn't just mimic Gerald?" "I'm sitting right in front of you. I'm eating potato chips. How could I have mimicked Gerald?" Harper popped a chip in her mouth with deliberate emphasis. She chewed loudly. Delilah shook her head, and she realized she was shivering when she had to clench her teeth together to keep them from chattering. "Then you must have Ella." "What?" Delilah's neck was starting to hurt when she caught her position under the closet rack, and her legs felt weak. She sank in the bed. "You know what Gerald sounds like?" So, would you program Ella to sound like him? Record yourself mimicking him or something?" Harper shoved aside a bag of chips and leaned toward Delilah. "I want to be sure I'm understanding what you're saying," narrowed her eyes. "You're saying I took your wacky doll and somehow got her to work, and I recorded my impression of Gerald on the doll and play it for you? Is that what you're saying?" Delilah shook her head. "No." Harper asked. "Then what are you saying?" "That is what I'm saying. You're just crazy is what you're just. I don't have the stupid doll. I never saw the stupid doll, and I had seen the doll. I had taken the doll. I sure would have recorded something that on it to scare you. Why would I do that?" "I don't know." Delilah looked at her head. She felt a little stupid. Why would Harper do that? She remembered the voice she heard, and who else could have done it? "You tell me," Delilah said. "Why did you do it?" "I didn't do it," Harper shouted. Delilah flinched when she whispered, "But there's no other explanation." Harper stared at Delilah. "Geez, Dell, you're losing it, girl." She shoved the junk food off the bed and curled up with the side of her back to Delilah. "I'm going to sleep." "I wish I could." "You could," Harper said. "Just get out of your head. It's not me, it's Ella." Harper sighed and started breathing deeply and evenly. "Must be nice," Delilah muttered. The next day, Delilah spent the day hanging out with Harper and her housemates because she couldn't fall asleep until almost 7 a.m. Harper woke her up when she got about 10 a.m. Delilah was fuzzy and sleep deprived, and she felt like someone had stuffed her brain with cotton candy. When she got up, Harper assumed either to forget gotten Delilah's accusations or forgiven them. She didn't say anything about what happened between them, and she was her usual vicious self all day. Delilah decided not to say anything else about Ella, who also decided, though, that she wasn't staying here tonight, and she'd leave while Harper was at the theater. She didn't know until she walked in her car at 4:35 p.m. where she was going to go. It came to her in a flash of brilliant insight. She would go to a motel on the other side of town. Ella wouldn't be able to find her there. Delilah didn't think of anyone else, like Harper, would find her there either. She wasn't going to use name or anything, but Harper wouldn't process things in the sort of organized way that she think to do in a search of motels and find out her friend was staying there. So at 6:15 p.m., after Lila ate a burger and fries at the fast food place, she checked out of the Bed for You motel on the outskirts of the scruffier side of town. The quality level of the hotel was evident in both the name and the fact that the fading sign announced a bed and a TV in every room. "Talk about luxury," Delilah said as she parked her car over weeds growing through cracks of the time-worn asphalt. The price was right, though. Trying not to breathe in smells of bleach and stowed cabbage in the hotel's small brown lobby, Delilah paid for 3 nights. She was happy that the total barely made a dent in the credit limit on her one credit card. She was also happy that she got the room at the far end of the long, low building in the back. Away from traffic, the heavy woman behind the desk wasn't interested in Delilah at all. She was too busy watching the documentary about spiders and an old TV mounted on the wall next to a check-in counter. The whole hotel room was surprisingly neat and clean, done in the same ugly brown tones Delilah had found in the lobby. The room wouldn't win any beauty prizes, but it smelled fresh and everything worked. The bed was even comfortable, because the only other surfaces in the room suitable for sitting were a couple of straight-backed, cloth-covered chairs. Delilah plopped on the bed as soon as she bolted the door and set her stuff in a low barrel across from the bed. She was pleased to discover the motel was pretty well insulated. The traffic was on the busy road in front of the motel. It was a distant shh, and Delilah couldn't hear anything else. She thought she might watch some TV when she got back in the room, but she tired and risked lying back on the pillow, tense, expecting the usual panic attack symptoms. She was filled when she felt nothing but exhaustion. She closed her eyes. and sleep took her from the motel room into a promise or potent of her dreams. The sound crept through her sleep like a spider crawling through her synapses, leaving silken trails along her neural pathways, and scuffing sound like something scooting over a rough surface. Her mind couldn't make enough sense of it or integrate it into her dream about riding horses, so the horse in her dream threw her off, and she came face to face with the spider. She screamed, and the scream slung her back into consciousness. Delilah's eyes opened, and she realized she was still screaming. He pressed her lips together and bit her tongue. She wanted to get up and run, but she couldn't. She was paralyzed. Wait, was she awake? That she thought she was. However, it was something crawling on the roof. It made a similar sound to one in her dream, but this sound was worse. It wasn't the sound of some spider going on about his business. It was a strategic sound. It startled, it stopped, it moved here, moved there. It was searching sound, a seeking sound, and a sound of something with an objective. And Delilah knew she was the objective. Ella had found Delilah and looking for a way into the motel room. Whining like a kitten and being hunted by a coyote, Delilah struggled to free her limbs from whatever force held her immobile. But she was still pinned to the bed. The only thing she could do was move her head, and she turned her head and looked at the digital clock on the bedside table. It read, of course, 1:35 a.m. As soon as Delilah saw the time, she discovered she could move. She thrashed free of the bedspread, and she managed to wrap her around herself in her sleep. She jumped from the bed and crouched against the wall of the door. Her gaze riveted on the ceiling. Flashing dark red light and neon sign next door to the motel splayed across the ceiling like a blood spatter. It was sporadically illuminated by the flickering fluorescent lamp that lit up the motel walkways of the parking lot. This meant Delilah could see what she needed to see. Nothing was coming through the ceiling, but that didn't comfort her. Ella had other ways to get into the room, and even if she did get into the room, the very fact that she was outside the room on the roof meant that Delilah's brief respite was over. There was no getting away from Ella. Delilah began rocking back and forth like a child, and she hummed until daylight broke. She didn't know what she was humming at first, and then she recognized the tune. It was humming an old lullaby her mom used to sing to her when she was little. Even though Delilah had paid for 3 nights, she left the motel room at noon the next day. There was no point in staying. She couldn't sleep, and there wasn't safe there. She was pretty sure she wasn't safe anywhere, but Delilah figured about being immobile wasn't a bad idea. This assumed, though, that Ella's circuits hadn't noted the make, model, color, and maybe even the license plate of Delilah's car. Ella had. After all, ridden to the apartment in the car, she probably could have left some sort of tracker on it. Delilah's drive was no doubt a pointless waste of time and gasoline. What else could Delilah do? So she drove. She drove all afternoon and all evening. She drove all over the city, exploring the neighborhoods she hadn't known existed. She gazed longingly at the big family homes and children playing in the park. She cruised the shopping district, remembering what it was like to be able to buy whatever she wanted, and also remember how little pleasure it had given her. She never wanted things, she wanted love. When the sun started going down a little after 6, Delilah realized she was being stupid, very stupid. Why was she staying in the city? Why don't get out of town? Drive out of the country. Wouldn't it be harder for Ella to reach her there? Delilah turned to the busy corner and pointed her car toward the freeway. Then she immediately turned again, looping back to the neighborhood she just left. Maybe she wasn't being stupid after all. What if the city was helping her, keeping her safe? What if Ella would be free to do whatever she wanted to Delilah if they were away in a populated area? Besides, in her country, it was dark. Very dark. And in the country, it was dark, very dark. Delilah had only one small flashlight. She didn't think she could stand facing 1:35 a.m. in the pitch dark. No, she'd stay in town. But where? Going into a drive-thru in the fast food burrito place, Delilah bought a chicken and rice burrito with sour cream. Weirdly, even though she was so scared, she was probably just one more shock from full-blown hysteria. But she still had her appetite. Maybe her body knew she needed nutrition to handle what was coming her way. Delilah ate a burrito at the drive-in movie theater she discovered on the west of the edge of the city. She had no idea what was there. She was happy to find it, though. It kept her awake until nearly midnight. That's when the last movie, a chase scene, heavy action flick, ended, and Delilah had to join the ragged line of cars straggling out of the drive-in. That's when she decided where she would be when 1:35 came around. She thought about parking her car behind a dark building in a quiet neighborhood near an unoccupied house. But did she really want to make it easy for Ella to get her? No, it would be better if she was driving around at 1:35 a.m. She never tried that before. Maybe that was the trick. So as her limb got more jittery and her breath came faster, her lungs got tighter. Delilah drove closer and closer to the city center. She wanted to be where people still meandered her sidewalks. Bright lights turned night into day. At 1:33 a.m., Delilah had an even more inspired idea. She drove onto one of the big bridges. Surely Ella wouldn't go to her there, especially since the decision to hit on the ramp to the bridge was spontaneous as you could get. Even though in the middle of the night at least a dozen cars were on the bridge, Delilah's hands sweated on the repositioning them on the steering wheel. She blinked several times in clear vision, which was becoming blurry. She concentrated on the road and forced herself not to look dashboard digital clock, but she knew when 1:35 a.m. arrived. She knew because that's when she heard her passenger door unlock and unlatch. Gasping and closing control of the car for an instant, Delilah turned the wheel to get back in her lane. The swooshing sound of wind coming through the open passenger door hit her just before she heard the passenger door slam closed again. She glanced to her right, her whole body charged with terror. She fully expected to see Ella sitting in the car next to her, but nothing was there. All she saw was in her car was a big bag of fast food trash and her purse and her flashlight. Almost across the bridge, she put her gaze back on the road, but something hit the roof of her car with a thunk. Delilah screamed and jammed her foot onto the accelerator. Car scooted forward, and she pulled out past the minivan, barely missing its back bumper. She then dragged her car to the right of the lane, and she could take the first exit off the bridge. Driving like a mad woman, Delilah careened onto the industrial road, running parallel to the river, and pulled over when she reached a boarded-up factory. Her car skidded into a stop, spraying gravel. Delilah had the engine off, and I was about to get out of the car. A minute, vehicle stopped moving. She didn't bother to lock it up, and she grabbed her purse, flashlight, slammed the driver's door behind her, and ran. She ran toward the river behind the factory, her feet crackling over crumbling concrete and trash. She ran until she was hidden from the road. Her car was no longer in sight either. Delilah could still see where she was going because of the factory, though empty, was well lit. She stopped running and looked around. She had no idea where she was, and she didn't feel safe. But she didn't feel safe. Where would she ever feel safe again? Turning in a full circle, she scanned her surroundings. Maybe if she could hide it from Ella now, the doll wouldn't find her later. But where could she hide? Delilah spotted a drainage pipe far side of the factory. It was huge, maybe 4 feet in diameter. She could crawl into that easily. Striding across the dirty gravel lot filled with potholes, Delilah headed toward the drainage pipe. But halfway there, she stopped. She couldn't take her purse with her. She couldn't take anything with her. She didn't know what linked her to Ella. Turning in another circle, Delilah saw a stack of railroad ties. That should work. She checked her surroundings again, and she was alone. She ran over to the railroad ties, hid her purse in the crevice. Then she looked around once and bolted over to the drainage pipe. She crawled inside and hunkered down. She realized she was lightheaded and was hyperventilating. Leaning over her head between her knees, she attempted to shorten her breath, taking in less oxygen that she was sure she needed. She wished that she had a paper bag. There was one in the car. She couldn't go back there. She couldn't go back to any place she'd ever been before. She couldn't go back to her life. Ella was going to find her anywhere, even here. Delilah fell onto her butt and curled up in a ball, hugging her legs close. She tried to stay silent, but she couldn't. She began to keen. The sound that came from her wasn't like any sound she made before. Not even when her parents died, not even when her first foster home refused to keep her, not when her first foster home dad beat her, not even when Gerald scheduled that she could blow her nose, not even Richard threw her out. The sound contained every hurt, fear, and crushing disappointment she ever had, all rolled in one screeching rejection of pain. The sound she made the night of a woman who had no strength left. She couldn't fight anymore. Delilah closed her mouth, her throat hurt, her lungs hurt, her heart hurt. She couldn't stop quaking. Her whole body was almost cultivating with apprehension. No, not apprehension. Delilah was so far beyond a known version of fear that she didn't feel human anymore. She was never going to feel safe again. Delilah sobbed as she got on her hands and knees. She couldn't stay here. Ella would know where she was. Crawling as fast as she could, her hands stinking from the rough concrete surface chafing at her skin, Delilah clambered out of the drainage pipe. She stood. Where could she go? Delilah began to run again. She ran parallel to the river, scanning this way and that, looking for a way out, looking for an escape hatch and ejection seat, something to take her as far from Ella as she could get. She didn't know how long she ran before she stumbled into what looked like an abandoned construction site. Its lumpy outlines were shrouded by darkness, with street lamps sent enough light over it to reveal its basic outline. She slowed her pace, aimed for her flashlight, and studied the weathered sign announcing the project. It looked like an office complex. Shoving at the dirty board covering opening side of what seemed to be a 3-story structure, Delilah settled into the site. The answer in her plight was in here. She was sure of it. Someplace here she was going to find a way to escape hell forever, but where? Picking her way into the board sprinkled with nails and screws, weaving around stacks of lumber and drywall, Delilah made her way into the room that nearly completed. The drywall wasn't just up, but it was also textured and painted. And here, And there, high up on the inside of the wall, was her answer. An vent opening, uncovered, barely big enough for her to slip into. That was the way. That was where she would stop running from Ella. Looking around the room for a way to boost herself up to the opening, she spotted an upturned sawhorse. She trotted over to it, righted it, and carried it to a spot below the vent. It was strong and stable. Stopping to listen, she was sure she was alone. Delilah hoisted herself into the sawhorse, stood on her tiptoes, and was able to tilt her hand over in front of the vent opening. From there, she did a pull-up, thankful for all the upper body strength she got from heavy cleaning in the diner. Once her head was level in a vent opening, she reached with one arm something for a kind of handhold, which she didn't find one, but her sweaty hand stuck to the metal enough to give her some purchase. She was able to wiggle her upper body into the vent opening by going one hand length at a time. Once she was far into the vent, she had to wiggle her whole body like a snake into the vent, but she didn't feel safe. She stopped wiggling for a moment, taking stock. Turning on her flashlight, she started a downward turn in the vent. She inched toward it. Yes, that was it. Aiming her head into the chute-like space, she scooted forward. A little farther and a little farther. Her flashlight slept in her sweaty hand and clinked against the metal vent walls as it dropped out of Delilah's reach. She heard it impact something with a sharp crack. It must have been broken because the space went dark. Delilah's shoulders wedged so tightly in the compact metal enclosure, she finally found it. This is where Ella couldn't find her. No one would find her here. Trying to move just to be sure, she confirmed that she was stuck, completely and thoroughly stuck. Her breathing slowed, she relaxed. She couldn't move in any direction. She could never have to run from Ella again.
To tell the truth, Stanley didn't like the place. Something about the way it's hidden from the passerby made him wonder what secrets were being kept here. Was it the legitimate business, or were sketchy deals made under the table? Stanley didn't know. When he was hired, the supervisor had told him that his job was on a need-to-know basis. And as far as the business was concerned, Stanley didn't need to know anything. After a year and a half on the job, the only thing Stanley knew was for sure that his paycheck always cleared at the bank. To get to work, he had to walk through the storage yard stacked high with lumber, concrete blocks, and steel girders. Concealed in the middle of the building materials was a stairway leading underground. A single low-waiting light bulb illuminated from the dark steps, just enough for him to find his way down safely. At the bottom of the stairs, he had to pass some stinking biowaste bin. Biowaste. Sorry, I can't read white very well. He passed by every night. It always had the same exact mixture of foul odors, something chemical, something like rotten food, and something most disturbingly, something like how he imagined the smell of decaying flesh. The stench set a tone for what Mike Stanley was about to stand. Just like how the biowaste bin, Stanley's job stank. He scanned his ID badge, and a huge metal door opened a groan that always seemed to express how Stanley felt his upcoming shift. Sometimes he groaned at night along with it. The facility was dark and lacked proper ventilation because he was an underground location. There was always a level of dampness in the air that made Stanley feel clammy. Supposedly, the building was a factory, but even on the inside, it provided no clue to what kind of work might have been going on down there. The building was a network of dim hallways, faintly illuminated by sickly greenish lights. Networks of black pipes snaked overhead. Throughout the hallways were giant locked metal doors. Stanley had no idea what was behind them. If there were a factory, it would stand no reason that people were on the premises manufacturing something. Sometimes Stanley could hear the banging and rumbling of some kind of machinery behind the big locked doors. He assumed that there must be other workers in the building, people operating the machinery, but during the entire time on the job, he had to lay eyes on another human being. It was strange to be a guard and not really know what you were guarding. Stanley looked down the hallway, hearing hissing and clanging from behind one of the metal doors, and scanned his ID to enter the security office. He settled down at the desk where he could watch all the building's entrances and exits on the facility high-tech monitors. Stanley had been hired to work in the faculty all year, and a half ago. At the job interview, it became obvious that the job was unlike any other security guard position he had ever held before. The supervisor who hired him was a strange little bald man with too large suit who fidgeted and seemed to have a hard time meeting Stanley's eyes. "It's not a difficult job," the man said. "Just sit in the security office, watch a building exit to the managers, and make sure nothing gets out." "Nothing gets out?" Stanley had asked. "In other jobs, I've always watched to make sure nobody gets in."
Well, this is another job, the twitchy little man had said, getting a sudden interest in the papers on his desk. Just watch all the exits, and you'll be fine. Yes, sir, Stanley had said. He was confused, but he didn't want to make trouble. He had been laid off from his previous position, and the bills were piling up. He needed this job. When do you think when do you think you can start? The man had asked him, looking in the general direction of Stanley's face, but still not meeting his eyes. As soon as you need me, sir. Stanley had been expecting a more rigorous interview. Usually, for security guards, there's a lot of questions, personality tests, references to be followed up on, an extensive background check. Companies wanted to make sure that they weren't hiring a fox to guard the hen house. As Stanley's granny used to say, excellent, the man had said what was almost a smile. We have a sudden vacancy. I'm afraid. If we are urgently for someone to fill the position. Guy up and quit on you? Stanley had asked. In matter of speaking, the man had said, looking past Stanley. Unfortunately, the private security guard passed away suddenly. Very tragic. What happened to him? Stanley had asked. He knew that there were inherent dangers on the job, but if a prior guard had been killed on the line of duty, he felt like he ought to be told about it. If this job was especially dangerous, he needed to know what he was signing up for and made an informed decision. Massive heart attack, I'm afraid, the man had said, looking down and shuffling some papers on his desk. We'll never know how much time we're given, do we? No, sir, Stanley had said, thinking of his dad, whom he had lost recently. The man had nodded thoughtfully and then looked at Stanley. But I think you'll find it an easy job. Just keep an eye on those exits. Make sure everything is supposed to be in the building and stays in the building and you'll be fine. Yes, sir, Stanley had said. Thank you. He'd reached out to shake the man's hand, bony and little, and just like that, he had the job. As a result, Stanley had spent the last year and a half monitoring exits to make sure nothing got out, even though he was entirely sure that the phrase he had even meant. I had the man who hired said nothing instead of nobody. That Stanley was it. That exactly was it Stanley was watching for. He had to have thought he might ask the strange, twitchy little man about it one day, but brief at that job interview, Stanley had never seen him again. Stanley unscrewed the lid on the thermos of coffee. He got ready for another long, lonely night. He wouldn't mind the lonely nights so much if his days weren't lonely too. Up until 2 weeks ago, when Amber and his girlfriend were more than 2 years, dumped him, his days have been brighter. During the old working hour, Stanley would finally work forward to the time he had waited once he clocked out 7. He would walk over to City Diner across the street for breakfast, eggs, bacon, toast, and crusty, oniony hash browns. Once his belly was full, he walked back to his apartment, fall into an exhausted sleep for a few hours. Afterward, he wake up, eat a sandwich, do a little cleaning or laundry, and then play video games until Amber got off work at the grocery store at 5. Amber only brought over ingredients for dinner. She loved the cooking shows on TV and liked to try out new recipes, which was fine with Stanley. He loved to eat, and he had a belly to prove it. He wasn't fat exactly, just well padded, and like a comfortable sofa. Spare ribs with plum sauce, chicken abado, chicken carbonara, whatever new recipe Amber wanted to experiment with, Stanley was happy to eat. Amber and Stanley would cook dinner together, and then they would sit across from each other at his little kitchen table and eat and talk about their days. Since Amber actually saw people at the job, she often had funny stories about things that had happened in the store. After they loaded the dishwasher, they'd cuddle on the couch and watch TV shows or a movie until it was time for Stanley to get ready for work. Most of the dates were cozy nights in, but on Stanley's nights off, they'd go out to dinner, usually at Luigi's Spaghetti House or Wong's Palace, and see a movie or go bowling. Stanley's time with Amber always felt happy and comfortable, and he had thought that she felt the same way. But on a terrible day, when she broke up with him, she said, "The relationship is as stagnant as a frog pond. It's not going anywhere." Blinded, Stanley had said, "Well, where would you like it to go?" She had looked at him with a question and part of the problem. "That's just it, Stanley. You shouldn't have to ask." Stanley was barely 25, and Amber was the first serious girlfriend he ever had. He loved her and had told her so, but he didn't feel emotionally, financially ready to engagement or marriage. He thought that what he and Amber had was enough for now. It was too bad she didn't feel that way too. A few days before, Stanley had gone to his nephew Max's 5th birthday party with his sister Melissa's house. It was the first time he'd left the house to go anywhere but work since the breakup. At first, the sight of the playful scores and the familiar festivities of the balloons, cake, and presents had cheered him up a little. He had come in his uniforms because he knew Max thought it was cool, and it was turned out the other boys Max's age thought it was cool too. They had swarmed to him and say things like, "Your badge is so shiny," and "Do you chase bad guys?" They were a hoot. Stanley liked the little kids. He always had. After the kids had gone back to the party game, Stanley had listened to the parents who were standing around talking and laughing about things their kids said or did. He started thinking, what if Amber had been his last chance to settle down and have kids, and he had blown it? What if he was doomed to always be a bachelor uncle at his nephew's birthday party, standing on the sidelines and never somebody's husband, somebody's dad? It didn't help that Todd, Stanley's brother-in-law, had settled up to him and said, "Hey man, I was picking up a takeout order Luigi's the other night and saw your ex on the date with the manager of the snack space." Stanley had nearly choked on the birthday cake. "She's dating somebody else already? It sure looked like a date to me. She probably had him lined up before he even broke up with you," Todd had said. You know the guy?" Stanley had shaken his head. "Well, I hate to break it to you. He's tall and fit. A sharp dresser, too. I checked out his car in the parking lot, and when I left, a sports car." Stanley was short and dumpy and didn't own a car, and if he did, it sure wouldn't be anything as expensive as a sports car. Maybe that's why the relationship with Amber was so stagnant. He wanted to climb the social ladder, and she wasn't content where she was. Stagnant Stanley, he would be called. He would have stopped brooding, he told himself. He was at work, so he should be working. He drank his coffee and monitored the lack of activity in the building. All the exits were clear. They were always clear. He didn't wish for danger, but it would be nice to have something to do. Even when the coffee is always getting heavy, his head felt like a bowling ball he was trying to carry on his shoulders. He started to nod off. This is typical. On any given shift, Stanley was likely to spend 4 to 8 hours fast asleep. He was one reason he didn't try too hard and look for another job despite his boredom and loneliness. How many places would pay for you for sleeping? Soon, Stanley was snoozing away in his chair. His head rolled back, his big feet propped up his desk. Beep, 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 beep. Stanley was awakened by an alarm. Distorted for a second, he mistook the alarm at home. But then he remembered where he was and checked the monitors. A motion sensor had been activated in the vent right in the security office. Well, at least he wouldn't have to go far to check things out. Stanley stretched, rose from his chair, and grabbed his flashlight. He squatted on the floor, removed the cover from the vent, and turned the light into the darkness. He saw nothing. Really, the vent was too small for anything too dangerous to pass through it. Maybe a mouse or a rat had activated the sensor. If the problem continued, he might fill out a report, though he was never really sure who received and read the report he sent, and suggested for management to call Pest Control Company. Stanley yawned and went back to his chair. It was time to go back to his nap. 2 hours later, he woke up with a start. He sat up, wiped the drool with his mouth, and looked in the monitors. Nothing. But on his desk, there was an object that hadn't been there before. It was immediately apparent what it was. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a toy. A doll of some kind, with jointed arms and legs. It wore a tiny white tutu, and its little feet were painted white. It looked like it was wearing ballet slippers. Its arms were raised like a ballerina who were about to do a parade. Stanley smiled at himself, rudimentary knowledge of ballet terminology. At all the times being dragged by his older sister's ballet side as a kid had less taught him something, and a simple the doll also reminded him of the dolls that had been in his high school art room. The wooden dolls would be arranged in a variety of positions to teach students to draw a human form. But unlike the art room dolls, which were faceless, this ballerina doll had a face. But it wasn't the face you would expect. It would seem logical for a ballerina's doll's face to be painted to look like a beautiful girl's. Not this one. Its face was clown white, and big black eye sockets were blank and empty. It had no discernible nose, and its big black mouth was toothless, grinning, gaping hole. The face didn't match the body at all. Why would somebody paint a ballerina's face in such a ghoulish style? Stanley's mind was full of questions. What was the weird thing? What was it doing on his desk? Who had put it there? He picked up the doll. He spent a few moments bending it into different positions. Look, she's doing the splits. Now she's doing a Russian folk dance. Stanley chuckled at easily amused he was. He really did spend way too much time by himself these days. He'd probably get a hobby. He tilted the doll over to make her do a handstand. Small voices from the inside the doll's body said, "We like you." What was that thing over the doll again? It must have been some type of a sound chip inside a moment. "We like you." It was a little girl's voice, high-pitched and giggly. Cute. "Who's we?" Stanley said, smiling down the wall. "I just count one of you," she told her. "I like being close to you," the doll chirped. Well, believe me, it's been a while since a girl said that to me, Stanley said, holding up a doll to look at her better. Too bad you're tiny and not an actual human being. Kind of weird looking too, he tilted her head. He wondered how many recorded phrases were in vocabulary. You're so warm and squishy, the doll said with a giggle. Well, that was a new one. It was true, or at least the squishy part was. He had been eating like an elephant ever since Amber broke up with him. He had always been a big eater, but this was different. Now he was eating because of sadness. Whole tubs of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream, family-sized bags of potato chips with French onion dip, have a dozen fast food tacos in one sitting. Emotional eating, the experts on the internet called it. Emotional eating had made him warm, squishy mess. He would start eating healthier salads and fruit and grilled chicken, and he needed to go back to the gym. He had a gym membership, and he wouldn't remember the last time he used it. Maybe before he and Amber got together, I think you were a good influence on me, he said to the doll, smiling. He tilted it. Take me home with you, the doll said, that same little giggle in her voice. He set her back on his desk. I might do that, little dolly, he said. It's almost like you were left here as a present for me. But who would have left him? He looked again at the doll's ballerina body and strange mask-like face. A weird present, but I don't know. I kind of like you. Tilt. We like you, the doll said. And so the feeling's mutual, Stanley said, chuckling again with the doll down and checked the monitors. Nothing at the exits. It's time to finish a nap. Stanley was at Luigi's Pizza's house eating a table by himself. He was cutting the spaghetti into little sticks with this butter knife, which had used to drive Amber crazy. You were supposed to twirl into a fork, she said, using your spoon to keep the noodles from falling off. So Stanley was always seemed like an unnecessary delay of getting food into his mouth. She felt the same way about the chopsticks when they ate at Wong's Palace, which Amber's always insisted was using while Stanley's effectively shoveled his General Trisco's chicken with a fork. But Stanley and Amber weren't eating anywhere together anymore. She was sitting at a cozy table in the corner with a handsome, well-dressed man. They were talking and laughing and feeding each other with bites of their plates. Stanley felt embarrassed to be sitting on a table alone, but Amber and her date didn't seem to see him. It was like he was invisible. Stanley looked around at the dining room to avoid looking at Amber and her new boyfriend. At the head of the room there was usually a piano, was a casket. Stanley's dad lay inside it, his sunken cheeks too rosy to make up where Mortician had tried to disguise his death pallor. Everywhere he looked, Stanley saw someone he had loved and lost. He looked down at his plate, avoid seeing anyone else. His spaghetti had turned into a tangle of wriggling worms. The worms crawl in, the worms crawl out. They eat your guts and then spit them out. Stanley remembered the gruesome song on the playground when he was a kid. It was morbid, sure, but what he did know was death back then. But now his childhood was gone, his dad was gone, Amber was gone. Why did everything have to go away? He picked up a plate of worms and hurled it across the room. Plate shattered against the wall and left a red smear of spaghetti sauce shredded on the chopped up noodles. Stanley woke up gasping for breath. It's okay, he told himself. It's just a bad dream. It was 5 minutes until his shift was over and the doll had been on his desk was gone. It was strange, but nobody but him was ever in here. Who would have come into the security office and taken it? Maybe some same person who had come in and left it in the first place. Whoever it was, for a split second he considered filing a report about it, but realized there was no way he could. What would it say? I fell asleep at my post at 3:02 a.m., woke up to find a doll on my desk, fell back asleep, woke up, and it was gone. That was a quick way to get fired. If Amber was still around, he would have a story to tell about something interesting that happened at work, for once. These were some of the saddest moments of Stanley's already sad days, when he'd think, wait till I tell Amber, and then remember there's no Amber to tell. Stanley held on his nose as he passed the biowaste bin outside the facility. He emerged from the stairs to a day that was bright and sunny. After staying in the dark hole for 8 hours, it always took his eyes a few minutes to adjust to the intensity of daylight. He squinted and blinked like a mole and popped up for an underground tunnel. Stanley crossed the street to the city diner, sat down in his usual red vinyl booth, and turned his upside-down coffee into an upright position, almost as if by magic. Katie, the server, were there to fill it. Stanley knew a little bit about Katie from making small talk with her. She was around his age and taking some classes in community college that her son had started preschool. You want the usual thing, morning, Stan? He said. Her smile was friendly and her eyes were very blue. She was prettier than Stanley remembered her being. Maybe she was just lonely since the breakup. He would often go for a whole day with Katie. It just was the only other human being he talked to. Actually, I think I might look at the menu today, Katie. If he was going to make healthier choices, he might as well start now. Though it was hard to do with the irresistible smell of bacon wafting through the air. Watching that other people were eating didn't help either. The guy at the booth across from him was eating a tall golden butter and maple syrup drenched stack of pancakes. They looked delicious. Katie handed him a laminated folder. Changing it up this morning, are we? I thought I might. He scanned the menu looking for healthier options. None of them sounded as tasty as his usual order, but if he was going to get less squishy, he was going to have to make some sacrifices. I think I'll take some mushroom egg white omelet with a turkey sausage and a whole wheat toast. Katie smiled as she wrote down his order. I'm impressed. Going on a diet, are we? He smiled and patted his belly. I think about it. After Katie left to put on his order, Stanley left his gaze wandering around the restaurant. In the last booth of the corner, an old man sat nursing a cup of coffee and reading a newspaper. He was at the old city diner every morning, always alone, lingering over coffee long after his breakfast plate had been cleared. Stanley could feel the old man's loneliness just as surely he felt his own. He wondered how, now that Amber had dumped him, and if his fate was the same as the old man's. Could he grow old and be lonely, so he sat down in public places just to have an illusion of some company? Was it that what Stanley himself was doing right now? Here you go, he said, delivering breakfast with a smile. Egg white omelet was surprisingly decent, but when Stanley had tried his whole wheat toast, he had difficulty swallowing it. His throat had gone sore suddenly, and he felt it swollen partially shut. It was odd. He couldn't remember the last time he had a sore throat. He pushed the breakfast plate away. Does the healthy stuff not taste good? Katie asked, clearing his dishes. You're usually a member of the Clean Plate Club. No, it was good, Stanley said, his voice coming out croaky. My throat's just really sore. It makes it hard to eat. Well, there's all kind of bugs going around. Lots of kids and teacher are out sick and the little boy's preschool. I hope you're not coming down with something, Katie said. Me too, Stanley said. Well, it was entirely possible that he was. Who knew how many germs were swirling around that damp, dark underground facility with no fresh air or sunlight ever reached? On the way home, he stopped at the drugstore and bought some throat lozenges. He popped up as soon as he had paid for them. Swallowing thus something more painful and difficult. Whenever you come over to the apartment reasonably clean. Now when he walked into it, it felt as not doubly nasty surprise. There was a mess, and there was also meaning behind the mess. As a reminder, Amber is gone. The coffee table was cluttered with half-empty soda cans, hamburger wrappers, fried chicken boxes, and Chinese takeout containers. Dirty laundry scattered in random piles on the floor. Part of him wanted to clean it up, but the rest of him said, what does it even matter? She's not coming back, and there's nobody here but me to see the mess. Stanley unwrapped his throat lozenge and popped it into his mouth. He was definitely getting sick. Great. That was just what he needed. One more thing to make his life a little bit more miserable. His mom had always been a big believer in steam when he or his sister was coming down with a cold, so he decided to take a hot shower. If congestion was just part of causing a sore throat, breathing in some steam might help. Take it off his security uniform shirt. He had a hard time pulling himself left out of his sleeve. Once he finally got his shirt off, he could see the problem. His left arm was swollen, nearly twice the size of his right one. His left arm felt weird too, numb like when a foot falls asleep. He shook his arm around, trying to wake it up, but still lacked sensation. It was kind of bizarre illness you gave you a sore throat and numb, swollen arm. He had no doctor, but he knew that two symptoms don't go together. Stanley turned up the shower temperature. It was hot as he could stand it. Then he held his arm under this nozzle spray. He could feel neither the heat nor the jets water hitting his skin. After he got out of the shower, he put on a t-shirt of sweat and sweatpants, took 2 ibuprofen, popped another lozenge, and crawled into bed. Whatever his illness was, maybe rest could fix it. He slept for 8 hours, a dark, dreamless sleep. When he woke up, his throat felt like something had cut it. He clutched his neck and threw his hand away and looked at it. I was expecting to see blood. He slowly sat up, his head fuzzy, aching, disoriented. His left arm was still numb and felt heavy and weak. Leading the object was forced and dragging around, but it was of no use to him. He popped another throat lozenge, even though the first one hadn't begun to touch his level of pain. In the bathroom, he looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he hadn't slept for days, even though he would have been well rested. A sore throat? Had his mom used to give him a sore throat when he was a kid? He flashed back to those days and would stay home sick from school, and his mom would take care of him. Hot tea with lemon and honey. That was what he had always made for him. He was pretty sure that he had some tea bags somewhere. He went into the kitchen and rummaged through the cabinets until he found a box of tea bags that had been there since who knows when. Tea doesn't expire, does it? He thought. He microwaved a cup of water and submerged the tea bag in it. We found a little plastic packet of honey in the drawer full of restaurant takeout packets of mustard, ketchup, and soy sauce. He stirred the honey into the tea. He remembered his mom saying the honey was soothing because it coated your throat. He didn't remember what his lemon was for, but he would have to do without it. He turned on the TV to check the sports scores and sipped his hot drink. It helped a little bit, but when he finished, he went back in the kitchen and opened a can of chicken noodle soup. Chicken soup was supposed to be good for sick people, right? He heated the soup on the stove and took a bowl of it into the living room to eat in front of the TV. He was quickly discovered that all he could manage was sipping the broth. The chicken chunks and noodles hurt too much going down. He felt like he was swallowing rocks. Stanley took more ibuprofen and sucked on another throat lozenge. He hoped that he can feel better as evening wore down. But the feeling of pain in his throat wouldn't go away, any more than feeling of anything in his left arm came back. He toyed with the idea of calling in sick, but he knew he would miss out on 8 hours of pay. Money was too tight. He barely had enough for rent and grocery as it was. He had put it in his uniform, the left sleeve in his shirt. It was too tight, he could barely bend his elbow. It was not an easy walk to work, but it was painful and lifeless left arm. But eventually he made it to the store and got his stairs. As usual, he held his breath passing the stinking bio-waste bin and scanned his ID badge at the door. In the faculty, he let his eyes adjust to the dim greenish light for a moment before heading to the security office. He checked the monitors and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Good, he was tired and in pain and ready for a nap. He leaned back in his chair and let the welcome oblivion of sleep overtake him. He awoke with a gasp, feeling like he was being watched. He looked around and checked the monitors. Nothing. But the doll was on his desk again. He picked up and smiled at it. "You again?" he said. His voice was getting harsher. "Where did you come from? Is somebody playing a game with me?" Maybe he had a secret admirer, he thought. He immediately dismissed it and would leave him a ballerina doll. Not the kind of secret admirer he'd want, that's for sure. Tilted the doll over and activated her voice. "We like you," she chirped with a happy little girl tone. "I like you too, little dolly," he said. "I'm not sure why I do, but I do." Maybe having a talking doll here with him at work with people who'd kept on TV on in the background all the time in their homes. A little bit of noise of the reminder the noise was a reminder that even if it didn't feel that way, you weren't all alone in this world. Sad but understandable. The world was a lonely place. He turned over the doll again. "Take me home with you," she said. "Well, was going to take home with me yesterday, but when I woke up you were gone. I guess you missed your chance, huh?" "Who do you belong to anyway?" he tilted her. "Take me home with you." He examined the doll. "Maybe you don't belong to a kid of somebody else that works here. I don't want to take you away from some kid's toy. You better off with a little girl than with me. So, take me home with you," the doll said again. Too bad real women weren't this insistent on having his company. Some little girl would be upset if her dolly's gone. I'm a big grown man, and I don't have any use for dollies. So that's why you're talking to his doll as if it could understand what he said, making his throat sore in the process. His virus or whatever was making him loopy, he thought. And here he went again, tilting ahead to hear what it had said. "Take me home with you." He set the doll down on the desk, officially crossed the line from cute to annoying. Okay, if you stay put on the desk until my shift is over, I'll take you home with me. But now it's the nap time. Nighty-night." He leaned back in the chair and dozed off again. Stanley was running late for work. He was trying to get ready, but his big fat fingers were too clumsy with a button on his shirt and a uniform to tie his shoes. He needed help. He was utterly alone. Finally, knowing how terribly late, if he didn't leave right away, he ran out into the street in a half-buttoned shirt and untied shoes. And he looked around and familiar landmarks in the neighborhood were gone. Where was Jaybirds Deli and Dutch Girl Dry Cleaners? He looked up and down the street sign and saw the street name had changed. Then it once said Forest Avenue, now said Fazbear Avenue. It made no sense. He was lost. But now how could that be when he was just 10 steps from the door of his apartment building? Finally, he hailed a cab, told the driver just a storage yard, and hit his place of employment. None of the streets or building looked familiar as he rode through the city, but the driver seemed to know where he was going. Stanley told himself to breathe and relax. It was okay. Things were under control now. The cab had stopped down dark side street that Stanley didn't recognize. Maybe the cab driver didn't know where he was going after all. "Hey, buddy," Stanley said. "I don't think you have the right address." The cab driver turned around. His face wasn't human. It was a bizarre robotic version of an animal's face. Pink and white with a long snout, large ears, and glowing yellow eyes. The face apparently hinged, split open, revealing fell orbs of creature's eyes and a mouthful of knife-like teeth. It opened its jaws wider and lunged towards Stanley in the back seat, shattering the panel of glass that separated them. He had screamed. Stanley wondered why he would try to shake off the nightmare. Probably a sore throat had rendered him too hoarse that he couldn't have screamed if he had tried. But even if he had, who would have heard him? Squirreled away to his tiny dark office, he would die in there. Nobody would notice. Nobody guards security. Guard. What was the thing of the dream anyway? When he finally woke all the way, he would reorient himself to his familiar surroundings. He noticed that the doll was gone again. It was weird. He kind of wanted to tell someone about it. Who would he tell? At the city diner, Katie filled his coffee cup. Who, you look like you could use this, he said. Stanley Winston tried to swallow a sip of the scalding liquid. Coffee was probably a bad idea. You want your usual, or do you want to go a healthy route again? She asked. Oatmeal, Stanley said, her scratchy croak. Just a bowl of oatmeal. Katie knitted her brow. Are you okay, Stan? You don't sound so good. It was nice that she cared enough to ask. Sore throat's worse. He rubbed his neck. I don't think I can eat solid food. Okay, oatmeal it is. But have you seen a doctor? You know, the drugstore around the corner, that was a little walk-in clinic. When I had an ear infection last month, they gave me some medicine and fixed me right up. They're pretty inexpensive, too. No doctors. People always thought doctors could fix everything, but when Stanley's dad had gotten sick, he couldn't work anymore. He had gone to the doctor and taken every medicine, done every torturous treatment when he told to do. Within 6 months, he was dead anyway. It was actually a nurse instead of a doctor at the clinic, Katie said. She's really nice, but she will just ask you some questions and take a look at your ears, nose, and throat, and then write you a prescription. Just some kind of bug. It'll run its course, Stanley rasped. He had to admit, and did sound terrible, though. Suit yourself, Katie said. I'll get you your oatmeal, but I'm also bringing you a large orange juice on the house. It's a little extra vitamin C, can't hurt. Thank you. Stanley was struck by how caring Katie was. He wondered if she was single, and it would be nice to have someone who cared about him. Eating the oatmeal, feeling like sodding hot sand, hoping for relief, he sipped some orange juice. It burned his throat like battery acid. On his way home, he stopped at the drugstore and brought some throat lozenges that were supposed to be stronger than the ones he'd been using. He doubted that they would be strong enough. Once he was back in the apartment, he kicked off his shoes and clapped on the bed without taking off his uniform. He was asleep in seconds. He woke 7 hours later to the ringing phone. His mouth was dry as dust, his throat strung and burned. He reached the phone and grabbed arm and quickly discovered it was numb, swollen now, too. Awkwardly, he managed to lift the phone ear. Hello? His voice was a scratchy whisper. Stan, is that you? His older sister, Melissa. Hi, sis. He hadn't seen her since the nephew's birthday party, but usually he called 9 at a time to check on him. You sound awful, Stanley. Could hear the worry in her voice. Are you sick? Come down with a cold, he said. He didn't want to say any more about the minimum number of words it took to communicate meaning. Talking hurt too much. No wonder, Melissa said. Working nights in that dark, airless factory, like being in a catacombs, I'm sure. Surprised you're not sick all the time. Hey, listen, the kids are over at Mom's and Todd is bowling tonight. I made a pot of chili and some cornbread. I thought I might bring some over and we could have dinner together. Even though he felt horrible, he was grateful for the offer of company. At least he didn't have to face another evening alone. Sounds nice, he rasped. Okay, I'll be by 6. Do you need me to pick you up anything at the drugstore? A new throat, Stanley thought. He said, no thanks. With difficulty, he dragged himself out of bed and into the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and surveyed the damage. His rate significant. Dark shadows had formed under his bloodshot eyes. His skin was unhealthily grayish cast. That worried him the most, though. It was his right arm. Like his left, it was now swollen. That the sleeve in the uniform had the casting of a fat sausage. He didn't know if he was able to take his shirt off without ripping it. Probably the best just to leave it on for now. Splashed some water on his fist and managed to control his numb right arm enough to run a comb through his hair and squeeze some toothpaste into his toothbrush. Brushing his teeth, it was also excruciating that tears sprang into his eyes. His throat felt like an open wound, and the inside of his mouth was also raw and inflamed. When he rinsed his mouth and spat out the water, it was streaked with red ribbons of blood. He looked at himself in the mirror again. He was grooming he had been able to manage hadn't made much of an improvement. His chin and jaw were shadowed with stubble, but he didn't trust the numb arm enough to use a razor. This would have to do. He staggered into the living room and flopped to the couch, unable to even find enough energy to pick up the TV remote. Melissa, who had been a responsible person seemingly since birth, arrived at 6 on the dot and promised carrying a large meal pot and a recycled tote bag she used in grocery. Her curly brown hair was pulled back in a neat ponytail. She was still wearing a button-down skirts and khakis she wore to work. "Hey, bro," he said, walking in the door. Her greeting was followed by, "Yikes, what happened here?" Stanley knew things were messy, but he really didn't given the appearance of the apartment much thought. Seeing it through Melissa's eyes, though, he knew it was a disaster area. He was embarrassed, but didn't want to show it. He sat back on the couch and tried a nonchalant shrug. "Emperor broke up with me," he croaked. "Yeah, I know that," she said, looking around with the same repulsed expression that she had when she was a little girl when he put worms in her hair. "But what happened to this place? Amber wasn't the one who cleaned it, was she?" "No, I did. But I just started caring less once he stopped coming over. Without Amber cleaning, it didn't even seem worth the effort. A few things did." Melissa's look shifted, disgust to symphony. "Poor little bro. Hang on. Let me put this chili on the stove and heat up." He disappeared into the apartment's tiny kitchen, then reemerged holding a handful of trash bags. "It's kind of bad in here, too." "Are all your dishes dirty?" "Pretty much," Stanley said. Melissa took a deep breath. "Okay, here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to gather up all these cans and bottles, load them into the car, take them to a recycling center. I'm going to hold my nose and gather up all the trash and throw it away, and then I'm going to load the dishwasher and run it and hand wash any other dirty dishes that are left over." She took the random pieces of clothing and tossed them to the floor. "I draw the line on touching your dirty socks and underwear. Those are your problem." "Fair enough," Stanley croaked. "Thank you. I wish I could help." His arms were too weak and heavy he could imagine picking up anything. "No, you rest. You look like death holding a cracker, as Granny used to say." He dropped an old fried chicken box in the trash bag. Stanley let himself smile a little. "Yeah, I never understood that expression. Why would death be holding a cracker?" "I never got it either," Melissa said. "Why would the Grim Reaper need to snack? Isn't he basically a skeleton?" She looked at the room of General figuring out the plan of attack. "Listen, I'm going to make you a cup of tea and honey with lemon like Mom used to make us, and then I really need to get going on this cleaning." "I don't have any lemon," Stanley asked. "I brought the tea with the lemon and the honey," Melissa said. "Of course you did. You think of everything," Stanley said. Melissa smiled. "I tried my best." When they were little, Melissa had always organized what games that they would play, how they would play them. At the time, he thought the tendency was bossy and annoying, but now he saw it was good points, especially now that his life had descended into chaos. In a few minutes, Stanley was sitting with a mug of tea in his hands while Melissa launched a one-woman offense against all the garbage in the living room. "You're amazing," he said. If he didn't help her, he at least could praise her. "Well, it's nice to have an appreciative audience. My kids sure aren't," Melissa said, wrinkling her nose as she picked up an old Chinese food container between her forefinger and thumb and dropped it in the trash bag. "Yeesh. I wonder what that used to be."
"Lo mein, I think," Stanley said. He winced as he looked at a swallow of tea. "I'm sorry I let things get so bad. It's not your job to clean up after me." "No, it's not," Melissa said, tossing some wadded up taco wrappers in the trash bag. "But it is my job to make sure you're okay, and I haven't been doing my job." "That's not true. You've called me." "Yes, I've called you several times since the breakup to make sure you're okay, and you've always said yes. And you showed up at Max's birthday party, which I thought was a good sign, but clearly I should have come over earlier and checked on things out here." She nodded up the top of the already full garbage bag. "Because you, little brother of mine, are definitely not okay." "No, I'm not," he whispered. He felt like he might cry, which would be embarrassing, crying in front of his big sister like he was a baby again. Stanley wasn't usually a crier, but he hadn't cried since their dad had died, but looking at his messy life through Melissa's eyes, he could see how bad it was. Her life was so well balanced. She had a college degree, a job she liked at the courthouse, a nice husband, and 2 kids that she was utterly devoted to. Compared to her, life was pathetic and empty, and his throat hurt so much pain alone almost brought tears to his eyes. Melissa must have sensed his distress because she patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'll tell you what, let me take a break from cleaning and get us some dinner. The chili should be hot by now, and you might feel better once you have something to eat." Stanley sniffled and nodded. The chili was a family recipe and usually one of Stanley's favorite meals. He was generally good for at least 2 bowls full, sometimes even 3. But tonight, even though the chili was perfect and had shredded cheddar cheese on top of the cornbread inside of the way he liked it, he couldn't eat much. A peppery broth burned going down, making it feel like someone was holding a lit match already in flame throat.
This is not the Stan I know, Melissa said when he pushed her out of the mostly full bowl. Do you remember when Mom used to call you at meal times? Stan smiled a little. Her big hungry boy. She used to say you had the most hollow leg because she couldn't see where you put it all. Melissa cleared her bowls and started loading the dishwasher with 2 weeks' worth of dirty cups, plates, and silverware. Listen, I know you're going to argue with me about this, but why don't you let me make an appointment with you with a doctor? Todd and the kids and I see. She's really nice and easy to talk to. No doctor, Stanley croaked, an unwanted image popped into his mind. His dad was in his hospital bed, pale and skeletally thin, tethered from plastic tubes that snaked all over his body. Melissa rolled her eyes. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Look, I know you never liked going to the doctor, and you stopped going once you got too old for Mom to make you. Then you got even weirder about doctors after Dad got sick. It's not weird, Stanley said. The doctors made him sicker. Then he died. Chemotherapy, radiation, they pumped him full of poison. Melissa shook her head. There's an old argument between them. Stan, Dad knew something was wrong when he waited too long in the medical attention. Months and months. By the time he saw a doctor, it was too late to help him. They gave him chemo a try, but the cancer got ready and spread. But it probably would have worked if they got into it earlier. He looked him in the eye. And now you're going to be stubborn to the doctor, too? It's like some kind of weird family tradition. Well, it's not the one we should keep up. I don't have cancer, Stanley rasped. At least he had that going for him. I'll be okay. How do you know you don't have cancer, Melissa said. But you have a weird combination of symptoms. Your throat's sore and your arm looks stiff and swollen. Maybe it's just some type of random virus, but I think you ought to get it checked out. It'll clear up, Stanley said. He knew it was a weird combination of symptoms too, but he wasn't going to admit it to her. Melissa sighed. I tell you what, I'm going to come over and check on you in 3 days. If you're not better by then, I'm taking you to the doctor. You're going to have to get Todd and his big burly friends from the bowling league to help you drag you there. Okay, Stanley said, because he knew the experience that ultimately there was no arguing with his big sister. 3 days? Within an hour, Melissa had picked up all the empty bottles and cans, washed all his dirty dishes except for the dirty laundry on the floor. The living room was now clutter-free. Well, that's some improvement anyway, she said, looking around the newly cleaned surfaces. I can't thank you enough, Stanley rasped, as he was amazed at all the work she had gotten done while he sat on the couch doing exactly nothing. I don't want you to thank me, Melissa said, putting on her jacket. What do I want you to do is call in sick to work tonight and get some rest. Well, think about it, he said, knowing he couldn't afford to pass up the money. Don't think about it. Do it. Melissa leaned over the couch and gave him a big hug. And remember, you're not better in 3 days. I'm taking you to the doctor. I remember. He knew she wasn't going to let him forget. Okay, I'll get out of your hair now. She patted the top of his head. If what you have left of it. Stanley laughed. She had definitely inherited his father's receding hairline. You always were the mean one. Stanley had no intention of calling sick to work. Since he had already had his uniform on, he didn't need to do much work to get ready after Melissa left. True, the walk to work was more tiring than usual. His throat burned and stung, and his numb, swollen arms were too heavy to be practically dragging them like a ball and chain. Still, he made it, and now he was again. Descending the hidden stairs and passing the stinking bio-waste bin arrived at a dark, subterranean workplace. Stanley made his way to the dim hallway. The greenish light gave his already pale skin an even slicker cast. He scanned his ID badge and set it at his desk in the security office to check on the monitors. As always, there was nothing usual. It was the least demanding job ever. He knew his sister wanted him to stay home and rest, but why not come to work where you can nap and get paid for it? He leaned back in his chair, snoring slightly. When the pain in his throat woke him a couple hours later, the ballerina doll was back on his desk again. It was weird the way the thing kept showing up like that and only disappeared again. He really ought to ask someone about it, but he never saw anyone to ask. Out of habit, he picked up the doll and tilted it. We like you, it said. It studied the doll's emptied eyes and the black, gaping grin. Really? Who thought it was an idea to making a doll that looked like this? Yeah, so you keep saying, he said. Where had the doll come from? Who had manufactured it? Had it been made here in a factory? He turned it over and see a stamp of some kind on it. Take me home with you, the doll said. See, you keep saying that too, but whenever I'm ready to go home, you're always gone. You're sending me mixed messages, little dolly, Stanley said. He really ought to conserve his voice. It was barely above a whisper. He tilted the doll again. Take me home with you. Stanley set the doll down at his desk and reached for another throat lozenge. Tell you what, I can't take you home if you keep disappearing. But if you stay put and are still on the desk when I wake up, you can come home with me. That's great, Stanley, he thought. Try to reason with the inanimate object. He was in a sorry shape. He leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. Stanley was at work, but for some reason the greenish lights that usually provided buildings only illumination had been turned off. He remembered a school field trip to a cave. The tour guide explained that fish in the cave's underground pond had no eyes, even if they did have them. It would be too dark for him to see anything. The building was dark like that. His flashlight was the only thing that made it possible for him to find his way down the hall. He shined it on the walls, on the metal doors, and the floor ahead of him, creating small circles in the light and darkness. Was the whole building without electricity, he wondered? This might not be because he could still hear the rumble and clang of machinery behind the locked metal doors. He had a strong feeling that something was not right. He needed to get to the office to see if the security monitors were working or if they were down due to power outage. If they were, he guessed that he would have to walk around in the dark, check each exit was secure. Shine a flashlight ahead and lit up the sign saying security office on its door. The scanner the security badge wasn't working, so he used the key kept in case of emergency. The security office was as dark as the rest of the building. All the monitors were down. He shined the flashlight around the room, letting his beam rest on the familiar objects: the desk, the chair, and the filing cabinet. He moved the flashlight's beam toward the left corner of the room. The beam illuminated a face. The face did not belong to a human. It was the face of a cartoon animal, a bear maybe, wearing a bow tie and a top hat. As Stanley shined his light on it, the two sides of the face swung open like wide double doors to reveal a hideous metallic skull of snaking wires and cables. It stared at Stanley with blank, bulging eyes and sprang at him, jaws snapping. Stanley woke with a start. He had never had nightmares like he'd experienced these last few nights while napping at work. What were these strange mechanical creatures that were haunting his dreams? Were these terrors caused by his sadness at losing Amber? Or were they symptoms of physical illness? Maybe the two things were connected. One thing was for sure, he had never been so physically and emotionally unwell at the same time. He looked down at the desk. It was bare. The doll hadn't followed the orders to stay put. Stanley stood up and stretched. He shook his head. His confused brain. Of course the doll hadn't followed his orders to stay put, he thought, because it's a doll. He couldn't understand what he was saying, no matter how many times it was otherwise. The doll didn't really want to go home with him. It didn't want anything because it wasn't alive. And the words it seemed to say were just set pre-recorded noises. None of this explained, though, how the doll showed up on his desk and then disappeared. It wouldn't move on its own, so who was putting it there and taking it away? Was somebody playing some kind of prank? But who would play a prank on Stanley? To his knowledge, no one else who worked here had ever seen him. After his shift, Stanley skipped the city diner. He would have kind of liked to see Katie, but his throat hurt too much to eat anything. The thought of food nauseated him. He caught a glimpse of the reflection in the store window. Gray, sweaty, stubbly face and swollen, limp arms. But no doubt about it, if he were holding only a cracker, he would look exactly like death. He thought of Katie recommending the nurse at the walk-in clinic. Maybe should stop there. Nurses weren't the same as doctors, he remembered. The school nurse when he was a kid was being very kind. He had to do something. He couldn't go on the feeling this bad. The nurse was indeed nice, a blonde, maternal woman who was around his actual mom's age. As soon as she saw him, she said, "Wow, you feel terrible, don't you?" "Isn't that obvious?" Stanley said. His voice was weak and husky. Nurse nodded. "Sore throat?" "Yes, ma'am, a bad one." He didn't tell her about his numb arm. He was too afraid that she might say what he didn't want to end up in the hospital. When his dad had gone to the hospital, he didn't want to get out alive. "Well, let's have a good look at you and see if we can get you to feeling better." She gestured him to follow her in the tiny exam room in the back of the drugstore. She stuck the thermometer in his ear and read the results. "No fever, but I still think we better swab your throat, or test straight." The test wasn't pleasant. He told him to open his mouth wide and came at him with a long-handled Q-tip. Then she plunged it in his mouth and down his throat. The soft cotton was painful as sharp metal against his irritated throat, and he gagged. When she pulled out the big Q-tip, the cotton was dotted with blood. "Well, that's not good," she said, knitting her brow. "Let me run a test and we'll figure out what to do." In a few minutes she came back. "No strep, but as irritated as your throat is, I think there is at least some infection, and the blood is worrying. I'm going to write you a prescription for some antibiotics. But if you're not seeing a difference by Monday, I want you to promise me you'll go to see a regular doctor." "I promise," Stanley said. Despite the fact that he didn't have a regular doctor, and had no plan to get one. Even though he still felt physically awful walking home, he was still a little hopeful. He hadn't taken action. He wanted real medicine now. He had real medicine now. Surely that would fix things. Stanley looked at himself in the back room mirror. It wasn't pretty. He had been wearing his uniform for almost 48 hours. He was pale and sweaty, and he smelled as bad as a bio-waste when he passed yesterday. The uniform had to go. He unbuttoned the shirt and unbuttoned the cuffs and sleeves. He pulled off his left sleeve, but his arm was too swollen that it tightly packed inside the tube of fabric. The right arm was no better. He pulled his sleeve and twisted his torso, hoping he could get some magical position that would make his arm break free of the polyester prison. Finally, out of desperation, he grabbed a pair of scissors. He slid one blade under his sleeve in a tight fit, but he got it into an angle such he could snip the sleeve open and the length of his arm. Though working left-handed was more difficult, he did the same with the other sleeve and shucked it off the sweaty, ruined shirt. It wasn't even his shirt. The company owned the uniforms and loaned them out to employees. The cost was definitely going to come out of his paycheck, though. He was unsteady on his feet in the shower and leaned against the wall to keep him from slipping and falling. He let hot water pound his back in hopes that it would relieve some tension. He felt nothing, neither the heat nor the water. It was swollen left and right arms, exhausted from the hurling effort of undressing and showering had become. Stanley grabbed a t-shirt and some pajama pants. Painfully poured one of the antibiotic pills down his throat and a tiny sip of water and then collapsed into bed. When he woke up and tried to stand, he immediately fell to the floor. His right leg was bearing weight like a leg was supposed. When he woke up and tried to stand, he immediately fell to the floor. His right leg wasn't bearing the weight like the leg was supposed to. As soon as he attempted standing, it crumpled beneath him, as if he had no muscles or bones sitting on the floor. Stanley touched his right thigh and felt nothing. He slapped it and punched his hard with his fist. Still nothing. The right arm and hand he had used to punching were numb too. What was happening to him? Was he some kind of degenerative disease that he might land him in a wheelchair for the rest of his life? But if it was, wasn't it kind of strange that degenerative disease to protect progress was this rapidly? Maybe going to the walk-in clinic hadn't been enough. Maybe he should let Melissa take him to the doctor's appointment. He probably needed to see some type of specialist. Even if the doctor hurt him, it wouldn't be worse than what he's feeling now. He wondered if, like his dad, he had already waited until it was too late to get help. With great effort, Stanley turned around, put his hand on the bed, and pulled himself to standing. He walked in a slow shuffle, dragging his leg behind him, letting his left leg do most of the work. How long would it have been since he'd eaten or drunk anything? He couldn't remember. Water. He at least had to have water. He shuffled to the kitchen, still cleaning from Melissa's efforts, and got a glass from the cabinet. He filled with water from the tap and tried to drink. Agony. Swallowing even a sip of cool water felt like swallowing ground-up glass. He reached over the sink, bringing the water pink with blood. He had thought he might have to try to heat up some soup, but he couldn't even drink. Eating out was out of the question. And every thought of swallowing anything hot was unbearable. His phone rang, making him remember miserably that he had left it in the bedroom. He dragged himself toward the incessant ringing, but by the time he got there, it had stopped. The caller ID said Mom. He knew what she was like. If he didn't call her back, she would immediately think he was dead. Hello, Stanley? She answered on the first ring. Hi, Mom. Stanley tried to make his voice sound normal. It came out husky and mouse-like squeak at the end. You sound terrible. Yeah, people keep saying that. He laid down on the bed to talk. No need to waste energy if it took to sit upright. Melissa came over to pick up the kids after she was at your place last night. She said you were a wreck. That's nice to hear. There's nothing like knowing your mom and your sister have been talking about you, what a loser you are. It's not something to joke about, Stanley. His mom was using her stern voice, and the one she had mastered when he was getting into trouble as a kid. She thinks you need to go to a doctor. I went into a walk-in clinic this morning, Mom. They just nurse wrote me a prescription for some pills. They've just not had time to work yet. I'm going to be fine. He didn't really believe he was going to be anywhere in the neighborhood of fine, but he didn't want to scare his mom. She had gone through much fear and worry when his dad was sick. She deserved to live the rest of her life in peace. Melissa also says she thinks you should get out more. See some people. Once you're better, of course. She says you're lonely. She's probably right. It's just hard. I'm not over Amber yet. She felt slump forming in his already painful throat. Just what he needed, to cry to his mommy. Of course you're not over her, sweetie. It's only been 2 weeks, but over time your heart will heal, and there will be somebody else. Somebody who appreciates you for who you are. I know I'm biased, but I never thought Amber was good enough for you. You know, I never thought I'd date again after your father died, but a year and a half later, I met Harold, and you have to admit, Harold's a really nice guy. He is, Mom. Stanley hadn't wanted to like Harold at first, but he had to like it would be disloyal to his dad's memory. But Harold was good to his mom and kept her in the getting too lonesome. They went out to dinner every Friday night. On Sundays, they walked to the park in sunny or in the mall if it was rainy. They always held hands in their walks, which Stanley thought was sweet. He was glad that they had each other. Now, do I need me to come over there and bring you some suit or some groceries or something? His mom asked. No thanks, Mom. I just need to make medicine and rest. He didn't want her to see how bad he looked. He knew if he did, she would be dragging him to the emergency room. Okay, but I'm going to call you tomorrow and check on you. If you need me to come over, I will. Thanks, Mom. And if you're not ready by the day after tomorrow, do you promise you will let Melissa take you to an appointment with her doctor? He knew if no use to argue with her. Melissa had inherited her stubbornness from her mom. I promise. Love you, Stanley. Love you too, Mom. Saying these words made him feel sad and vulnerable, as if he was going to be sick. This sick, he almost wished a little boy again. He could stay in bed in his jammies, his mom could take care of him, bring him hot tea and chocolate pudding and comic books. Nobody ever took care of you like that once you were an adult. After he hung up, he knew he couldn't stay on the bed. If he did, he would pass back out and not make it to work. With one hand, while for support, he limped into the living room, fell onto the couch, turned on the light. Supposedly, he was checking sports scores, but he couldn't focus on follow him. He just stared blankly at the lights and colors on the screen, thinking only how much his throat hurt and how fast his body was failing him. It was like he had turned into the desperate old man overnight. All too soon, it was time to get ready for work, and when he pulled off his uniform pants, his right leg was too tight. It looked weird, having one normal pant leg and one that squeezed his thigh like a pair of ladies' tights. His uniform shirt was still ripped up pile on his bedroom floor. He decided he would just wear his plain white t-shirt to work, and then he would try to find a replacement uniform shirt in the storage room when he got there. Or not. What did it matter? No one saw him there anyways. He couldn't go to work in his underwear and nobody would be the wiser. Since the prospect of walking to work seemed impossible, he decided to take a bus instead. Short walk to the bus stop was difficult enough. Once the bus arrived, he could barely lift his numb swollen leg high enough to step into the vehicle. He could feel the people behind him shifting from foot to foot, waiting impatiently. As he stumbled to his seat, the other passenger looked at him with concern. He sat down next to an older lady who got up and moved to another seat farther back. Probably didn't look like he had something contagious. When he reached the stop, he pulled himself from the seat, great difficulty, and lurched forward toward the door. He stumbled, stepping down, and fell into his pavement. The fall should have hurt, but his arms and legs felt nothing. The absence of pain was more frightening than normal pain than would have been. Are you okay, buddy? The bus driver asked. Stanley nodded and lifted his numb right arm, waved him off. He knew he wasn't okay, but it wasn't like the bus driver could help him. He didn't even know if the doctor could help him with his point. He was pretty sure the antibiotics weren't going to do the trick. He grabbed the bus stop signpost and used it to pull himself up to a standing position. He was unsteady on both his feet. He reached down and slapped his left leg. He felt nothing. He should have told a nurse to walk in clinic about the numbness in his legs. What had he been thinking? He staggered and stumbled down the sidewalk. Passerby stared at him with seeming worry. Others just annoyed, like it inconvenienced them to see another person suffering. He made his way into the storage yard and held on to the stacks of lumber for support. He tried to propel himself up toward the stairs and led down the facility. Grabbed the stair railing with both hands and focused on taking one painstaking step down at a time. His progress was too slow, and he was afraid of clocking in late, so he finally sat down the step and scooted down to the bottom, step by step, like his nephew when he was a toddler and scared of the stairs. It wasn't dignified, but it got him where he needed to go. He passed by the stinking by-always bin that at least his nose still worked, and that was something anyway. By the time he scanned his ID badge and the groaning door opened, Stanley was too exhausted and took all of his concentration to simply one foot in front of the other. He had thought he might go to the storage room and find a fresh shirt, but looking professional no longer felt like a priority. Rest. That's the only priority. He dragged himself to the security office, stranded ID badge, and collapsed into his chair, panting like a sick dog and sweating profusely. When he was in no condition to be at work, he was in no condition, period. Looking down, he saw his right leg and left leg were now completely swollen, stretching by the fabric of his pants, and tight was in danger of ripping. Everything felt tight. His swollen arms, his swollen legs, and even his chest felt tight. Was this what it felt like to have a heart attack? Could it have been having a heart attack? He would call Melissa in the morning and tell her ahead to make the doctor's appointment. No more messing around with walking clinics and antibiotics. This was serious, and now he was less scared of doctors than he was of this illness. Amber. He kept thinking of Amber. When she broke up with him, he had started to stared at her stupidly. Too much in shock to say of anything. There was too much he could have said to her. So much he needed to say. What if he never got the chance to say it? With shaky, sweaty hands, he dug through the chest and found a pen and paper. From some emergency reserve of energy deep within himself, he wrote, "Dear Amber." With his numb arm and steady in hand, the words looked like they had been written by a second grader, but he couldn't let that stop him. He kept writing, "Dear, do you remember how we first met in the grocery store? I brought my stuff to your register. You checked me out. And all that time I was checking you out. I was too nervous to ask you on a date, but I kept coming to the store and buying things I didn't need just so I could see you. Finally, he said, 'Do you like me or something?' I think I blushed and I said yes. And you said, 'Then why don't you ask me out?' When I did and you said yes, I think it was the happiest I ever been. Amber." I know it wasn't always the best and the most exciting boyfriend, but I want you to know I truly loved you and still do. I've been real sick lately, and if you are reading this, then it's probably because something bad has happened to me. Please don't feel sad for me. Just want you to know how sorry I didn't make you happier and give you what you needed. But it wasn't because I didn't love you. I do, very much. I wish you lots of happiness in your life. As of happiness as you brought me when we were together. Love always, Stanley." There, that was it. He was no poem and his handwriting looked terrible, but he had said what he needed to say. Trembling and exhausted, he folded up the letter and put it in his pocket for safekeeping. When he leaned back to his chair, he closed his eyes. He didn't doze off as usual. Instead, he passed out as if someone had hit him in the head with a baseball bat. When he regained consciousness, he felt shaky and sweaty and tight. Tight is the only way he can think to describe it, and somehow his body had been stretched into his limit. His pants wore the stretched smug across its legs, and now its t-shirt, roomy when he had put it on just a few hours ago, clung into every bulge in the contour. But it wasn't just the clothing that was tight, his skin felt tight, too, as if it might burst open and peel off of an overripe fruit. The ballerina doll was on his desk. He was no mood to play. He didn't pick it up. He didn't want to touch it. "I like being close to you," it said. "Sure you do," he mumbled when he thought, wait. He put his face to his hands, trying to make some sense of a confused mind. "Doesn't the doll only talk to you when tilted over?" "Before I only talked to it when I tilted over. Maybe I didn't hear it right. Maybe I'm so sick I'm hallucinating. Take me home with you," it said. Stanley knew he heard it that time, but he didn't answer. One of the many recent problems is his tendency to talk to inanimate objects. Melissa was right. He needed to get out more, and his solitude wasn't good for him. He was already worried about his physical health. He didn't want to worry about his mental health, too. But what was the dog talking if no one was activating it? Maybe it's broken? Maybe there's some problem with the mechanism that caused the voice activation to shut off. Whatever it used to cause was, Stanley didn't like it. "We like you," it said, and Stanley little giggle that he found charming. Like, with a shaking hand, Stanley picked up the doll to inspect it. Maybe there's a switch he hadn't noticed before he controlled the voice mechanism. Maybe he could turn the thing off. The doll was missing an arm. Strange. It hadn't been attacked the night before. "What happened to your arm?" Stanley asked. "Take me home with you." The one-armed doll said. "No," he said without going to talk to the doll anymore. Why was he doing that? For some reason, the doll didn't seem so cute anymore. He couldn't say why, but he thought having it in his apartment was terrifying. He wasn't so crazy about having it here either. Stanley remembered what he had handled the doll the night before. He noticed something, a tiny scratch and a pain job on its face. Tonight the scratch wasn't there. Another night he remembered now. He had noticed that there had been a small tear in the doll's tutu. Tonight it had been last night. As it had been last night, the tutu was fine. "We like you." We. Suddenly Stanley understood. It had been the same doll on the desk each night. It had been a different doll every time. Sure, it was the same type of doll, but there had always been slight differences. But what did it mean? Whatever it was weird and upsetting, and he didn't want any part of it. He opened the drawer in the desk, dropped one-armed doll inside, and slammed the drawer shut. There, out of sight and out of mind. After he saw the doctor and got whatever his health issue was straightened out, Stanley decided he was going to go back for a new job, like Melissa was always encouraging him to do so. She said they're always looking for good security guards over the courthouse where she worked. That way he could work on daytime and actually see people and talk to them. Maybe he and Melissa could take their lunch breaks together sometimes if he worked days. His schedule wouldn't be the opposite of all his buddies anymore, and maybe he could start hanging out with the guys again. He could invite them over to his apartment, which he would keep scrupulously clean. They could order pizza and watch football together. Who knows? He might even start dating again. He would start by asking Katie out. Even if she turned him down, asking her would be good practice, a step in the right direction. As soon as he got his health back, the job at the courthouse would be a solution to all his problems. It would be a sunny, sociable workplace, not like this one, all dark and creepy and lonely. Stanley thought about the future and felt a swell sense of hope. He told himself that he wasn't going to fall asleep again. He was going to do his job. Screens were called monitors because they were supposed to monitor them. But his body, for whatever bizarre medical reason, was stretched beyond his limits, and exhaustion overtook him. His head lolled back in the slump chair and his eyes shut. He descended into blackness. He was in a dentist chair. A dentist assistant was a robot outfitted as a ballerina. Unlike the little dolls on her face was painted to look feminine and pretty, long eyelashes, pink lips, and pink circles on her cheeks, the blue metal hair was sculpted into a ballet bun. He hovered over him, looking like several wide belts. "We have to strap you in," she said, her voice feminine and sultry. "The doctor doesn't like squirming." She bound Stanley to the chair and leather strapped his shoulders and his arms and his legs. He wanted to move. He wanted to fight being restrained, but he couldn't. He body to act. He was paralyzed. Dent was entering wearing safety goggles and surgical mask. Stanley was leaned back, his mouth open, his hands in white knuckle grip in the chair's armrest. The dentist was silent and rough and was trying to stretch Stanley's mouth to open wider and wider. "No," Stanley was saying in his head. "Stop. It won't open that wide. It can't." Stanley reached up and tore off his goggles and the mask. The face Stanley saw was clown right mask and black eye holes and a black gaping grin. Yellow glowing irises shined through the black eye sockets. The face. He knew that face. The thing's hands pushed his mouth even wider than he could stand. His lips were going to split at the corners. His jaw was going to break. Finally, Stanley woke up. A feeling of stretching didn't stop. That face in the dream, Stanley knew that face. Stanley was distracted from his thoughts by the sensation of his own face. There was something moving on his face. The ballerina doll was standing on his chin. Using her one arm and one of her legs, tried to stretch his mouth open wide enough for what? Stanley's heart raced as he finally understood. Wide enough so she could fit inside. Stanley raised his numb right arm and swatted the doll away. She was light and slid across the room, hitting the wall and thud, landing a crumpled heap on the floor. He braced his hands to the desk to pull himself to his feet. As he stood, he felt tightening in his arms, his legs, his belly, and his chest. He knew now that he wasn't feeling the sensation of dozens of tiny limbs pressing on his skin and inside. Inside his arms, his legs, his chest, his body. How many of them were in there? The sore throat that started the night before the first doll appeared. No wonder it hurt too much to eat or drink or anything. Night after night, the dolls had been climbing into his mouth and down his throat as he slept, making their way through the narrow passageway of his body like explorers in a dark, damp cave. The realization nauseated him. He felt a sudden urge to vomit, but there was nothing in his stomach to bring it up. Nothing but acid and fear. He wished he could go back to not knowing what was wrong with him, to just thinking he had contracted some unusual virus or infection. People had always said it had become due to a physical condition. Knowing was better than not knowing. In this case, they were wrong. Knowing was much, much worse. Stanley staggered off his office down the hall. Everything in his head screamed for him to run. But as he was too weak to run, the walls of the facility seemed to be closing in around him. Like he had never liked this place, but now he would get out of here for good, he told himself. And he would even do it if he had to crawl. The pressure inside him was building. He felt the dolls were angry, like their many tiny fists punching him and their tiny mini feet were kicking him. But he saw the exit signs glow up ahead. Green means go, he told himself. And he couldn't just get out. If he could be where he was moonlight and fresh air to breathe, he could figure out what to do. He leaned against the wall and hobbled next to the exit sign. Outside, he tried to take a deep breath of fresh air, but instead sucked in the stench from biowaste bin. He was so worn out that he wanted to slide down on the pavement, but he had to figure out a way to make it up the stairs. Up the stairs into the cab, straight into the emergency room, where they tell him what. His dozens of little dolls living inside me. They crawl down my throat when I sleep. There was no doubt that the word of the possible, a statement like that would land him in. But maybe it would convince the doctor to take an x-ray. They could see that the dolls were real. Voices, Stanley thought, were interrupted by tiny little muffled gurgly voices. They were muffled because they were coming from inside him. From his left arm, "I like being close to you." From his right leg, "We like you." From his belly, "You're so warm and squishy." Stanley stumbled backwards, almost falling. Standing is more and more difficult. The pressure was building inside him, becoming unbearable. He felt like he might explode. Could that happen? Could the person actually explode? The tiny one-armed doll was standing framed in the facility's doorway, posed like she was about to pirouette. The yellow irises of her canvas black eyes focused on Stanley like lasers. Her smile was wide. She tilted her head in a way that under circumstances might have been cute. "Isn't there room for just one more?" she chirped. All Stanley's strength was gone. She fell to his knees and one-armed doll leapt toward him with the grace of a ballerina. Stanley couldn't help it. He opened his mouth to scream. It's a bright, sunny day. The kind of day that makes you feel like you have to do something. You have to do something fun or you have to be productive. Devin used his index and middle fingers to make air quotes, trusting no one that would notice a cutiles and bitten down nails. When he's continued in when he hoped was an ominous tone, it's the kind of day when your mom makes you mow the lawn, but today isn't a mowing day. Today's is a birthday party. Devin heard rustling in the classroom. Someone snickered, and he didn't look up from his papers. He kept his head bent, and his long hair changed into a protective shield between him and the class. Normally, he hated having to stand in front of the class for any reason, but today he was on a mission. If he had to read a stupid assignment for English class, he was going to make it work for him. Devin continued with his story, dribbling the birthday party scene from the back of screaming 4-year-olds. He read about the balloons and clowns and bright-colored bounce house set up in the middle of the green lawn. But this isn't any ordinary bounce house, Devin read. No one knows that yet, but they're going to find out now. Devin paused for effect. He didn't hear anything for all his teacher, Mrs. Peterson, and his classmate had disappeared, but he wasn't going to look up to see. Devin went on, because now little Hallie is crawling into the bounce house. She's the first one in. Her twin sister, Hope, is right behind her. Was that a gasp Devin heard from the third row desk? He thought it was. Good. Now he has her attention. He grinned and kept railing. Haley makes it almost all the way into the bounce house, her bright pink dress flashing off the pouch-heavy red vinyl floor. Faster, Hope urges, Haley pushing Haley's butt. Haley still crawls slowly until suddenly she's sucked inside the bounce house. Hope giggles and follows her. Devin stopped reading again, but was getting to the good part. But in a second, Hope is going to wish that she didn't follow her sister. In a second, she's looking down and she crawls inside, but now she's in. She looks up and sees her sister's partially eating body lying still in the red vinyl. No, wait, the vinyl isn't red. It's covered in blood. Was that a squeal Devin just heard? He kept reading. And the house isn't a house. It's a big mouth. And the mouth is chewing, and now it opening wider, and Hope, now screaming, is sliding into... That's enough, Miss Peterson shouted. Devin blinked. He still didn't look up. He wasn't finished. Devin blamed Marks, Miss Peterson spurted every one of Devin's 3 names like each was a spitball. Before he could respond, Miss Peterson's large square hand appeared in front of Devin's downward end gaze and snatched the story from his grasp. The pages rattled, and he felt a sting of paper cut on his web of skin between his thumb and index finger. Ow. The classroom was so silent, Devin could hear a bird chirping outside the window. He finally looked up and saw Miss Peterson. What? What? Miss Peterson shook her head, sending her blonde ponytail into a wild dance. Miss Peterson was an English teacher, but she also the girls' basketball coach. She was a huge woman, tall and broad on the shoulders. She towered over Devin. Devin was already 5'9", 5'9" tall for his age. If only he were coordinated enough to be a basketball player, maybe then he'd be part of Devin. Miss Peterson softened her deep voice, and Devin finally raised a gaze in her wide face. He even managed to meet her intense blue eyes. Mr. Patterson's eyes were scary. Everyone in class thought so. She would reduce you to a pile of smoke and ashes with just a look. Devin was happy she was still standing. He was still standing. Report to Mr. Wright's office. Mrs. Peterson ordered Devin to look into the story. Crumpled in Mr. Peterson's hand, he wanted to argue, but he shrugged and headed toward the classroom door. Heather sat in the second seat in the door, in the third row, and as he passed that row, he met her gaze. Had it worked? Heather was looking right at him. Yes. Heather Anders, one of the most popular girls in his class, who was by far the prettiest, had never, not even a single time, ever looked at Devin. As far as Heather and pretty much all of the 9th grade class was concerned, Devin didn't exist. Or, if she had noticed he existed, he was nothing more than a part of scenery, like a blackboard or a chair. If it wasn't for Devin's best, the only friend, Mick, and his well-meaning but very annoying mom, Devin would wonder if he did in fact exist. Sometimes he wasn't so sure, but today he existed and Heather saw him. Triumphant, he grinned at her and gave her a thumbs up, and he sauntered toward the classroom door. Heather rolled her eyes and said, "Geez, Devin, that was sick." Devin grinned wider as he stood tall and nodded at her, and then strode out of the classroom like he was heading to an important meeting instead of the principal's office. He had done it. Even though Heather never noticed Devin, he made a careful study of Heather. He watched her. He listened to her. He wanted to know everything about her. The previous week, while Mick was going on about his latest superhero obsession, Devin was listening to Heather talk to her girlfriends. She was complaining about her 4-year-old twin sisters, Haley and Hope. They drive me crazy, she told Valerie and her friend. I mean, seriously bonkers. I'm always having to babysit them, and I hate it. They're always getting into trouble, breaking something or whatever, and then I get in trouble. I hate them. The same day, Miss Peterson handed out the assignment to write an original short story. That's when Devin saw his chance. He saw it, he took it, and he made a most out of it. Who cared if it cost him a trip to the principal's office? It was the best creative artist had hidden depths lurking beneath the surface, and usually those depths were misunderstood. Devin and Mick met up after school at their regular spot in the back, at the edge of the teacher's parking lot. Devin couldn't wait to talk to Mick about what had happened with Heather. He hadn't thought to look at Mick before he left English class. He wasn't sure his friend saw what had happened. Mick tended to daydream. He was often caught staring out the school windows at the who knew what. When Devin reached Mick, Mick was juggling his bright purple backpack, a papier-mâché tiger, a plastic cup, and a curly straw. The stack of books that obviously wouldn't fit in an overstuffed backpack, and a half-eaten package of chocolate cupcakes. White frosting from the missing cupcake was stuck to his lower lip. Devin pointed at the frosting. Huh? What? Oh. Mick wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, lowering the tiger. It made him look like he was being mauled. It also made him drop the stack of books within, smacked it on the ground and scattered. Devin looked at his head and bent over to pick them up. He stuck them on his way to the navy blue backpack, which was nearly empty. He had already done his homework for the day while he was hanging out with Mr. Wright's office. And unlike Mick, Devin had never read a book he wasn't required to read. Sorry, oh, you got those? Mick asked. Yes. Mick squinted at Devin throughout the wound wire-rimmed glasses. He shoved his reddish-blonde bangs off his freckled forehead. They ended up sticking up straight. Where's your art project? I dumped it in the trash. Why? That four-headed octopus was gnarly. Devin shrugged. He didn't tell Mick that he thought making papier-mâché animals was for kids, and that the art teacher, Mr. Stewart, had given Devin a D on the project and the lecture on following instructions instead of doing whatever he wanted. These were supposed to be representations of real animals, Mr. Stewart had said. How do you know there isn't a four-headed octopus? Devin had responded. Only 5% of the ocean floor has been explored. That had shut Mr. Stewart up. Devin didn't like reading books, but that didn't mean he didn't read. He spent most of the spare time on the internet. Mick stuffed the second cupcake in his mouth. The boys started walking away from the school. Mick took a noisy slurp from a straw. That was skeevy short story, Dev. It kind of made me throw up in my mouth. Devin made Mick a gentle shove. Gross. No grosser than your story. Whatever. Did you see what that Heather did, though? She was, like, really white. Her face, I mean. I thought she was gonna faint. Yeah, but did you see her look at me? Mick glanced at Evan, who bent down and picked up a round stone. He flung it at the stop sign, hit the middle of the O with a resounding metallic clink. I saw her look at you like she wanted to kill you. Nah, didn't you hear what she said? Mick adjusted his backpack. Yeah, she said the story was sick. No, she said it was sick, as in cool. Mick screwed up a round face. I don't think so. Devin shrugged again, picking up another rock and fired at the lamppost. He got a resonant bong as a reward. The point was she noticed me. She talked to me. Mick twisted a small mouth. That's something. It sure is. The boys had reached the railroad yard as a half mile from their school. They began weaving through the stationary, graffiti-covered boxcars. Railway yard smelled like oil and cressway, and it was filled with the sounds of train wheels clunking lethargically over dirty old rails. At the far side of the yard, the boys ducked into the woods that stretched for miles. To the north beyond the railroad yard, from several miles east of the yard. At the back of their neighborhood to the west, the woods were thick and huge fir, hemlock trees that stood so closely together in places that blocked out the sun, creating perpetual dusk. On a cloudy day, the forest was even darker, like it was one big shadow engulfing the too loud, too bright, too busy craziness that most people called real life. Devin loved the darkness, and on sunny days like today, it was a relief to duck into the trees and have a blazing light behind. Halfway through the railroad yard in the neighborhood, if they stayed near the edge of the woods, they'd reach the clubhouse, the hangout that they set up in an old abandoned gas station that backed into the woods for the 6 years they'd been friends. They'd spent nearly every afternoon after school and much of every weekend in their clubhouse. If Devin was honest, which he wasn't, he thought they were getting a little too old to have a clubhouse. It was fine that they were in the grade school and maybe even last year in middle school, but now that they were nearly in the end of their freshman year, it was too little kid for them. Devin had outgrown the pretend games of pirates and space cowboys, and he no longer saw the collection of junk they amused over the years as treasures. He didn't want to be one of the two boys who had no place to go after school other than tumbling down empty gas stations, but that didn't mean he had a problem with their clubhouse. It might not be a little kid fun for them anymore, but it was still a place to get away from all the crap of real life. It was a place he could go and forget about school and forget all about the pressure his mom is always putting him on to be somebody. Don't end up like me, Devin. Be somebody, she told him over and over and over. And don't you think, Mick asked? What? How long had we been walking along this listening to his friend? Devin had no idea what he'd missed, but he figured it probably wasn't important. Mick's latest favorite subject in conversation was a digital math game he was working on. It's going to be like playing Spy, like with ciphers, Mick had explained to Devin. Mick and Devin were mostly B's and C's, peppered with the occasional D at school. But that wasn't, however, because they were stupid. They weren't. Devin just never cared enough about school to apply himself. His mother's words. School bored him. Why work hard at it? Mick's problem was a little more serious. He had learning disorders. Devin didn't really understand, and he tended to have attention issues. We're not going to be labeled the boy, Mick's father said, according to Mick. So Mick had never been treated or anything. Basically, as far as Devin could tell, Mick was like a savant who couldn't figure out how to play a school game, and Mick didn't care at the school game. He was in love with food, the reason for his soft, slightly pudgy form, and fantasy worlds of any kind. Mick was an overgrown kid, most as tall as Devin. Mick's high-waisted corduroy pants and button-down short-sleeve shirts screamed nerd, but didn't seem to bother him. Devin figured someday Mick would probably own a gaming company and be a zillionaire. Devin, Mick yanked Devin's t-shirt sleeve. What? Mick blinked and looked around. They should be at the clubhouse by now. Yep, there's the old cedar tree and the split trunk, so where was the gas station? It's gone, Mick said in every small voice. It was right. The gas station was no longer there. In its place, a hulking yellow backshoe sat idle next to the mass of debris like a dragon went to spew fire on the defeated foe. Mike plopped down and followed along, but he blinked and sniffled. Our treasures! Devin, who was feeling strangely thrilled by the demolished clubhouse, looked at his friend. Mick's large brown eyes were moist. He rubbed his nose. Devin took a seat next to Mick and threw an arm around his shoulder. Hey, it's okay, but it's not. Look. Yeah, I'm looking. All our treasures, Mick repeated. Yeah, but we can find more. Not that Devin wanted to, but Mick needed to know that. But we have no clubhouse now. Devin made Mick a half hug. Glad no one could see them. I'll find us something. You think so? Sure. And in the meantime, we have the forest. He waved an arm behind him. Well, yeah, that'll work on days like today, but leave it to me, Devin said. For now, let's just hang out here. No matter what, we're in it together, right? He held out his right index finger. Mick grinned and nodded. In it together. He extended his right index finger and linked it with Devin's. They both pulled hard and then released. Devin shrugged out of his backpack and unzipped the outer pocket. I saved the chocolate chip cookie for my lunch. It's yours if you want it. Mick brightened. Really? Far out. Devin inwardly rolled his eyes. He was used to Mick's habit of using out-of-date or even made-up slang, but that didn't mean he always liked it. While Mick munched on his cookie, Devin said, I think today is a big day. Maybe that, he waved a pile of destroyed gas station. It's a sign that something new is coming, something big. I mean, after all, Heather talked to me today. All I have to do now is to build on that and figure out ways to get her attention. Mick stopped chewing. He brushed the cookie crumbs off his chin. I'm not sure getting her attention is necessarily a good thing, but there are different kinds of attention, right? Devin shrugged. Whatever. Devin was happy with how the plan folded yesterday. He wasn't going to let Mick talk him off his high. Hey, he said, why don't we go poke around the pile and see if we can find some of our stuff? Mick was so frustrated finished the cookie and grinned. Mrs. Patterson seemed to be bearing a grudge about Devin's story. Instead of ignoring him like normal, she glared at him as he took his usual place in the back room next to Mick. Heather wasn't here yet. As soon as Devin sat down, Mick leaned over and poked him in the arm. Hey, Dev, you need to meet Kelsey. Mick leaned back and pointed at a new kid heading at Mick's left. Kelsey, this is Devin. Dev, this is Kelsey. Hey, Kelsey said. He flashed Devin what looked like a genuine friendly smile. Really? Devin had spotted Kelsey earlier that morning. He'd been hanging out near the stairs watching the other kids. But both then and now, Devin thought Kelsey didn't look like the kind of kid who would be friendly with Mick and Devin, although Devin didn't dress with nerdy abandon like Mick did. He in no way resembled a normal kid, too skinny for his height. Devin knew he had a lot of things working against him. His teeth were super crooked and his mom couldn't afford to get him braces. His ears were too big. Even though he wore his hair long and as messy as possible, the ears still wanted to stick out. His neck was too long, and after his dark eyes were way too small and were way too close together. When he was in grade school, one of the school bullies called him Birdman. His mom liked to say he was a dormant swan. Yeah, whatever. But here was this new kid, this very good-looking, Devin knew what girls looked for in boys, new kid, smiling at Devin, as if Devin were something worth smiling at. Devin had seen Kelsey smile at a lot of kids the same way he was on the stairs. Kelsey's smile had Devin feel ridiculously good. Kelsey, just move here, Mick said. Devin resisted the urge to say, duh. His dad's a contractor, Mick continued. He's here to head up a hotel/office complex my dad bid on and didn't get. His grin, bright eyes made it clear, and he didn't intend to any spite in these words. Even so, Devin noticed Kelsey's smile faltered for a second. Devin had no idea what to say to that, so he just said, okay. It was bad enough that Mick had just mentioned his often out-of-work dad, who liked to grouse about how other electricians were always outbidding him. But Devin hoped this conversation wasn't going to end up with him having to stay what his mom did. She was a house cleaner. She didn't even have her own house cleaning business. She worked for someone else. She barely made enough money for them to live on, but she seemed to think he should be proud of what they were making it. He wasn't. I invited Kelsey to sit with us at lunch, Mick said. Sure, Devin said. Not all that sure, but Kelsey actually wanted to sit with him. Kelsey groaned. I appreciate the invite. Devin raised an eyebrow and scanned Kelsey's wavy blonde hair, blue eyes, straight teeth, broad shoulders, cool ripped jeans, and faded black t-shirt. Sure, he repeated. The disjointed sound of multiple conversations, the swish of clothes and scraping of chairs, the thudding of books on desks let Devin know the classroom was filling up, and with the whiff of Heather's lemony scent. And he swiveled in his seat in the sleek shine of her straight auburn hair. He was wearing a dark green shirt that went great with her hair. Because cease and desist with the chaos, Miss Patterson said. Let's begin. To Devin's shock, the house didn't actually sit with Mick and him during lunch. It was another bright day, and everyone was outside, either clustered at a picnic table set up near the entrance of the cafeteria or lounging on the grass and stretching on a walkway in front of the school parking lot. Devin and Mick leaned against the base of the stone wall surrounding the flagpost. The stone was rough and but warm. Devin was looking for Heather, and Mick was going out to how delicious peanut butter and honey sandwiches were. Then Kelsey strolled over, dropped into a cross-legged position in front of them. Devin glanced up and around them to see if anyone was looking at this shocking social development. Several people were. A couple of the jocks called out, "Hey, Kelsey," as they strutted past. Kelsey smiled at them. "Hey, Kurt. Hey, Brian." They also waved at a group of girls at the closest picnic table, and they waved back. When he turned his attention to Mick and Devin. "I hear food sucks here, so I brought my own lunch," he said. Mick waved around his delicious sandwich that said in peanut butter mush mouth, "Ich the best shows." Kelsey laughed. It actually laughed, not like as if he was laughing at Mick, or he thought Mick was amusing. He opened a crumpled brown paper bag. "I like good old chicken salad," he said. "My mom makes great chicken salad." He gestured at Devin's sack. "What do you have?" Devin shrugged. "I'm not actually hungry." He pushed his sack down into his backpack. The truth was he had a bologna on bright bread. His mom brought both in bulk, and he hated both. He hated the taste, and he hated how it reminded him of grade school. When he thought about bologna, it was the best thing in the world. And when he thought about bologna was the best thing in the world, he outgrew the food. But their budget hadn't kept up with his taste buds. Kelsey bit into his sandwich and looked around. "I like it here. I like the sun." "See, Dev? Normal people like the sun," Mick nudged. Devin was at the foot and said to Kelsey, "Dev's like clouds. If I didn't know better, I think he was a vampire." Kelsey tilted his head and studied Devin for a couple of seconds. For those 2 seconds, Devin felt a weird feeling, as if he was being evaluated. But then Kelsey laughed and leaned toward Devin. Well, he doesn't sparkle in the sun like those movie vampires. He laughed again. Probably not a vampire. Devin had said in a creepy vampire accent, I don't want to shock your blood. Hey, Kelsey, a girl's bell-like voice called out. Devin sat up straight. It was Heather. Hi, Heather, Kelsey said. You find that book I was telling you about? She stood a few feet from them and beamed down at Kelsey. I did. I'm going to start it tonight. She flicked a glance at Mick and Devin. Oh, hi, Devin. The tone of Heather's voice as she said hi to Devin was totally different from the one she used for Kelsey. Devin noticed that, of course. Part of his brain told him the sharp, heavy tones of each syllable of his name represented sarcasm. Part of his brain didn't care. It only cared that she said hi to him. Hi, Heather. She wrinkled her nose at him, flashing a big smile at Kelsey and walked away. Pretty girl, Kelsey said softly after Heather had moved off. He watched her for a few seconds, then scanned the rest of the students, his gaze resting now on when someone went before moving on. Yeah, Mick said. Devin thinks. Yes, she is, Devin interrupted. He turned and gave Mick a look that clearly said, shut up. Mick was sharp enough to quietly return to his sandwich. Kelsey started talking about the experiment they'd done in science class, and Devin turned out. He watched Heather talking animatedly to her friends while he half listened to Kelsey and Mick discuss chemical reactants. Was this what it was actually like to fit in? Maybe not quite, but it was closer than he'd gotten in years. Devin pretty much floated through the rest of the day. He hadn't felt this good in a very long time. He even raised his hand once in math and answered a question correctly. Mr. Crenshaw's mouth dropped open. On his way through school, he met Mick after his last class. Devin asked Heather and her friends loitering by the lockers. Heather stood on her back to the hallway. Her friends formed a semicircle in front of her. They were Valerie and Julie, along with her third BFF, Gabriella. Gabriella's boyfriend, Quincy, also stood nearby for some reason. Devin didn't understand. Quincy always seemed to be hanging out with the three girls. I've decided I'm not going to make my own movies. Heather flung her hair back in the shoulder. I don't want to be an actress. I want to be behind the camera. Devin didn't think. He just dropped next to Heather and started talking. Ignoring Heather's friends, he pushed in sideways in front of Heather and said, if you're going to make movies, you should do horror movies. Even campy horror movies can get good followings. Hamper stood a step back and looked down at Devin up and down. He kept talking. If you decide to do horror movies, let me know. I have a cousin who has done clown making in costumes. You could do a creepy clown story. Heather tapped a red-nailed index finger toward Devin's chest, emphasizing each word of what he could have been in scorn. But maybe not. She pronounced, you are unoriginal. That's been done. She turned and flounced off. Her friends followed her, but not before Valerie's blonde curls bouncing as she shook her head at Devin said, you are very weird. Devin watched them walk away as he rubbed the spot Heather touched. She touched him. As Mick and Devin headed away from the school, Mick waited for Devin to talk about the search for a new clubhouse. But Devin didn't talk about that. She actually touched me, Devin was saying. He just finished telling Mick how he talked to Heather in the hall. It sounded to Mick like Devin had made himself look like a total doofus, but Devin didn't see it that way. Devin actually thought Heather's comment and her fingertip of the chest were both worth getting excited about. Mick was a little worried about Devin. It seemed like he was being a little delusional. It wasn't that Mick thought Devin could deserve to get Heather's attention, but sure he did. Mick's parents had taught him what it looks doesn't mean anything, and everyone was equally deserving of love and other good stuff. Mick had to admit he wasn't really sure the world worked that way. He wasn't even evidence of the attitude in school, for sure, but he trusted his parents. A bee buzzed past Mick's nose, and he jumped back and waved his Go cup in front of his face. The liquid inside sloshed around. He watched Devin throw a rock at the coupling on the end of one of the boxcars. He hit it dead on. But he was missing big time at the conclusions about Heather. Devin's latest controversial attempt to swing in a very, very big miss. Mick grinned. His dad had been very proud of this sports metaphor. Mick hadn't liked sports when he was younger. But lately he had been getting into baseball, which his dad loved. Mick liked the stats. As Mick and Devin ducked into the woods, Mick said, Dev, what's going on with looking for a new clubhouse, huh? Devin had been talking with Heather's hair. He blinked and looked at Mick. A new clubhouse, Mick repeated. Oh, right, I'm still looking for something good, but in the meantime I stashed a blanket, a tarp, and some ropes in the woods early this morning. I thought we could build a fort and make it like our camp. Mick grinned. Badonka-dunk. That's the boss. Mick noticed Devin's sigh. He knew Devin wouldn't like his expression, but he didn't care. They made Mick happy, and Mick liked to do whatever he could to be happy. He was pretty sure Devin thought Mick didn't care about fitting in at school, but Mick did care. He cared so much it actually hurt him to think about how much everyone ignored them both. But the alternative, putting themselves out there and being rejected, was decidedly something Mick didn't want. He and Devin both used to deal with it in the same way. By ignoring everyone else and doing their own thing, now Devin seemed to want to try and fit in. While Mick still wanted to try and stay in his fantasy world, the fantasy world felt good. The real world definitely did not. A few minutes later, they reached a small stand of hemlocks sheltering a couple boulders. Devin went to one of the boulders and pulled out a blanket, a tarp, and some rope. Between the two of them, they managed to string up the tarp from both lopsided and sagging roof, and they spread a blanket on the ground between the boulders. "So let's brainstorm," Dad said as they settled, and Mick offered him a barbecue potato chip from the bag he bought from the vending machine after school. Every day, his mom gave him money and some kind of junk food that from the machine. It was his reward for getting through another day. Some days he got something sugary, and when he did, he usually ate it immediately. Some days he got something salty. He usually saved it to share with Devin. "About the clubhouse," Mick asked. "This is what we're brainstorming?" Devin turned a chip and said, "What? No, about Heather and how I can get in with her more." Dude, you're still not sure you're getting with her yet." Devin ignored Mick. "I need to find ways to impress her," he said. "That's never a good idea," Mick said. "What isn't?" "Doing something is trying to impress someone, my mom." Devin ignored Mick. "I need to find a way to impress her," he said. "That's never a good idea," Mick said. "What isn't?" "Doing something to try to impress someone. My mom says it's been when boys make stupid mistakes." Devin flicked a rock at a fern growing at the base of one of the trees holding up their tarp. "Well, who cares what your mom says?" I do?" "Yeah, well, you shouldn't." How about we talk about the hike that we're going to do on Saturday?" Mike asked. Dad says if we go a couple miles farther north than we normally do, we'll find a pretty jiggy waterfall. "Maybe we should scout out locations for her movies," Devin said. "I would give her a list of good locations. That should make her happy." "Apparently there's some kind of rare plant that grows next to the waterfall," Mick tried again. "It would be cool beans to find it." "Why would Heather want beans?" Devin said. Mick laughed and realized Devin was serious. He'd been listening to anything Mick said. Mick sighed. It was like Devin had been put under a witch's spell. Mick wondered how he could break it. To Devin's amazement, Kelsey met Devin and Mick for lunch again the next day. He even brought a few friends chicken sandwiches. "I thought you'd like to try them," Kelsey said. "Mom makes her own bread, too. It's pretty awesome." Today, the weather was more of Devin's liking. Too many clouds were tufts clustered overhead. They blocked out most of the sun. "Hey," Kelsey said, jerking a thumb toward the sky. Your kind of weather?" He remembered that. Devin smiled. "Yeah." Devin had watched Kelsey in 2 classes they shared. It seemed like Kelsey was making friends with every kid in the class. How did he do that? Was it just because he was good looking? Was it the clothes? Today he wore baggy black pants and a gray shirt. He had a black and red plaid shirt tied to his waist. Devin had never cared about clothes enough to know what was right and what was wrong to wear. There was no reason to care. His mom could afford to get him 2 pairs of jeans and a bunch of t-shirts every year that limited his fashion choices. "So do you know all the cloud types?" Kelsey asked. "We learned them in school last year, and the last one I could remember was stratus." "What are those?" He gestured overhead. "Columbus," Devin said without even thinking. "Maybe that was it. Kelsey talked to you and he'd actually care about what you were into." Did he really care, or was it an act? Devin narrowed his eyes and studied Kelsey as Kelsey asked Mick about Mick's superhero watch. "I saw that latest movie," Kelsey said. "It was dope." Kelsey was staring to get on Devin's nerves. "Wait a minute, what? Why?" Devin frowned. Why was Kelsey bugging him? She'd be glad the new kid was hanging with them. He was glad, but he was annoyed too. He just couldn't come to some easily to Kelsey. Too easily, that wasn't fair. Devin snorted, and Mick and Kelsey looked at him. "What?" Mick said. "Oh, sorry, I was just a stupid thought, not important." Kelsey cocked his head and looked at Devin so hard it felt like Kelsey was staring into his soul. Then Kelsey grinned and nodded as he understood exactly, but how could he? "Don't you just hate it when your brain goes and comes out with stupid thoughts?" "Mine does that all the time," Kelsey said. "It's like it has a mind of its own," he laughed. Mick laughed too. "Brain was a mind of its own? That's a good one." Devin forced a chuckle. "Yeah, haha." He actually had been laughing at himself because he sounded like a baby when he thought it wasn't fair. As if by now all the people would know how life wasn't fair. What do you guys do after school? Kelsey asked. I've been looking into what is available and just haven't decided what to get into yet. Devin didn't want to answer that question. He accepted Mick involved in any sports or clubs except their own club of two. They had nothing. Mick, intimidated by the question, with naive honesty said, we just had this clubhouse. It was really cool hanging out at an abandoned gas station, but they tore it down. Dev said he was going to look for a new place for us. Kelsey finished his sandwich and wiped his mouth with a black napkin. Who uses a black napkins? A hangout? He leaned forward. Well, you know the best places for hangouts are abandoned buildings. My friends and I sat at my last school really got into an urban exploring. We found some cool spots, then I learned that I was coming here. I asked one of my buddies to let me know if there's anything around here worth checking out. He's looking into it. Cool, Mick said. But until then, I can't help with the hangout thing. You can? I can still help with the hangout thing. You can? Mick finished his sandwiches too. He didn't wipe off the chicken salad smeared on his cheek. Kelsey pointed at it, and without making fun of it, he said, you have a little smudge here. Oh, thanks. Mick wiped his face with the back of his hand. Kelsey smiled. My parents brought this huge old farmhouse right outside of town. Mom says it's historical or something. I really don't care about it. But I do like that there's a big old workshop behind the house. It's a mess, like sagging, starting to fall apart. And he needs to paint a new roof and stuff. Dad's building a home office and shop on the other side of the house. So he said I could have a workshop with a hangout place for parties or whatever if I fix it up. Want to help me? Dad said he could buy all the supplies. I just have to do the work. He's taught me, so I know how to build things. But it's more fun with friends. I could redo the workshop and make it our hangout. Did he really just make it's more fun with friends? Devin was tempted to stab Kelsey to see if it was a robot. Kids didn't say stuff like that. Mick didn't seem to have a problem with it. He was practically bouncing. That's the bee's knees. Kelsey laughed. Glad you think so. He grinned at Devin. How about you? Knees? Devin said as dryly as possible, but he smiled. What about... That does sound pretty great. And it did. Even though he resented how easily Kelsey was sliding into their class, he had to admit it would be awesome being friends with Kelsey got him a ticket to the inner circle. If they helped build a hangout and Kelsey had parties, they'd be invited. Great, Kelsey said. He pulled out his phone and sent out a text. There's this old guy, George, a neighbor I've made friends with. I just texted him to see if he could take us to the building supply store at the school tomorrow. He told me he could buy me whenever I needed it. A couple seconds later, Kelsey's phone played a guitar riff. He glanced at it. Yep, he's in. He glanced at his watch and stood. Nick and Devin stood, too. At this time, he was get to class. Meet us tomorrow after school in a flagpole, Kelsey said. Dad has a big duality pickup truck with an extra cab. Plenty of room for all of us. It's bright red. You won't be able to miss it. Capital A, my man, Mick said in a fake British accent. Kelsey laughed and offered Mick the fist bump. Jolly good. He played along. He offered his first fist to Devin, too. Devin bumped it and said, see ya, as they went into the school. He noticed and ignored the flutter in his belly as he got his book in the locker. He was excited about Kelsey's offer, and he wasn't sure it was a good idea to get too revved up about it. Life had a way of disappointing him. Maybe things weren't going to turn around, though, as Heather swished past and gave him a chilly stare. He let himself believe in the possibility of change. Mick was so hyped that he could barely sit still. He wasn't even able to sleep at night before he was too excited about helping Kelsey build a new clubhouse or hangout. Clubhouse, hangout, whatever. His mom had noticed Mick had started dark circles under his eyes. When he got up, so let him have a cup of coffee. Now he was in the caffeine high. He talked Devin's ear off on the way to school. In every class, his leg had bounced to the basketball dribbled by a pro. Whoa, there was the sports metaphor, and he didn't even like basketball. How about that? It was about third period of the day. They were in social studies, and it's not his favorite class, but he'd endure. As usual, Mick and Devin sat in the back of the classroom with the map-lined walls and stirred Mr. Gentry looming over the kids in the front row. Mick noticed Kelsey was at the end of the third row, sitting next to a couple of football players. Kelsey was leaning back in his chair sideways. He was looking at the kids on his left side of the room instead of Mr. Gentry up front. Mick watched as Kelsey gaze landed on Devin and Mick. Kelsey gave a little half smile and nodded. Today, Mr. Gentry, we are talking about justice. He peered over his thick-trimmed reading glasses, with really hanging up at the end of his baking nose. Mick thought Mr. Gentry looked like an eagle, or that he had white hair and he usually wore brown. He had close-set eyes like Devin did, and even there was that nose. What is justice, Mr. Gentry asked. No one raised their hands. I know a rhetorical question when I hear one, Mick thought. Every culture has its own concept of justice, Mr. Gentry continued. This concept is generally derived from many fields of studies. Our system of justice, for example, comes through the ethics, rational thought, the law, religion, and such general ideas about fairness. Underlying all that, though, it was usually some kind of gut feeling, justice is. In most cases, intuitive. He knew it when he feel it. He looked out over the class. So what does justice mean to you? This wasn't a rhetorical question. Mick didn't even think about raising his hand, though. Raising his hand in class would require that he'd have a brain transplant or maybe get possessed or infected by an alien symbiont. Kelsey raised his hand and said, justice balances the scales. What does that mean, Mr. Gentry said. It removes the downside so the downside can't outweigh the upside. Interacting perspective, Mr. Gentry said. Heather raised her hand. Mick frowned. Heather. What was it about Heather that fascinated Devin so much? Sure, she was pretty, but seemed pretty shallow to Mick. And she wasn't that pretty. There was much prettier girls in the class, he thought. Devin was a little crazy about Heather, though. Devin seemed to be a little scrambled in general. Mick had been beginning to think maybe Devin had picked up a symbiont. There was something in his eyes, something not quite right. I think justice is payback, Heather said. Payback, Mr. Jenner repeated. Yeah, Heather said. Like someone just disses you, so you don't have to diss them back. Payback seems a little vague, Mr. Jenner said. Perhaps it's too often an interpretation. What if payback goes too far? Heather shrugged. Accidents happen, she laughed. And the class laughed with her. Devin laughed at the loudest. Mick noticed Kelsey wasn't laughing. Mick wasn't laughing either. A shiver slithered down his spine. Devin didn't think the day would ever end. Every class was slow and boring. With social study winning a prize except for Heather's hilarious accidents happened comment, the rest of the class was drier than his mother roast chicken, which was so dry it was hard to believe that the bird was ever alive at all. But finally the day was over, and he and Mick were heading to the front of the school to meet Kelsey. The front of the school. How awesome was that? No more sneaking at the back of the clubhouse for you losers. Mick trotted up to Devin and sat at the main doors for once. Devin didn't find the Friday afternoon buzz in the air annoying. He felt the buzz too, like a little electrical eel skimming over his skin. He noticed that Mick had been acting like he was plugged into a light socket all day. He was jittery and spastic, but Devin understood. He also felt strangely happy about everything. For once, he was enjoying the yellow walls of the school hall, which some of the time reminded him of uncooked egg yolk, which made him want to gag. He wasn't minding all those school odors, the chemical smell of the carpet, the dusty smell of chalk, the sweat, the bubble gum, the garlic breath from the day's school lunch. Instead of feeling foreign, it felt familiar. Are you ready, Mick asked, plucking at Devin's sleeve. Devin grinned. Ready. They pushed their way through the double-glass doors and both scanned the doorway in a bright red dolly truck. Kelsey had been right. They couldn't miss it. They headed toward it and met up with Kelsey as he trotted over the gym. You're there. You're here. Kelsey sounded genuinely pleased. Devin was surprised. Kelsey raised his hand and waved it to the bearded man behind the wheel of the truck. The man waved back, smiling. Devin wondered what it was like to have an adult male smiling at you. No, seriously, let's tell the truth here. He wondered what it would be like to have an adult say like a dad around, period. The only memory he had of his dad was an angry man who threw things at his mom. Devin was 3 when his dad took off. He and his mom had been alone ever since. Kelsey led Devin and Mick to the pickup. Devin noticed a few kids gave Mick and him looks like they were cavemen who escaped the Stone Age. A paper airplane sailed by Devin's head, barely missed his nose. He didn't bother to turn to see where it came from. He kept his gaze at the massive red pickup truck. Hey, George, Kelsey said when he reached the truck. He and George did an elaborate finger flutter into the shoulder bump. This is Devin, Kelsey nodded at Devin and Mick. Nice to meet you, sir. Mick stretched out his hand and dropped the books to tuck under his arm. Before Devin could reach for them, Kelsey bent down to pick them up. But George, who looked to be fit 60-something, shook Mick's hand. No need for the sir. Call me George. He turned to Devin and offered his hand. Devin shook it, and it was thick and calloused. Hiya, George. Kelsey stacked Mick's books and handed them to Mick. Mick shifted them and grinned. Thanks. Okay, George said. How about... Hey, Kelsey, Heather's voice rang out. Devin whirled to look at her. He was wearing a tight red shirt today. He'd spent most of English staring at it, and he was happy to see it again now. Heather ignored his stare, but Gabriella gave Devin a slightly ill look designed to make him feel like a worm. He made an ugly face at her, and he clutched Quincy, who pulled her close and said to George, Nice rig. Thanks, George grinned and patted the hood of his pickup like it was a dog. I've got a 6.262 liter V8 under the hood here. 420 horsepower and 460 pound of torque. Whoa, Quincy said. Sweet. He leaned against the front of the truck like he was posing for an ad. Gabriella giggled and posed next to them. Devin's jaw clenched. Quincy and Gabriella are the prettiest people in the school. Gabriella was Hispanic and she might actually someday get to be a star, and told everyone that she was going to be. She was that beautiful. Quincy, dark-haired but with lighter skin, he had a bad boy look. Devin had once tried to pull off slicking glasses into his jeans, tearing at his t-shirts and slouching more. He didn't work for Devin. All he got was a lecture from his mom taking care of his stuff and standing up straight. What are you doing this weekend, Kelsey? Heather asked. Kelsey gestured toward Mick and Devin. We're going to going to the building supply store so we can turn an old workshop into a great hangout spot. Heather flicked a glance at Devin and then smiled at Kelsey. That sounds love. I love DIY. Kelsey smiled. That's cool. Heather laid a hand on Kelsey's arms. You know, I'm a really good designer. I helped my mom do a surprise man cave for my dad. She turned toward her friends. Remember building all those wall-to-wall bookshelves? The three girls laughed, poking one another in delight, and it's a private joke. Devin wanted to throw up. Valerie, a very small girl who wore enough makeup for 10 girls, had a nastily voice that turned into a honk when she laughed. And Juliet, tall and slender, had a little girl giggle that made Devin's teeth hurt. Quincy pushed off from the truck. I've got mad hammering skills. Kelsey looked at Quincy with no expression. For a second, then he smiled and said, That's great. Devin didn't think Kelsey would think it was that great. He seemed annoyed, but why? Heather took Kelsey's hand. How about you have a building party this weekend? We can all come help. Kelsey opened his mouth. But before he said anything, George grinned and said, Hey, that sounds great. I can help you set up a barbecue. Heather gestured at the truck. Then let's go get some supplies. Kelsey looked from Heather and her friends to Mick and Devin. Heather went on. Quincy's brother was going to take us home, but he had to see someplace. We could go with you to the supply store, then maybe you can run us home? Sure, George said. Be happy to, but... He looked at the group of them. You're not all going to fit. Heather said, Sure we will. There are only 5 of us, plus you and Kelsey. 7 plus me and Kelsey, George said, gesturing at Devin and Mick. Heather glanced at Devin and Mick. He waved a hand in the air. Oh, they can ride in the back. Nope, sorry, George said. That's against the law. From the moment Heather and her crew had shown up, Devin had felt like he was watching a scene unfold from inside the glass cocoon. Like he got what everyone was saying. He could hear a girl's annoying laughter, but it was all muted. Even though they were standing just a few feet from Devin, they felt very, very far. Almost like he was watching them from a movie screen. His other senses seemed to turn off. He could no longer smell the bus exhaust belching at the buses accelerated away from the school. He could no other feel the clothes on his body and pavement under his feet. Now it felt like fog was rolling through the little cocoon, and it was seeping inside of him, putting his brain in murk that made thinking nearly impossible. Maybe it was why he was surprised he saw Mick step forward and say to Kelsey, I thought just me and Devin were going with you today. Kelsey frowned and looked at everyone. Devin knew the problem. Kelsey was asking himself, should I be a jerk and blow off the 2 losers, or should I ignore the pretty girls? It wasn't going to be a tough choice. Kelsey was holding Heather's hand. George spoke up. How about this? We'll do 2 trips. I'll take some of you kids over there, and then I'll come back for the rest. It's only a 10-minute drive. The wait won't be that long. Kelsey released the pent-up breath. Thanks, George. Heather grinned at Kelsey and pulled him toward the pickup's passenger door. Come on, we can share the front seat. Small enough that we can both fit under the seat belt, she giggled. Kelsey shrugged and let Heather leave him to the front of the pickup. The others piled up in the back of the pickup. Quincy pushed Mick back and squeezed in after another 3 girls. For a second, it looked like George was going to do a protest of the number of kids in the back seat, but it shrugged and got behind the wheel. All 4 doors slammed. George put his window down. I'll be back for you boys. As soon as George started a 62-liter V8, whatever that meant, engine, Devin's cocoon collapsed. He actually felt his ears pop, and the air around him seemed to adjust to the real space and time again. His senses went in high alert, too. The first thing he smelled was grape soda and Mick's Go Cup. When he got a whiff of gasoline in the big red truck that drove away with Devin's short-lived optimism, he knew it was too good to be true. He felt Mick tug at his shirt. Want to sit over there and wait? Mick pointed at the curb and sucked on his straw. He plunked his padded rump in the curb, piled his backpack with extra books next to him. A car full of kids blasted past them. Someone let out a shrill whistle and someone shouted, losers. Devin put back into the driveway. He turned toward the wood and said, I'm not waiting. I'm going home. Mick mouth from straw, and his upper lip was stained purple. Why? Devin glanced down at Mick. He looked pathetic sitting there with his go cup. Devin wanted to snap at him and walk away, but 10 years of friendship and thousands of it together fingered links kept their temper somewhat under control. Seriously? You're asking me why? Mick frowned then nodded. Devin sighed and sat down on the curb next to Mick. Do you really think after 30 minutes it will take for George to drive them here to come back for us and then we can go there? We're going to be welcomed into the group? Don't you think it would just be a little bit, I'm being very sarcastic right now in case you're missing it, awkward? Mick had to think about that for several seconds. Devin waited. Finally, Mick sighed. Yeah, I see what you mean. He sniffed and stuffed on the straw. Why did Kelsey do that? Why didn't he have them wait? Again, seriously, you're asking that? Did you not see him make a move on Heather? Mick's twisted lips and looked up at the corner of his eyes, watching the replay on a tiny screen up right above. He frowned. I thought she made a move on him. Whatever. He went along when she suggested to share the front seat. Mick thought that over and nodded. True. Devin stood. So what are you coming with me or not? Mick sighed. Yeah, I guess so. He lifted his backpack and Devin picked up Mick's extra stack of books. Does this mean we can't have our clubhouse at Kelsey's house? Mick asked as they started walking toward the woods. Yes, I think that's exactly what this means. Mick felt feeling a little bummed about what happened with Kelsey when he met Devin for their hike on Saturday morning. He tried not to let things bother him too much. If he did, he'd be miserable all the time. He didn't really want to be miserable. Mick wished it wasn't awful. He'd seen much worse, but it wasn't good either. Left over from the town owned by a logging company, the houses in the next neighborhood were small, old, and pretty much identical, except for cars and junk that sat next to him. When Mick and his parents moved into their house, they told Mick it was temporary. He wouldn't have to share a room with his little sister forever, but he was still sharing a room with his little sister Debbie. Something about bearable was only because Debbie, who liked to sew, made a curtain to divide their tiny room. That, and the fact that they both had earphones and mostly spent the time reading on the computers and kept them wanting to kill each other. Sometimes Mick intervened because Devin had his own room, but he remembered Devin didn't have dad. Not being even a lazy dad who never made enough money. At least Mac had a dad, and his dad loved him. That was better than his own room, he guessed. Mick had his backpack filled with junk food, snacks, sodas, water, and his little camera and an extra sunscreen. Trotted up to the cracked and dusty walk of Devin's faded blue front door. All houses in the neighborhood had gray siding and blue front doors. Some were brighter than others. Mick was almost afraid to knock on the door. What if Devin wasn't there? The way Devin had been acting the night before made Mick wonder. Devin was becoming less and less of the friend Mick was used to. It was like something was nibbling on Devin from the inside. It was eating up his smiles and, well, his personality. Mick blinked at the blue door open. Hi, Mrs. Marks, he said, in his tall, skinny woman with short, mused, dark hair. Miss Marks wore a yellow uniform shirt with dark blue uniform pants. Her brown eyes had circles under them, and their chin lips were pressed together. When she saw Mick, she managed a half smile. He's almost ready, Mick. Devin appeared behind his mom. Mick noticed the house smelled like oatmeal and lemons. You boys have fun today, Miss Marks said. Devin lifted his backpack and grinned. We will. Mick almost had a double take. Devin sounded downright enthusiastic about their hike. Was the old Devin back? If so, that would be coolio. The waterfall was where Mick's dad had promised it would be. It was jiggy, as he promised. The boys found a big flat rock near the base of the falls, just far enough back to be out of the spray range, but close enough to be harshing froth rolling in the base of the falls. The falls weren't that tall, but they were wide and pretty powerful. It's probably because it was spring and they were fed by the winter snow runoff. Mick loved hearing the water roar as it plunged to the top bluff of his own basin below. The falls were tucked into the sand and the fir trees that enclosed the spaces around the falls. It felt like the boys were in a lush green cave in the distant land. It was pretty magical, Dick thought. He wouldn't have been surprised if squirrels and chipmunks come dancing out of the woods and broke out into song. Of course, he knew that wasn't going to happen, but the falls made it seem possible. Devin's mood made it seem possible, too. Devin had been pumped all morning. He had this, what was it? Swag. It was swag. He's like he was all that. It was loony. Mick had to admit, though, he liked this Devin better than the one that had been making him nervous over the last few days. Yes, Devin was still obsessing over that girl, Heather, but at least he was talking and smiling. Devin stood up and took a picture of the tallest tree beyond the falls. I'm thinking this would make a great location for a scene in one of Heather's movies, Devin said. Mick had no idea what to say when Devin talked about Heather. Pouting pointing out that Heather clearly didn't like Devin didn't mean to any good. So he was using his mom's nasal technique, nod, and smile to make listening noises. Devin took a couple more pictures and then he sat down and pulled a package of crackers and peanut butter out of his backpack. He nudged Mick. I have a surprise for you. Did you bring dessert? Mick had eaten all his packaged cupcakes already and he was still hungry. Devin laughed. No dessert. Sorry, but I did find us a new clubhouse. Mick sat up straight. Really? Where? This part of the surprise. I didn't. What Kelsey suggested. I looked for abandoned places near here, and I found one. I'll take you there on Monday after school. Why not today? Devin grinned and sly. That made Mick's breath catch for a second. It's too far. We have to go east the railway yard instead of west towards our houses like we usually do. Okay. Why did Mick suddenly feel like Devin was hiding something? He opened his mouth to ask what it was, and then when he closed his mouth, maybe it was a more subtle approach he needed there. Whatever was going on, Mick had thought it would be smarter to watch and wait instead of meeting it head on. Devin finished his crackers, brushed his chrome off his face, and stood. Come on, I want to scout more locations for Heather. Mick sighed. Okay, stuffing empty junk food wrappers into his backpack. Mick said, You wouldn't rather play a scavenger hunt? They'd been playing since they were small, and Mick loved it. One of them would pick an object for them to find, and whoever found the closest thing to it would get a junk food. Reward from the other. That's how they got in most of the treasures they lost when their old clubhouse was torn down. A silver ring became a pop-off tab from a soda can. An airplane became a huge plane-shaped tree branch. A pizza became a flat rock with pepperoni-shaped speckles on it. Devin shrugged. Okay, we can do that too. Mick grinned and scrambled to his feet. Okay, I'll pick the first object. Let's find a fan. Devin strode ahead. Sure, why not? They took nearly an hour to retrace their steps from the falls and get back to the familiar part of the woods. It took that long because Mick was running all over looking for something like a fan. When he found a big fern fawn, they had decided what it would do until they located something better. It didn't look like they were going to find something better until a crow pooped on Devin's shoulder. Mick saw it happen. They were strolling along the fir needle-padded forest, and Devin was juggling 3 stones as they went. The crow sat high on a branch above their heads, and it caught it when they approached the tree it was in. Mick had looked at it, and they passed beneath it. The crow fickled its tail feathers, a big bright splotch appeared on Devin's shoulder, and his beak was squishy, splatting sound. Mick started to laugh, and he inhaled sharply as Devin instantly let loose on the stones he carried, sending it streaking like a missile toward the crow. The stone hit the crow in the stomach, churning quack, and the crow tumbled and seemed in slow motion to the ground. It landed a few feet in front of them. While Mick tried to process what just happened, Devin gestured a clearly dead bird. If you want it, a wing would make a better fan, Devin said. Mick stared at the bird. The forest started to spin around him as he stumbled back, bracing himself on his feet. You okay, Devin asked. Mick's mouth was so dry he couldn't speak. Devin started to stroll away, pulling his shirt off his shirt as he went. Mick dug a bottle of water from his backpack and took a big gulp. I don't need a better fan, Mick said when he found his voice, which didn't sound anything like normal. Devin shrugged. Can I have some of your water to clean my shirt? Mick handed over his water bottle without speaking. He had no idea what to say, or maybe he was afraid to say anything at all. On Monday morning, Kelsey was waiting for Mick and Devin at their lockers. Mick was surprised to be pleased. Maybe they had to hang out at Kelsey's after all. Hi, Kelsey, he said. Hey, Mick. Hey, Devin. Mick wasn't sure what to expect from Devin. He knew Devin was mad at Kelsey. But Devin grinned and smacked Kelsey on the shoulder. Mick noticed Devin was a gauze bandage on his hand. But before he could ask about it, Devin said to Kelsey, Dude, do you have a good weekend? Mick's eyebrows felt rising. Huh? Kelsey's brows went in a notch too. He squatted at Devin for a second. Then he smiled and said, Look, guys, I'm really sorry about Friday. That was awkward. I wasn't sure what to do. But then when George came back to get you, he said you weren't there. I didn't have your numbers to call you. Not a problem, Devin said. It was Ox. And it wasn't your fault. Ox? Mick had never heard Devin say that before. Kelsey blew out air and turned to the smile that worn since he approached the morphed into a full grin. I'm so relieved. I thought you guys would be mad at me. You have every right to be. Devin shook his head. Nah, it's 5 by 5. 5 by 5. Mick felt he was listening to a defective Devin clone. Great. Kelsey nodded at several kids who rushed and waved at him. Then he chuckled and said, We didn't make much progress on the hangout this weekend. Quincy and Gabrielle flaked on me, and Kelsey looked around. In all honesty, Heather and her other friends weren't much help, he winked. But I still don't mind having them around, you know? Devin gave Kelsey a closed-lipped smile. Then he said, I know. But that was a muscle twitch in Devin's jawline. Before Mick could answer that question in his head, Devin leaned toward Kelsey. Listen, I found this place, dang it, why won't this page turn? Oh, it's just stuck together. This abandoned place that, just like you were talking about, we can actually use that as a hangout instead of your place, or we could just take some seriously cool savage for our hangout. Claim materials for super creative spaces. This is better than the sci-fi movie Mick thought, made for super creative spaces. He stifled a laugh. Kelsey grinned. Really? You found an abandoned building? That's cool. I've never heard back from my buddy. Are you suggesting that we go some urban exploring? Exactly, Devin said. We can meet after school, out back. It's not far. We can walk to it. Okay, Kelsey gave Devin a fist bump and broke off to go into the first class. Devin glanced at Mick. Apparently seeing something in Mick's face, he said, What? Mick shook his head. Nothing. We still didn't think he could say anything about Devin's strange behavior. Devin wouldn't have been surprised if Kelsey didn't show up after school. He thought Kelsey might suspect something, but nope, apparently he didn't, because he was already waiting behind the school with Mick and Devin to let the thick metal door slam shut behind them. Good, so far out. So, where is this place? Kelsey asked, squinting into the relentlessly bright sun and strolling toward the other boys. It's kind of in the woods. It's a mile east of the trailway yard. Devin said it was the boys walked away from the school. How could we've never heard of it? Mick asked. We've both lived here since we were born, he said to Kelsey. But Devin shrugged. Don't know. With Devin and the league, boys carefully picked their way through the railway yard, stepping across the rails behind the stringing lumbering metal freight cars rolling into the tracks. From the far side of the yard, Devin led them into the woods, and they picked up the windowing, uneven trail lined in the rotting moss-covered logs and thick clusters of huckleberry bushes and sallow shrubs. The air was moist and rich with a loamy smell. That made Devin think of rainy days. He liked rainy days for some reason. He liked cloudy days. Mick was see shadows as they walked, mostly about TV shows. Mick was going on about a sci-fi show that followed an apocalyptic society in which people were killed for even the smallest mistakes. That sounds interesting, Kelsey said. Kind of up my alley in an extreme way. What do you mean, Mick said. Kelsey shrugged. Oh, I mean, I like legal shows. Courtroom dramas. I'm going to go to law school so I can be a real judge someday. Real judge? Devin wondered what that meant. You don't want to be a builder like your dad? Devin asked. Nope. I like building things, but I'm kind of keen on justice. That gets that. He says we all need to do what we're passionate about. That's true, Devin thought. About 100 yards before they could reach their destination, the trees thinned, and the sun rays touched their skin. Devin felt it light and hit his face. For just a second, his feet altered. You okay? Kelsey asked. Yeah, just tripped. As fast as the intruder, the sun retreated. Devin turned off the trail and ducked into a denser, darker part of the woods. The boys followed him. Are we there yet? Kelsey asked, and then laughed. My sister always asks that when we're in the car. Mine too, Mick said. Devin ignored them. They were almost there. He led them to a gnarled spruce. There it was. Stop waited for Kelsey and Mick to catch up. What they did, they heard them suck in their breath in unison. Whoa, Kelsey said. Creeptastic, Mick said. Kelsey laughed. Hunkered in the woods behind him, a big low-slung building with a shallow roof line and a small boarded-up windows clung barely to life. Although the building was intact, it sagged and leaned, like it was getting too tired to stay standing. Because the bubble-shaped, filthy, and broken skylight bulged in the middle of the top of the building, it looked like it wore a bowler cap. It was hard to tell what color the building was built. Now it was mostly green and black, streaked with mold, mildew, and moss. It has also been consumed by wild blackberry bushes. Aggressive, prickly rudiments of the vines flanked and building all sides of the boys could see from where they stood. The vines grew low, barely reaching the bottom of the building's few windows as they were thick, compacted together in a barrier that can demand a blood sacrifice to get past. You don't expect us to go through those, do you? Mac asked. Devin asked. Do I look stupid? He laughed harder. Wait, don't answer. His laughs were high-pitched, kind of girly. Mick was looking at them strangely. Come on, Devin said, leading to the boys around the building. That was it, Kelsey said. What was it? Cousin asked. Devin gestured at a wall they were passing. An old, faded sign hung and true under the weather-worn face. The sign faded so you could only make a few words. F-A-Z and a P. But next to the letters, an image some kind of round defined the elements. Is that a pizza? Mick asked. I think so, Devin said. I think this is a pizzeria. I love pizza, Mick told Kelsey. Kelsey smiled. Me too. Hey, Mick, pull out your cell phone and see if you can find anything about this place. I'd do it, but I forgot my phone at home. Realized it after lunch. I don't think I'd ever done that before. I feel naked without it. Mick laughed and pulled out his phone. Don't bother, Devin said. There's no cell service around this building. Mick held up his phone and turned in a circle. Well, that's kind of spooky-o. Come on, Devin motioned to the boys to follow him to the opposite side of the building. When his running shoes started making scraping sounds instead of the dull thuds that made him into the forest, he gestured at the ground. See? I think this was a parking lot. Yeah, look, Kelsey pointed at the far side of the lot and see a tracking of the tree trunk. Probably once white, it was now gray, and when Devin squinted, he could see letter. Stommers on? Customers only, Kelsey said. Should we be here? Mick asked. Devin glared at him. Why not? Does it look like anyone else cares about this place? Besides, no one ever cared that we hung out at the big abandoned gas station. He's got a point, Kelsey said. Come over here, Devin said. Although his side of the building looked like it was just choked by blackberry bushes as the other side, Devin knew better. He stepped over a chunk of broken concrete and bent over. Do what I do, he said to the others. Bent almost double, Devin poked his head into what looked like an impassable blackberry bush. But once you got close, it was clear the brush was growing around something. Devin didn't have any idea what something was, but it had to be opening. He dropped to his knees, and you have to crawl, he called back to the other boys. Mick groaned, but Kelsey shrugged and said, That's the life of an urban explorer. Devin grinned. Kelsey was wearing jeans with torn knees. Devin was sure they were the kind who brought already torn, the kind that cost $100 at least, more than his mom would ever pay for a pair of jeans. It will be worth it, I swear. Just go low, Devin encouraged. He crawled forward. He knew Mick and Kelsey would follow him, but were too curious not to. After about 4 feet of tunneling through a narrow opening, he reached a place that he could stand up, so he did, brushing off his legs and waited for the others. He looked up and around. He still wasn't sure what it was. It was surrounded enclosure. It was some sort of novelty entrance, maybe, to a restaurant. He thought part of the entrance had collapsed, which was what had made for the tunnel-like way in and what had protected his part of the weather and forest's damp air. This is awesome sauce, Mick said, popping next to Devin. His breath smelled like a favorite grape soda, and his hair smelled like sweat. Kelsey got to his feet and looked around. Devin noticed one of Kelsey's knees was bleeding. What is it? Mick said. We used to live by the ocean, Kelsey said, and there was a gift shop in the shark side of the entrance. I think this is like that. Not a shark, obviously, but some kind of animal head. See? There are the eyes. Devin looked up to see where Kelsey pointed. He missed what he was here for. To give himself credit, the first time he was here, it was dark. It was Friday evening, and he wanted to find an abandoned building before Kelsey's buddy from his last town could. So he headed off to the after dinner. His mother fell asleep on the sofa as she always did. He got into the woods to explore. He wasn't sure what he went that night, but maybe he hoped to get lost. He wasn't really scared. He didn't really care. He just wanted to forget what had happened that afternoon. But instead of being lost, he found this place. As he explored it, an idea informed. He nurtured that idea all day, Saturday through Sunday morning brunch with his mom. When he fell asleep again, he returned and poked around some more. His idea grew into a full-fledged plan. The eyes, Kelsey pointed, were two round, dirty windows placed where eyes would be if that was, in fact, a head, and the place where the collapsed area lay where the animal's snout might be. I think you're right, Mick said. Mick turned around and gestured at the boarded door. He said to Devin, So now what? On the left side of the door, 2 boards leaned against the wall. Devin reached out and moved the boards, revealing a light window. Next to the door, the glass side light was broken out. Did you do that? Mick asked. Sure did. You want to take me to jail? Haha. Mick frowned at it. You expect me to get through there? Admittedly, the side light was narrow, but Devin had slipped in with no problem, and he figured even Mick could manage it if he sucked in his stomach and gave him a push. Yes, I do. That's why I brought this. He pulled from his backpack a roll of duct tape, and while Mick and Kelsey watched, Devin covered the inside of the window frame, which held the glass, with thick tape. This is where you won't cut yourself when you squeeze through, he told Mick. Kelsey stared at Devin for a couple minutes and then said, Thoughtful. Yeah, thanks, Mick said. That's me, Devin thought, Mr. Nice Guy. When he was done taping, he turned sideways and slid through the opening. Once inside, he called, Even though the skylight is dirty, it's let in enough light to see, mostly. Mick, why don't you go next? I'll pull you if you get stuck. And Kelsey, you push. Okay, Mick and Kelsey caressed. Mick's soft, round shoulder pushed through the opening. He failed out his hand, and Devin grabbed it and pulled. Ow, Mick protested as he escaped the opening, stumbling to get his balance. Kelsey slid through behind Mick. You okay? Mick rubbed his belly. Yeah. They all looked around. Coolness, Mick said. He stood in the middle of the huge square room lined with pictures of funky animal characters alternated with the crazy and colorful geometric patterns. A domino-like stack of chairs sat against one wall, and another stack of tables on the other wall. At one end of the room, a stage, his red velvet fringe curtains pulled back, presided over the room, and on the stage, Creevy Mick was rooted to a dirty red aluminum floor. Its gaze latched onto the three figures on stage. What is it, a chicken? Casey gasped, gawking at the same direction. I think so, Devin said. Why does it have a cupcake? Devin asked. Maybe it was a baking chicken, Kelsey said, and immediately golfed. Devin couldn't help himself, but he laughed. Good one. Mick laughed too. Yeah, his stomach growled. I wish I was a real cupcake. Come on, Kelsey walked toward the stage. Good. He was getting into it, Devin smiled. He and Mick followed Kelsey to the stage and looked two figures closely. He was looking back at them, but of course that wasn't possible. Not at all. Devin had to admit that he was more comfortable being here today than he had been the day before. Yesterday he'd been spooked and he only came back today because they're animatronic, Kelsey said. Yeah, Devin said. That's what I thought. Animatronic? Like robots? Mick asked. Sort of, Kelsey said. Animatronics can be powered in different ways. Sometimes they use pneumatics and hydraulics, sometimes electricity, sometimes they're computer driven. How do you know all that? Devin asked in spite of himself. Dad worked at an amusement park resort project once. They had animatronic birds. Why a chicken, rabbit, and a bear? Mick asked. A chicken, a rabbit, and a bear walked into a pizza joint, Kelsey said, and all three boys laughed. Kelsey was a funny dude, Devin had to admit. Too bad he had to go and... Mick gasped. Is that a hook? He left the stage. A cave-like protrusion shrouded in the black, heavy curtain announced itself to be Pirate's Cove. Devin had to look behind that curtain and something about that hook. Come on, he said. That's more here. Like a short, muscles conga line led by Devin's flashlight, the boys did a tour of the dirty pizza place. When Devin had first explored the pizzeria, he felt like he dropped into some kind of warp. Although the interior of the building was damp and there was mildew in places of the ceiling and walls, it didn't have the trash look you'd expect of the abandoned building. It seemed like the restaurant had been closed and no one had been inside of it since. They found the kitchen stripped of its appliances and other equipment, but oddly, several jugs of distilled water lined up the floor by one of the walls. A small office and an old scratch metal desk also had a filing cabinet and intriguingly locked. If Devin didn't have any other plans, he'd want to break it open. Kelsey suggested it, but Devin didn't think they'd get to do that later. He led the other boys to the room with Banks control panels and the ancient chunky computer screens, and when they visited a couple disgusting bathrooms with broken tile, cracked sinks, and exposed pipes, while they were in the bathroom, Devin was pretty sure he heard something slithering through the walls. He didn't say anything, but the way the other boys' face paled, he knew that they heard it too. They didn't mention it either, but they all quickly crowded through the bathroom door and ended up in the narrow hallway. The best part is down here, Devin said, motioning the others to follow him. Devin's heart rate picked up speed. He could almost hear adrenaline revving in a starting line. He suppressed a smile. Why do you think that? He wasn't into his cars, 6.2-liter V8s. He sing-songed in his head. Storage? Mick asked. This is what you want us to see? Devin grinned. Yeah, come on. He pushed the door and to the storage room open, shined his flashlight into the room. He stepped back so he could see it. It was like looking into some deranged person's closet. Headless animals flung on the wrong rods that lined two walls of the room. Okay, not actually headless animals, but headless animal suits. The suits were dingy and dusty. Some were dark and mildew. All looked stiff and ragged and ratty, and the fur missing in places. In the opposite wall, 3 rows of shelves held animal heads, bears and rabbits and birds and dogs. Every head looked like a little battered, like it had been used as a bowling ball or something, but the eyes were in place in all of them. They'll still stare straight ahead like you and I we will call. Screepy, Mike said. Devin looked at Kelsey. Kelsey's eyes were bright. He started poking around the cabinets that lined the walls and either side of the door. Look at all this stuff, he said. He pointed at bins of nails, screws, brackets, wires, and what looked like metal joints. He whirled and grinned at Devin. You're a genius, Devin. I think I can salvage one of these suits and maybe build our own animatronic character for my hangout. Devin couldn't help but notice he used the word my last week instead of our. The scent familiar of rushing water filled his ears. He was pretty sure it was blood racing through his veins of excitement. Look over here, he gestured for Kelsey to follow him and then went back to the room, a small corner closet. His feet made raspy cuffs along the floor that sounded bizarrely menacing. Devin had found a closet when he was here the first time, partially hidden behind the costumes hung on the inner wall of the room. He'd seen the potential in it, and he had given him his idea. However, it was a second visit, it locked it down, so to speak. Kelsey glanced at Devin and he grasped the closet's metal handle. Stepping back to the side, he slowly pulled up the door in a few inches. Satisfied nothing was going to jump out at him, he opened the door the rest of the way. Devin's flashlight beamed reflected off a pair of big round eyes. Mick crowded behind him. What is that? He also reached for an arm for the human-sized yellow bear standing in front of them. Devin knew what he had discovered. The arm was heavy. It wasn't just a furry suit like the ones hanging in the rods. This suit was... It's an animatronic suit, Kelsey said. It's an animatronic, abilities, I guess. But it can be worn like a costume. I've read about some cutting-edge stuff they're doing with these, where you can get in the suit to read your vital signs and respond to your pulse and temperature and stuff. Some can even respond to specific commands, let the wearer speak in a voice and a character. I'm sure that's not what this is, though. It's too old. I wonder how it works. Hold on the arm again. Let's get it, in the open. I think it would take all three of us. Sure, Devin said. We can do it. It's going even better than he imagined. He thought he was going to talk Kelsey into this, but he looked like he was going to do it all on its own. It was like it was meant to be. The three boys grunted with effort. Nick sneezing a few times with tufts of the bear fur came loose. Working together, they managed to get the bear suit out of the closet over the middle of the storage room. They laid the bear on its back, panting to catch their breath. They gazed at the strange character, whose sightless eyes looked straight at the ceiling in the light of Devin's flashlight, the room's dark shadows. Let's drag it all out of the main room so we can see it better, Devin suggested. Yeah, Kelsey said. More grunting and sneezing out of the bear suit into the main pizzeria. Once they had it in the middle of the floor, Devin knew it was time. Mick, why don't you go back and find lids in those bins and screws and stuff? You can stack them and bring them out. We can take it with us in Kelsey's hangout. Mick looked in the shoulder gloomy hallway. Take my flashlight, Devin said. Mick looked back at the bear. Devin could see Mick shudder. Okay, he agreed. As soon as Mick left the room, Devin said to Kelsey, that bear looks like you. Huh? Well, not as cool, but his hair sort of the same color, and he's smiling like you usually do. If you got this suit working, it could be a mascot for our hangout. Kelsey grinned. That's not bad. He leaned over and took the bear's head in both hands. Does this come off? He tugged at the bear's head, released from the suit. He looked into the top of the torso and sniffed. It doesn't smell too bad. No worse than the rest of the building. Nope, I noticed that too. He mugged Kelsey and grinned. Try it on. Kelsey studied the suit's neck opening, then shrugged. Why not? He sat down and started wriggling into the torso. Once in, he said, This is pretty comfortable, he grinned. Now the head. Devin had just clicked on the head when Mick shuffled into the room, dragging his stack of plastic lids. No lids, I'm sure how we're going to be able to take this stuff out. He stopped and stared at the bear on the floor. He looked around. Where's Kelsey? I'm in here, Kelsey called out. Mick's eyes widened. What are... Kelsey sat up and said, I'm not sure what to stand in this thing, but hey, I could whack. He began throwing his arms around in elaborate dance moves. When he threw both arms straight out of the sides, and stabbing metallic clapper sounded off the four walls around them. The clapper followed by the fingernails on the blackboard, scraping sound. As abruptly as it started, the scraping sound ended with a loud slap. It triggered a cascade of snapping sounds, like dozens of steel animal traps springing into place at the one another. Uh-oh. Kelsey started shrieking at the first snap. Once, when Devin was little, his mom was driving him to school and he ran over a cat on the street. The cat didn't die immediately. Instead, it made a sound that all sounds, suffering, rolling in one, screaming, wailing, howling, and other vocals Devin could even describe. That sonic signature was better in Devin's brain, and he always thought it would be the worst thing he ever heard in his life. He was wrong. This was the worst. And the sound wasn't the bad part. It was bad, yes, but the bad part, the really, really bad part, was the way that suit started jerking a spastic, horrific dance. It looked like the moth-eaten, mildew-blotched gold bear was convulsing. But it wasn't the bear. Devin knew it wasn't the bear. It was Kelsey. What did I do? Devin thought. What's wrong with him? Mick yelled. Devin jumped. He was mesmerized by Kelsey's suffering and he forgot Mick was there. Kelsey's shriek stopped, like someone or something severed his vocal cord. The suit went still. And then Devin noticed it turning red. Deep, dark, red. Is that? Mick pointed and dropped his knees. That's blood. Yeah, that was blood. Devin sat back on the floor and pulled his feet tight to his body. The blood-saturated bear's matted fur and aluminum was blood red. Devin's blood blended with the floor. The only reason Devin couldn't see it was Kelsey's blood was moving. It had formed an amobia-like puddle and seemed to be crawling away from the now saturated bear suit. Devin stared at the moving blood like it was out and living, the thinking red liquid like streaking out and seeking. Devin scooted even farther away. He groaned and dropped his head to his hands. This wasn't what he meant to do. He planned to trap Kelsey in the bear suit and leave him like that for an hour or so to freak him out as payback for what had happened. If he had thought for a minute this would he was angry. Yes, jealous since Friday afternoon. Maybe even before. He hated Kelsey more than he'd ever hated anyone or anything. He even hated Kelsey more than he hated his missing dad. He hated Kelsey because Kelsey had everything Devin wanted. Just when it looked like he had a chance with Heather. Okay, maybe he'd been a little deluding himself about that, but still, he wasn't even given an opportunity to find out. Kelsey stepped in and made friends with everyone in like 2 seconds. Devin had been trying a whole new life to make one friend other than Mick. Kelsey had no right to have everything come easily to him. But that would mean he deserved this, Dev. Devin brushed his tears and didn't realize he formed in his eyes. Dev! He wiped his face and looked at Mick. Mick was sitting on the floor opposite side of the bleeding bear suit. Yeah, sure, bleeding bear suit. Devin was really deluding himself. The bear wasn't bleeding, Kelsey was. Devin heard Mick hiccup, and he realized Mick was crying, his dirty face and streaked with tears, giving him a strangely tribal look. He had vertical stripes of war painted on his cheeks. Poor kid, Devin thought. Mick wasn't mature enough to handle something like this. And Devin was? He barked a laugh. Mick's gaze had riveted to the bear suit and flowing blood, whipped to Devin. Why are you laughing? His voice had pitched high. Devin shook his head. Never mind. I think maybe it's shock. Mick stared at him for a few seconds, then shifted his attention back to the suit. He flinched. Look at it. It's still moving. He's still alive. We have to get him out of there. Devin glanced at the suit and kind of pulsed, like it was a large, bloody heart getting its last beats. Mick repeated, we have to get him out of there. We can't, Devin said. What do you mean? Mick, and his mouth hanging open, tears still leaking, his nose running, continued to watch an incredibly trembling suit for how long? Devin wasn't sure. He didn't feel like he was going to be there anymore. Obviously he was, but he wasn't. He was back in the past. He was watching his dad drive away the day he left and never came back. He was watching the tired mother make yet another meal of boxed macaroni and cheese. She was at school watching the other kids laugh and joke at one another. He was hanging out with Mick at the gas station clubhouse. He was watching Heather, wishing that she would notice him. He was relishing the moment when he had his name. He was listening to her talk about justice in social class. He could see her in a red sweater, and he could hear her twinkling face. I think justice is payback, and he intended to do. He wanted justice, payback. Kelsey had hurt him. He made Devin feel like he was going to be part of something, and had thrown Devin away. It stung, like being stabbed with a sharp object. Like he just wanted to beat Kelsey to do something similar, and maybe he wanted Kelsey to end up scarred, like Devin was scarred at every rejection he endured. But he had wanted this, not this. Accidents happen, Heather drilled in his mind. Devin yelped, and then Mick shook his shoulder. How did Mick get over here? Devin frowned and shook his cobweb-filled head. Why aren't you answering me? I keep asking you, what do you mean? What do you mean we can't get him out? Mick was close. Too close. Devin could see it's not drying under Mick's nose. I mean, we can't because Devin moaned. Mick studied him for several seconds, and he slowly scooted away from Devin. Did you do this on purpose? Devin didn't answer. Did you? Devin tried to motion his mouth enough to swallow. Did you murder him? Mick screamed. No. Devin shot to the floor and started pacing back and forth. Suddenly, tears poured from his eyes. He couldn't stop them. No. But what just happened? Mick hugged his knees and rocked himself. Devin stared at the bloody suit. He rubbed his face. I wanted to get back at him. By killing him? Mick scrambled to his feet. No. Then what? When I was here before, I found the suit. I tried to put the arm in. His words distorted his sobs. You knew he could see Mick concentrating, trying to understand him. The suit had these locking things inside. Once you snap it in place, it's almost impossible to get it off by yourself. Devin chopped the gauze and back in his hand, where he had torn some skin, escaping the suit's heavy arm. So you knew that would happen? No. I mean, yes, but no. I mean, I only wanted to scare him. I figured once he was locked in, he would just leave him in place until sundown. Just make him sweat a bit. I wanted him to feel something unfair, like he had done to us, like what it felt like he and his neighbor drove away with. I wanted him to be hurt. I didn't want him to actually get hurt, though. Not like that. The old suit shuddered, and Kelsey let out a single gurgle. He's still alive, Mick whispered. He started toward the suit, and Devin grabbed his arm. Don't touch it. Mick broke free. It stared at Devin for a second when he ran toward the building entrance. We have to get help. Then ran after him and grabbed his arm again. We can't do that. Wait, why? We'll go to jail. You'll go to jail. You want me to go to jail? No, of course not. We have always been in it together. Well, yeah. We're in this together, too. Devin turned and looked at Kelsey, at the blood on the floor. The red velvets weren't spreading as quickly. It was quickly moving, swallowing like an army of red soldiers across the aluminum. We can't possibly get him help fast enough. He's lost too much blood. If we try, we only get ourselves in trouble. Mick stared even harder at Devin. Are you even sorry what happens? Of course I am, Devin yelled. Mick held up his hands. Okay. He took a ragged breath. Okay. Devin realized he was shaking. He felt tremors in both his legs. He had to concentrate and stay standing. He was a murderer. The chill skittered along his neck. He wasn't sure whether what he was feeling was because of what he'd done or because he was afraid of going in a little trouble or for what he's done. He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Mick rubbed his nose and looked up at Devin as if Devin were trying to make everything better. Devin would never be able to make everything better. We can't undo what happened, he said. We? Mick objected. You make it sound like it was part of it. I wasn't part of it. Okay, me, I can't undo it. So from here, we have a choice. Either we tell and I go to jail, or we don't tell and I don't go to jail. And either way, Kelsey's the same. I wish we hadn't done it. I'm sorry. Very, very sorry. But that doesn't help Kelsey. Me going to jail doesn't help him either. You're saying we should leave him? Mick's voice was hushed. Devin took a deep breath and let it out. Yes, that's what I'm saying. For at least a minute, the two boys stood there. Outside, a crow cawed. Another answered. Inside, the only sounds were those of Devin's Mick open-mouthed breathing. Both were scuffed up from crying. The uneven and quick huffing sounds were eerie, but not as eerie as the dry, scuttling sound. What was that? Devin grabbed Mick's arm. Come on. Where did you leave your backpack? Mick pointed. Against the wall near the entrance. Right, next to Devin's backpack. Devin made himself turn around and look for his flashlight, and lying next to the stack of bins Mick had dragged out of the storage room, making a wide arc well to the bear suit into the blood. Devin strode across the room and got his flashlight. Did you leave anything else? He tried to ignore the fact that the scuttling sound was coming from the bear suit. Mick, whose eyes looked glazed, blinked and looked around. I don't think so. Devin willed his legs functioning right. He still felt like he was shaking all over, and he was having trouble breathing. But he had to get him out of there. Shoving his flashlight in his backpack, he grabbed Mick by the arm. Come on, Devin slipped through the side light and yanked Mick behind them. Mick grunted, but he didn't complain. Once they crawled out into the late afternoon sunshine, though, Mick spoke up. What about Kelsey's backpack? Devin looked back at the building. Should we go get it? And do what with it? No one would come out there. If they had, they went in. They'd find Kelsey, wouldn't they? So what did it matter if his backpack was there too? Devin looked at Mick. He was looking around at the woods like he was trying to figure out what they were. Devin grabbed his arm. Come on. Devin was afraid to go sleep that night. He thought he'd have nightmares, but he didn't. He was too tired at the end of the day and sleep like a black void. And the black void was his friend. It was a blanket of blissful nothingness that wiped out the events of the day. And a lingering effect. It acted sort of like one of the Cheers curtains for his mom had hung in their kitchen. You could still see it through it, but it obscured the details. Tuesday morning, Devin knew it he'd done that day before. He remembered everything. But it was just that, murky enough to feel unreal, as if he'd watched it on a scary movie instead of living it. Before he and Mick had split up and head home for the previous afternoon, Devin had said to Mick, "In it together." Mick had repeated the words flatly, like a robot running low on power. It had worried Devin before he went to bed last night. The morning he had considered Mick would be quiet. Mick was, in fact, quiet. Too quiet. One of the things that Devin had been able to count on for previous 10 years at school days would be his start chattering. Today, though, Mick wasn't chattering. The boys were now settling in against the stone wall as if they eat lunch The boys were now settling in against the stone wall, like they had liked to eat lunch outside, and Mick hadn't said more than, "Hey, Dev," since Devin had met up with him to walk to school. Devin was still in the twilight-like state of denial, but the twilight was wearing off. When Miss Peterson noted Kelsey's absence from class, a flimsy barrier between Devin and what he had done tore a little bit. The details were coming back. Mick opened his lunch sack and none of his usual enthusiasm. Devin tried to animate his friend. "What did you get today?" Mick's mom always put at least one treat in Mick's lunch, huh? Mick sniffed. "Oh, I don't know." Devin laughed. Devin sighed. Mick set down his sack and leaned toward Devin. He whispered, "I can't stop thinking about him." "Shh," Devin hissed. "Not here." Mick's eyes moistened and his face turned red. Devin glanced around and patted Mick's hand. "It's okay. We'll talk about it this afternoon, okay? We'll go to our camp." He hoped the words "our camp" would soothe Mick. Mick liked it when Devin called their makeshift tarp-covered temporary meeting place "our camp." Mick wiped his eyes. "Okay," but then he said it so quietly Devin could barely hear him. Settled cross-legged in the cool but dry forest floor, Mick stayed played with a pile of tiny fur cones. Devin watched him, waiting for his friend to speak, but waited for several minutes. Finally, Mick said, "Well, what if he's still alive?" He glanced up from the fur cone art, then looked back down. That's what I can't stop thinking about. What if he's still alive? Devin didn't respond. He thought about that too, but he was unsure. He wasn't sure, trying not to. "I almost puked when I called his name in class," Mick said. Devin could relate, but he didn't say so. Instead, he said, "I don't think he's still alive." Mick raised his head, blinked at Devin. "What? But you're not sure?" Devin shook his head and almost hear the ripping sound of flimsy barrier protecting him from the previous day tore open a little more. He screwed his eyes shut, as if would help. "No, I'm not sure. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday." By Wednesday, panic, fear, and mystery rippled through the school like convulsive waves radiating out of the ground zero event. All anyone was talking about. Where was Kelsey? The police had been called in. Mick stayed home from school sick for all 3 days. When Devin went to see him, Mick he wouldn't say anything to anyone, but Mick couldn't keep any food down. His mother thought he had the stomach flu. Devin handled the whole thing better than Mick. His years living outside the social groups in school had given him the ability to keep his face neutral, no matter how he felt on the inside. He was able to go out of his business nearly invisibly. He was sure he looked normal, even though anything but. Every muscle in his body felt rigid. It hurt to move, but he couldn't stay still either. By the end of the week, Devin had nearly chewed his nails off. On Friday afternoon, Mr. Wright announced to the school that the police concluded Kelsey had run away. Apparently, no one had seen Kelsey leave the school with Devin and Mick. Apparently, Kelsey hadn't told anyone where he was going. Neither one of these things surprised Devin. As far as he knew, only he and Mick left the school the way they did, and they were only ones who ever cut through the railway yard. And of course, Kelsey wouldn't tell anyone he was going someplace with Mick and Devin. You only had to be in school a couple of days to know that it was a social suicide to hang out with Mick and Devin. Kelsey was smart enough to have figured that out. Devin was still surprised Kelsey had even apologized to him on Monday. He thought it would be much harder than to lure Kelsey too. Accidents happen. Devin visited Mick on Friday afternoon. Mick was eating a bowl of soup when Devin arrived. He was keeping the food down, Mick's mom said, keeping Devin a hug in the doorway of Mick's room. "I doubt he's contagious or anything. Go on in." "Thanks, Mrs. Callahan." Devin smiled at a round, red-headed, freckled woman. He felt like bugs crawling up his arms. It was her hug. He felt the same every time Mom had hugged him during the week. He didn't deserve hugs. "Do you want my soup? Any soup, dear?" Miss Callahan said. "There's plenty." Devin shook his head. No thank you." Miss Callahan chucked him under the chin. "You boys are growing up so fast," he bustled away. Devin plopped down on the red beanbag chair just inside the door of Mick and Debbie's room. "Hey," he said to Mick. He glanced at the bright blue and yellow polka dot divider curtain. Mick tucked under the red superhero blanket on his bed, propped up his pillows and matching cases, wiped his mouth. "Hey," he was going to say something else, but went back to eating soup from the huge orange bowl. Devin looked around the tiny half room. Unlike Devin's room, it was pretty bare except for a few nature posters and a couple of rock collections. Mick's room was packed full of toys. It didn't look like a 15-year-old's room. It didn't look like a kid's room. Mick's part of the room didn't have much furniture, just a bed, a nightstand, some shelves with a drop-down desk built in. The shelves held books, and as if they were also crowded with superhero sci-fi action figures and stacks and board games. Devin looked at the curtain again. Mick must have noticed Debbie staying over at his friend's house. Devin nodded. Mick dropped his spoon and hit a bowl with a clatter. He wiped his mouth and said through a napkin he felt his face. "What if he's still alive?" Devin whipped around and made sure the door was still closed. "She's in the kitchen," Mick said. "Dad's not home." He shoved it straight away. "I haven't told anyone, and I'm not going to, but I haven't stopped thinking about him. What if he's alive? It's been 6 days, yeah, but he's not alive. But he could be. How? He can't move. He doesn't have water." "How long can people go without water?" Mick said. Devin tried to answer that question. Mick said, "Wait, there was water in the kitchen." Devin tensed. Mick was right. What if Kelsey managed to get out of that? Mick asked. "How? The suit was really heavy and he lost a lot of blood." Under a statement of the year. Mick twisted his mouth and thought about that. True, but what if the suit worked with him? Like he had said some suits like that can. What if it helped him get to the kitchen? Devin thought about the sound pretty out there, but what part of it wasn't out there? If that happened, he could still be alive. We can't leave him there like that. Reading forward. "I'll be quiet, I swear, but first, we have to go back and make sure he's, well, or not. If he's alive, we have to go help him. We just do, that's all." Mick wasn't going to let this go. "Okay," Devin said, "but we're not going, and I'll go, but..." I'll go. But no way is your mom gonna let you out into the woods. She thinks you have the flu. And if you're right, we can't wait any longer. I'll go. What if he's alive? How will you get him to the hospital? I'll call someone after I check on him. Remembering the building cell phone dead zone, he said, I'll take bandages and stuff with me so I can, what do they call it? Stabilize? So I can stabilize him. What I can do is stay there with him, take care of him until he's better. I can take food and stuff. And that's when he's better. I'll leave and go to cell phone range and call for help. That will give me time to convince him not to tell anyone anything. Mick rubbed his nose that over. Finally he said, that's a good idea. Devin looked at his innocent friend. Mick had no clue. Devin got out of the beanbag chair and went to Mick's bed. He put his hand on Mick's shoulder. You have to make me a promise. What? I don't know how long it's going to take me to get Kelsey out of the suit and help him get well. You have to cover for me. Mick nodded. How? I'm going to tell my mom I'm spending a few days here because you need a company since Debbie's gone. She'll go for that. Okay. And if I'm not back by Monday, you have to tell teachers I'm homesick. Got it? Sure, I can do that. And as long as it takes, keep telling them I'm sick. Are you sure you can do that? Mick nodded. No matter what. I can't tell anyone where I am. Okay, I'll in it together swear if you want. Devin shrugged. Sure. He out his index finger and listened to Mick's in it together swear as he covered Devin's tracks as long as he needed. You're a good friend, Devin said. Mick grinned. When he got home from visiting Mick, Devin told his mom that he was going back. Oh, that's nice of you, kiddo, he said. You looked relieved. Devin figured she was thinking about going to bed early. Devin wanted to Paris' room. He didn't look around. He wasn't sure what he was going to do. He got back to the pizzeria, but he was going back. He needed tools. He sat down at the edge of his twin bed and sagged under his weight. He had one of the box screens broken, as what if he didn't go back and just told Mick he'd gone back and found Kelsey dead. No, he couldn't do it. Even though he slept well Monday night, every night since he had nightmares, and every nightmare Kelsey was a zombie, stalking Devin no matter where he went. No, he had to go back and be sure. He picked up his backpack, he pulled his books and phone out, he glanced at the phone and sighed. Great, it was dead. Oh well, he put it on the charger, he wouldn't be able to use it near the building anyways. He looked around again, his gaze landed on the hammer lying on the floor in the open closet. He'd taken it Mom's meager supply of tools to the shelf a couple of weeks ago, and he put it away. That would happen, open the suit, if it came to that. The sun was starting to sink into a horizon by the time Devin reached the blackberry-choked building. Before he ducked under the collapsed animal head opening, he got out of the flashlight and the hammer, as if he had since he entered the forest. He had its best to ignore the rustling, churring, and crackling of a herd in the woods. Just a little forest animal, he kept telling himself as he nervously ate the chocolate candy bar that would serve as his dinner. He would be waiting inside the building. Take a deep breath. Devin crawled into the building's outer entrance and then hesitated only a few seconds before slipping through the side light. Once there, though, he froze, shining his flashlight around the jerky spasms. He half expected Kelsey in the bloody bear suit to loom up in front of him and attack. He was poised to escape back through the side light, but nothing came at him. He was alone. Well, alone except for Kelsey's body in the bear suit and the animatronic characters on the stage. Devin took a tentative step and paused. He listened. The building was totally silent. It felt sinister. Devin had the urge to run even though nothing was moving. Nothing was chasing him. He caught his fears and moved forward. Bypassing the blood-soaked bear suit in the middle of the floor, Devin did a tour of the entire building. He went into every room, shined his light in every nook and cranny. He watched enough TV to know, cleared the building before he let down your guard. Everything was exactly as they left it there on Monday, except for the smell. The unearthly smell of lick odor of blood had hit Devin as soon as he stepped into the building. The other smell warded the smell of blood too. It was a sickly, sweet, nauseating smell. Devin was pretty sure the smell of decay, but he wasn't sure. Okay, he put it off as long as he could. With slow, shuffling steps, Devin approached the bear suit. He stopped and he reached the outer edge of the blood pool. It was easy to spot. The blood had blackened in its stride. It was now darker on the floor, and its outline stood out starkly in the glow of Devin's flashlight. Gritting his teeth, Devin bent over and touched the edge of the blood. He yanked his hand back. It was still a little sticky. Okay, that was okay. When he was prepared for this, he didn't know how long it took blood to completely dry, but he figured the damp atmosphere of the building would slow down the process. Devin took off his backpack and he pulled out a plastic tarp he folded and stuffed into it. Instead of bringing the food and bandages he promised Mick he'd bring, he brought the tarp. He knew Kelsey couldn't be alive, and he didn't want to have to sit in blood to check Kelsey's. Devin made himself stop thinking. He set his backpack against the wall and spread the tarp over the blood near the head of the suit. He had to breathe, though, his nose because here she the blood and decay smells were stronger. Kelsey had to be dead. Devin wouldn't be able to sleep, though, unless he knew for sure. He trained his light in the bear's head. His muscles stiffened because he expected to see Kelsey's eyes staring back at him through the eye holes in the bear heads, but nothing. The eye holes were empty, dark. Devin leaned closer, aiming the light down into the holes. Why couldn't he see Kelsey's face? Checked the other shoulder to see if he was still alone. Had the other cars of the stage moved? He sucked in his breath and ran the flashlight beam over them. He frowned. He couldn't remember how they had been positioned before. He watched for several seconds before returning the flashlight back to his task. He put his face closer to the bear's face. He couldn't see anything. He had to take off the head. That meant touching the bloody fur. Good thing he'd prepared for that, too. Devin dug into his pants pocket and pulled out a pair of his mother's rubber cleaning gloves. He put them on, propping the flashlight on the bear's chest to aim at the neck and hesitating for a second to be sure the chest wasn't moving. Devin felt the lock mechanism that held the blood in place. It took him only a few seconds to find it, but it wasn't released. He pushed, pulled, he pinched, finally pounded it with a hammer. His head wouldn't let go of the torso. Fine, Devin inserted a claw part of the hammer into the bear's mouth. Using the other hand and the lever, he pried the mouth open. He sucked in the breath and ratcheting around the mouth and yanked it open. It sounded like teeth gnashing together. It made no sense. It was opening, not closing. Letting out his breath, Devin lit up his mouth, opening the flashlight. He tilted his head, looked as far as inside his head he could see. Nothing was inside it. Really? Devin shined the flashlight into the head some more. For sure empty. Did the bear suit cut off Kelsey's head? Yeah, and done what with it? Ate it? Goosebumps sprang up in Devin's arms because he was reminded of the bouncy house story. If the bounce house could eat a toddler, the bear costume could eat a teenager, right? Get a grip, he muttered. Somewhere in the building, something sputtered faintly. Devin whipped his head around and aimed the flashlight around the room. It sounded sort of like a fizzle, like a hoarse exhale. It had come from behind him. Or in front of him. He rotated back quickly and inspected the bear suit again. His bloody fur gleamed in the light, but it wasn't moving. Get on with it, Devin commanded himself. He bent over and directed his light into the bear's mouth again. This time he concentrated on trying to see down into the torso. At first he didn't see anything. He thought he saw something farther down, but Kelsey somehow slid down the suit. Was that his hair Devin could see? He turned the lights this way and that. He couldn't see any better. He'd have to feel. Happy were the gloves he wore. Devin squared his shoulders in deep breath. Then he slid his arm through the bear's mouth down inside the bear's suit until all the most part of his arms were inside. He felt something around his head and feel something but didn't hear something. Something called his name. Devin! Devin jerked around and yanked his arm from the suit, but the mouth clamped down his arm and took shut and the simultaneous clank and crack. The crack was bone in Devin's arm. Grafton screamed in searing pain and shot from his bicep all the way down to the tip of his fingers. Tears sprang into his eyes. He wailed in agony and fear. He also tried to pull his arm out of the bear suit. Had idea. He hauled and held very still. Sweat joined the tears running down his face. Moving his arm was pure torture. It felt like the bear was trying to rip his arm off his body. Nausea crawled up from the stomach and choked him. He gagged and turned his head to vomit over his lap. The acidic smell of putrid brown chunky spew made him gag again, and he let loose another torrent of puke. Bawling now, Devin yelled for help, even though he knew it was going to come. Help! The sound made it even worse than the sound Kelsey had made in the suit had impaled him. It was definitely worse than the dying cat. It was a sound of anguish and despair. It was a sound of hopelessness. Spittle dripping in his mouth as his cry dissolved into a sob, ignoring the torment of lava-hot pain in his right arm. Devin used his left hand to pound furiously at the bear's mouth. He kept hitting his arm with the hammerhead, and he shrieked every time he did. He kept trying to pound the mouth open, and he finally lost the strength to hold the hammer. It bounced off the terrace torso, hit the bloody floor with a thunk. He started trying to drag the bear suit across the floor. He was out of his head. Not thinking logically, he knew he couldn't move the suit. Collapsing in his own disgusting stink, Devin crawled onto his side, whimpering at the very fresh wave of pain and tore through his arm. He tried to ignore the faint sensation of wet warmth trickling down his bicep. Calm down, he told himself. Mick knew where he was. Mick could come for him. Devin moaned. No, he wouldn't. Mick would do what Devin told him to do. Now, how long did it told him to bleed to death? Not long, if he was bleeding a lot. He didn't think, but he didn't feel like he was bleeding much. The trickle of warmth stopped at the elbow joint. He was moving anymore. No, he wasn't going to bleed to death. But now, long before he died of lack of water. That was what was going to happen. He hadn't brought water because he didn't plan of helping Kelsey, so now he couldn't help himself. Inside the suit, he flexed his fingers. He moaned when his movement sent another volley of pain up his arm. Then he froze, sucked in his breath, and clenched his fingers to his fist. He just felt something move inside the suit. No, not another slight brush or something moving against his knuckles. Bugs? Devin whispered. He watched enough TV shows and bugs like dead bodies. It was bugs, right? No, it couldn't be. Kelsey? Devin slashed the entire body, writhing violently in crazed panic. He threw his whole body into it, screaming through the pain and failing to use his arm. Vomit sprayed and plastic tarps trickled down. He couldn't stop. He fought to free himself with every bit of strength he had, but it wasn't enough. In fact, it was making things worse. After one of the buckling movements, Devin's arm loosened for just an instant. For the second it didn't start to come out. It went farther in. With dread, Devin looked at the suit and realized the mouth was opening farther. The suit was clamping around his shoulder instead of his bicep. Now he knew he was going to die here. He couldn't let his arm free and he couldn't move the suit. And Mick was going to be sure no one came for him. Mick was a disgrace and Devin plenty of times over the years, but he never went against Devin, not a single time. Devin thought of the movie he saw, and the man sawed his arm off to free himself and got his arm caught under a boulder. He gagged and retched. Not a good thought, but helpful, and not helpful either. Even if he had a knife or a saw, he couldn't think he could do it. Devin wriggled one more time, attempting to free himself. The mouth opened even more. The Devin thought a sudden glimpse inside the suit. He gasped for a moment. A shock blocked his pain. Down low past his arm, Devin could see a body, a dead body, just like he thought he'd find as he came back here. Exactly like he thought he'd find. The body that he was finding didn't have blonde hair. It was curly black hair. The body in the suit wasn't Kelsey. Devin only had a second to try to make sense of his older shoulder sucked in the suit. Devin screamed, but no one heard him. On Monday morning, Mick was disappointed when Devin didn't meet Mick and walk to school. Devin hoped to find Devin waiting for him in the lockers, waiting for him to Kelsey was going to be okay, or even waiting him to tell him Kelsey was dead. It wasn't good, but it was going to be better than they left things at least last week. He, not knowing whether Kelsey was dead, was like being eaten alive, like being digested in a creepy style bounce house in the story Devin read in the English class a couple of weeks ago. Was that just a couple of weeks ago? Speaking of English class, Mick was supposed to read a poem out loud today. Remembering made him stomach churn. He twisted up his inside so much he didn't worry so much about Devin not being in school. Devin had told him it would take a while to get Kelsey well enough to move him. Something about that seemed... Someone bumped into Mick as he dropped back his pack. He bent over to pick it up in the class. In English class, Mick reading his poem over and over while Mick Patterson did roll call. He was so into it, he jumped when Mr. Peterson called out, "Mick, here. Yes, I know you're here. I asked you if you know where our budding horror writer is." "Huh? Devin. Where's Devin?" "Oh, sorry, he's homesick." "Okay," Mick smiled. "He's done his part in it together for as long as it takes." Kelsey leaned against the column of the rotunda of the new school. He watched the other kids and smiled and nodded at everyone who passed him, saying, "Hey," when someone said hello. His gaze kept turning at a couple boys who lingered outside the front of the school. One of the boys wore all black and other wore ragged jeans with a faded t-shirt. The other kids coming into school ignored the boys and gave him scathing looks. Both boys occasionally snickered at the passing kids. Kelsey pushed off the column and strolled toward the boys. They finally sauntered into the school. He stopped in front of them and said, "Hey, I'm Kelsey. I'm new here." The boys eyed him above his nose. He gave them each friendly look. Kelsey said, "Any cool places to hang out around here?"
And the end. There we go. Well, yep, that's the basic end of the story. Wow, out of all things, that's not the ending I thought. But you know what? That's very interesting. Anyways, hope you guys have a fantastic, wonderful day. People like me, officially, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. And I'll see you guys next time for the next book where we'll read... I don't know yet. But yeah. Bye-bye. Sweet Dreams Kirby. Read by Gilbert Gottfried.
Knock, knock, knock! What's this? It's late, but someone has come to pay Kirby a visit. Kirby, let's play! Kirby wanted to play, but he could hardly keep his eyes open. Yeah! Knock, knock, knock! Kirby has another visitor! Hey, Kirby! I made some yummy pancakes! Munch, munch, munch! Mmm! Kirby never left his warm bed, but he felt like his tummy was full of good food. Knock, knock, knock! Hey, Kirby! Let's go and sail the Sea of Stars! Kirby wanted to go, but he was already sailing the Sea of Dreams in his cozy bed. Knock, knock, knock! Hey, Kirby! Let's play a prank on King Dedede! Kirby giggled in his sleep while imagining the silly look on King Dedede's face. Knock, knock, knock! Kirby, would you like to read a book with me? Or I guess sleeping noises. Hey, Kirby! His friends whispered softly. Sweet dreams, Kirby.